The year is 2020. Portals leading to another dimension have begun to appear all over the Earth. This has led the peaceful world to the beginning of something incomprehensible. Many countries sent their troops to these gates to learn more about them. However, not a single soul returned. Then hordes of monsters began pouring out of these godforsaken gates. With their overwhelming power, all modern weapons proved useless against them. Monsters began to destroy people everywhere. A nightmare reigned on Earth. However, certain patrons began to choose people, and those people gained amazing powers and abilities. These people were called hunters. With the hunters at the forefront, humanity began to fight back against the bloodthirsty monsters. The patrons could grant active hunters additional power, making them even more unique. Among the countless hunters, one appeared whose power was immeasurable. With an army of soldiers and the ability to control fire, the whole world called him the Demon King. The Demon King possessed a special skill: player. Only he could become stronger by hunting his enemies. However, under the influence of the 12 great heroes, who were equated with gods, his existence was erased from the pages of history. The people who called themselves gods created Eden. Hunters came to be considered a new stage of evolution, and those who could not become hunters were turned into slaves. The hunters began to rule the world. 100 years passed. A young man ran at great speed along a path through the forest. The young man stopped. He needed a rest. His strength was running out. The man watching him, sitting on a tree branch, asked in surprise, "Had the boy already finished?" The young man replied that he had reached his limit. He had no strength left. The man was surprised. The boy had said he wanted to change the world. Did he really think he could become a hunter with that attitude? To be noticed by his patrons, he had to go beyond his limits. The young man asked if Sun Guyan really thought so. When his patron first noticed him, did he also exceed his limits? Sun Guyan jumped down from the tree and replied that his patrons had simply begun to support him. The young man said that wasn't fair. Sun Guyan agreed. Life is unfair, even in the fact that the young man is an ordinary person, and he is a hunter. If the guy can't run, then he needs to do something else. Sun Guyan stretched out his hand, and a magic spear appeared in front of him. The spear ended up in the young man's hands. The guy was surprised. Was this really a hunter's equipment? He was amazed every time he saw something like this. Sun Guyan said that there was nothing to be surprised about. The young man would understand everything himself when he became a hunter. The boy said that after he learned of his parents' death at the hands of hunters, Sun Guyan gave him this book as a memento. It describes all the nonsense that hunters did. That's why he wanted to fix everything. The young man added that Sun Guyan had helped him survive all these years. But looking at what he had achieved, it seemed that he would not become a hunter. In Eden, they said that becoming a hunter was the will of heaven. Sun Guyan replied that this was not true. There was no need to worry. The young man would definitely become a hunter. The boy noted that he always carried this book with him, a memory of his parents. After all, it was the autobiography of a forgotten hero, whose story had been erased by 12 deities. Sun Guyan said that if this hero were alive today, the world would remain a better place. The young man and his mentor were spotted from a bird's eye view. A woman, looking into the distance, announced that she had found them. Immediately after that, a magical attack was launched. Sun Guyan reacted in time, looked up, and shouted that magic had been used against them. The man threw the young man back with a powerful blow to the chest. The boy flew far back. The young man saw his mentor being struck by an energy charge. The boy thought that a hunter had attacked them. But what was he doing here? The woman ordered the young man to bow, and he immediately fell to his knees. The young man was extremely surprised. His body had obeyed the woman's command on its own. He couldn't even move. The woman descended to the ground, and several other people appeared next to her. Each of them possessed magical abilities. The people knelt and called the woman the Queen of Eden. They greeted Lady Athena. The young man was surprised. Could this really be Athena? So she was the ruler of Eden, a hunter of the highest rank. But what was one of the 12 deities who founded Eden doing here? Athena said he couldn't have gone far. He must be captured and brought to her. Athena thought that as soon as they managed to track him down, he immediately disappeared. Who was he? And why had he come here? The woman looked at the bowing young man and noted that she did not sense a shred of magic in him. The young man thought that the autobiography of the Demon King, which he now had in his possession, concealed the dirty deeds of the 12 heroes, which they had carefully hidden all these years. He hoped that Athena would not suspect this and would simply leave him alone. The woman said that this young man was just a worthless slave. The guy thought, did she really leave? Does that mean he's saved? However, when he looked up, he saw Athena standing right in front of him. The boy was frightened again. The woman said that she had almost missed the magical power emanating from him, although there were almost no traces left. Athena noticed that his heart was beating faster, and his breathing had quickened. Seeing him freeze, she decided that he had something he couldn't hide from her gaze. Was she right? Athena ordered the young man to show her what it was immediately and tell her everything he knew. He had no choice. His body moved on its own. Could this be the voice of God? The young man tried to force himself not to move. After all, if the book fell into her hands, he would die. However, the young man could not control himself and took out the book. His body no longer obeyed him. It was a story about the Demon King, the true hero of humanity. Eden clearly did not want the world to know the truth about him. The young man thought that everyone he cared about could die. If something went wrong, the entire area where he lived would be wiped off the face of the earth. That's Eden. It destroys everything that gets in its way and stands in its path. The young man must not give her the book. Athena saw the book in his hands and said she had found it. It was the autobiography of the Demon King. The cover made that clear. She didn't know how the book had ended up in the hands of such a servant, but she declared that she would confiscate it. Unexpectedly, Sun Guyan appeared out of nowhere. Using his physical strength and individual abilities, he attacked Athena before she could get her hands on the book. Athena flew far back. Sun Guyan picked up the book and told the young man not to cry. After all, he was a man. The guy held his own and did a great job trying to keep the book until the very end. With tears in his eyes, the young man asked his bald mentor who he really was. How was he able to stand up to one of the 12 gods, Athena? Sun Guyan apologized and said he didn't have time to explain everything. He didn't think they would find them so quickly. Then Sun Guyan handed the book back to the young man. After all, he had been saying all along that he wanted to change the world. The bald mentor said that the hunters had proclaimed themselves gods and ruled over ordinary people. People as weak as the young man lived like pets, waiting for someone else to deal with them. Sun Guyan asked, if the young man gained the power to change the world and oppose the 12 gods, would he still want to make the world a better place? Athena came to her senses, activated her abilities, and swinging her sword rushed at the bald man, shouting his name, Heimdall. The man said that Athena was advancing and there was no time. The young man had to give an answer quickly. He could not oppose her alone. The young man was extremely surprised by what he heard. However, he gave a positive answer. If he could gain such power, he would definitely change the whole world for the better. Then, without a doubt, a bright future would come. The bald mentor was satisfied with the young man's answer. After that, he thrust his sword into the young man's chest with force, piercing him through and through. The bald man told the young man that if he met him there, he should be kind to him. The young man's body, with the sword sticking out of his chest, began to rise. The young man did not understand what was happening or what Sun Guyan was doing or saying. The contract had been fulfilled. According to the agreement with the fallen angel, the young man received protection. His body became immaterial, and the young man could not recover from the feeling of how unreal everything that was happening was. After a while, the young man materialized again and became tangible. The young man couldn't understand what had happened. He was sure that he had been pierced through with a sword, but now there wasn't a scratch on him. His body felt different than before. He felt a power filling him and heard a voice informing him that he had received protection. The young man thought, had he become a hunter? But where was he now? The young man looked around. The magical energy he felt was coming from his own body. Was he inside the gate? The guy heard footsteps and hid behind a rock to avoid unnecessary trouble. He did so just in time, because an armed goblin suddenly appeared. Now our hero was certain that he was inside the gates of the dungeon. The young man knew that goblins were the weakest monsters, but they were much more dangerous than they seemed at first glance. That is why they are also called newbie eaters. Due to their exceptional sense of smell, hearing, and insane hunting style, an encounter with them for those who have just started their journey and have no information is almost always equated with death. Hiding behind a rock, the boy hoped that the goblin would not notice him and simply walk away. However, the goblin sensed something was wrong and began to listen and sniff. After all, he was a natural-born hunter. The goblin sensed the young man's presence and began to slowly approach. Something had to be done urgently. Our hero grabbed a rock and wondered if what he had learned would work. Although he had no other choice, he could only hope that the skills he had learned while waiting for the day when he would become a hunter would help him. The goblin heard a stone fall behind him. The monster stopped, looked back, and began to search for the source of the sound. At that moment, the young man jumped out of his hiding place, grabbed the goblin's sword-wielding hand, and struck him on the head with his other hand. The monster's head flew to the side. The boy was amazed. With one move, he had defeated the goblin. The skill he had learned had worked. The young man thought that something was wrong with his strength. After all, he only wanted to scare the monster and knock the weapon out of his hand. Our hero, clutching his sword, wondered, had he really become a hunter? A message arrived saying that the fallen angel had set his sights on the young man. The boy realized that the fallen angel was the Demon King. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a pack of monsters appeared. They heard every sound and came running at the noise. The young man was surprised. Why were there so many monsters? What's more, behind them stood a monster. The Goblin Chief, the dungeon boss. Our hero thought that his end had come. He had just awakened as a hunter and was no match for the dungeon boss. The young man remembered the words of his bald mentor. He must not cry, because he is a man. Even then, he held his ground and did a great job keeping the book with him. The mentor asked, if the young man gained the power to change the world, would he still strive to do so? At that time, the young man answered affirmatively. After all, if he could gain such power, he would definitely change this world. Remembering these words, our hero gripped his sword tighter with both hands and decided that he had no right to die here. He couldn't die until he changed the world. Moreover, the fallen angel had turned his gaze upon him, a chance that comes only once in a lifetime, and not to everyone. The fallen angel seemed to applaud the young man's fighting spirit. Our hero shouted loudly, swung his sword, and rushed to attack the armed goblin. Wielding his weapon, he tirelessly chopped down any goblins that came within reach. He did so selflessly, without fear or hesitation. One of the goblins proved to be particularly nimble. He approached at a dangerous distance and swung his club. However, this opponent was also destroyed. A message about a level up appeared. The young man remembered his training with the spear. His bald mentor had said that it was simply incredible. When he looked at this guy, he understood what a true genius should look like. Ordinary people have limits, but if a student receives patronage, he will become a hunter without equal. After a while, the armed, bloodthirsty goblins were finished off. Only our hero and one other survived. The young man thought that only the goblin leader remained. However, even if it was just a goblin, it was the boss, and it could not be underestimated. The rules say that to defeat the goblin leader, you must be at least a C-rank hunter. Otherwise, it's not even worth trying. The young man thought that he had just awakened, which meant that he was most likely an F-rank. Could someone like him, who had only recently become a hunter, defeat such a monster? There was no choice, and the young man, spear in hand, decided to put everything into this strike. The fallen angel applauded the young man's decision. The fallen angel granted the young man power over fire. The spear was the weapon of the Demon King, and also the best weapon the young man possessed. Now, our hero had the authority to use it. Our hero rushed at the monster boss, thrusting his fiery spear forward. The young man pierced the monster with his spear. The blow was so powerful that it went right through, leaving a huge hole in the monster's body. The young man couldn't believe it. Had he really done it? Information came in that the hunter had leveled up. However, the spear's durability had dropped to 0. The young man was also wounded, and his strength was leaving him. At that moment, that was all he was capable of. The protagonist lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground, bleeding profusely. After a while, hunters appeared in the dungeon. They were extremely surprised. Who could have destroyed all these monsters? Even the monster boss had been defeated. One of the hunters noticed the bleeding young man and shouted that there was a survivor here, although he was seriously injured. The protagonist woke up in the hospital. He was recovering from a serious injury. Various medical devices were connected to his body, monitoring his vital signs. The young man opened his eyes and realized that it was not a dream. Athena appeared out of nowhere and almost took the autobiography of the Demon King from him. After being pierced by Sun Guyun, he woke up inside the gate. Because of the goblin leader he encountered, the young man almost died. However, he survived thanks to the power of fire given to him by the fallen angel. Then he lost consciousness, having received many serious injuries. Could it be that the hunters who entered the gate saved him? A nurse entered the room and said that the young man should not move. She asked how the patient was feeling, whether he was dizzy or hungry. The girl explained that hunters from the highest guild had found the young man and brought him here. If it weren't for them, who knows what would have happened to him. The nurse added that the young man had been seriously injured, so he was very lucky. Due to the fact that he was injured during the incident inside the gate, someone from the association should come to see him soon. For now, he can rest. The young man asked the girl what year it was. The nurse suggested that the young man's memory was a little impaired. He was probably still dizzy. The hospital employee said that it was now the year 2022. Our hero was shocked by this information. After all, that was 100 years before he was born. But how was that possible? The gates began to appear in the year 2020. And in 2022, many hunters began to make a name for themselves. It was the Age of Heroes. The bald mentor Sun Guyeon said that hunters proclaimed themselves gods and ruled over ordinary people. Those who were as weak as the young man, like domestic animals, were just waiting for someone else to decide their fate. Our hero thought that unlike his time, where one had to become the chosen Eden to gain power, this was an era when hunters received patronage directly. The young man realized that he too had been given such a chance. The protagonist got out of bed and told the nurse that he felt fine. The dizziness was gone. He ate a chocolate bar that was lying on the nightstand and now felt confident that his balance had been restored. The young man went into the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror. Was this really him? He hadn't had such muscles before, but now his back muscles had become strong, and he had grown to almost 6 feet tall. The young man came to the conclusion that his face remained the same, but his physique and appearance seemed to belong to another person. There was a knock at the door. Someone outside asked if anyone was there. Our hero had a visitor. After a shower, the protagonist felt even better and agreed to talk to the guest. The visitor turned out to be a representative of the association named Kim Soo-yeon. Kim Soo-yeon reported that after the incident at the gate, the young man had been rescued by the High League Guild. Medical staff said that the young man had memory lapses. Was that true? The association representative asked what the young man remembered, whether there was any information about his family, and how he ended up at the gate. After the hero was taken to the hospital, the association tried to gather information about him, but apparently without success. Our hero realized that he should not reveal anything about the future. His memory loss could well be explained by awakening or trauma. The young man said he was 23 years old and gave his name as Lee Jun-kyung. For some reason, he mixed up his name with that of the Demon King. He didn't know why, but he felt that it had to be so. Lee Jun-kyung added that he couldn't remember anything else. Kim Soo-yeon replied that it didn't matter. The association representative asked what Lee Jun-kyung felt while inside the gate. The young man said he heard a voice that declared itself his patron. Kim Soo-yeon nodded and said that Mr. Lee Jun-kyung was now a hunter. Did he remember who the hunters were? The young man suggested that they were something like chosen people. The association representative thanked him for the conversation and added that other employees might come to see him later. The association would be in touch. Kim Soo-yeon bowed to the young man and noted that he was probably a little discouraged. But Lee Jun-kyung was now extremely important to this world. The representative wished him luck and left. Lee Jun-kyung, looking out the window, thought that this guy was very polite. Our hero decided to check his status, one of the abilities of the Demon King. He possessed the trait Player and the title Goblin Slayer. Now it became clear why the 12 heroes sought to keep the Demon King in check. He developed faster than the others, and they feared him so much that they erased all mention of him. The Demon King was special. Unlike the others, he was not a hunter. He was a player. Unlike hunters who needed patrons, he could become stronger on his own, without anyone's help. He was the only one who grew stronger through hunting. The Demon King. Now our hero, Lee Jun-kyung, has become that player. The nurse congratulated Mr. Lee Jun-kyung on becoming a hunter. The young man thanked her politely. He was surprised. Was becoming a hunter really a reason to congratulate him? The girl confirmed that even novice F-rank hunters could become so rich that it was unimaginable to ordinary people. And even without fighting monsters, many opportunities were open to them. You can become a blacksmith who forges magical items by infusing them with mana. You can also become a bodyguard for important people. Huge queues of wealthy people will line up in the hope of hiring you. Lee Jun-kyung thought that he already knew everything. After all, those who are not chosen are destined to be powerless. Was this really something he should be happy about? The nurse handed him a bag and said that it had been left by a man from the association, Kim Soo-yeon. These were the things that the young man had been wearing during the incident at the portal. It was decided to keep them in case the hunter needed them. Lee Jun-kyung left the hospital and going out into the city center looked around. It was the Age of Heroes, Gangnam. Before, he wouldn't have been able to set foot here on his own. Lee Jun-kyung thought that everything in this city looked bright and peaceful. Kim Soo-yeon, a representative of the association, approached our hero and said he had been waiting for him here. The young man suggested that he follow him to the association. He believed that it was not worth wandering around the city for a hunter who had just awakened. But there was no need to worry, As soon as he was registered, he would be offered comfortable apartments to live in. Kim Soo-yeon congratulated him in advance. The test showed that Lee Jun-kyung was an S-rank hunter. In this country, not many people receive such a rank immediately after awakening. Kim Soo-yeon suggested continuing the journey in a comfortable car, explaining the rest after registration was complete. Usually, after awakening, people receive an F rank or E rank. Hunter ranks are listed in alphabetical order. The higher the rank, the more prospects open up on the horizon, and the special treatment from society only grows. Kim Soo-yeon said that the registration went smoothly and showed Lee Jun-kyung the apartment where he would be staying. The young man stepped over the threshold and was extremely surprised when he saw the interior. Everything looked very old-fashioned. However, he said that he really liked it here. The guy thought that today was a special day. After all, he was finally able to become a hunter. This is what it's like to have your own home for the first time in your life. Kim Soo-yeon said that someone wanted to meet the hunter Lee Jun-kyung. Our hero was surprised. Could someone really want to meet him? Who could it be? There shouldn't be anyone here who knows he's from the future. Kim Soo-yeon explained that it was the head of the High League Guild that saved Lee Jun-kyung. They were interested in this hunter. However, the request could be declined if he felt uncomfortable meeting them. The association representative added that it was a very active guild that attracted a lot of attention. Kim Soo-yeon introduced the young people to each other. The guild leader introduced himself as Yeon Seong-gu and remarked that Lee Jun-kyung was quite tall. They needed people like him. Our hero thought he recognized this man. That bald head was impossible to forget. Song-gu-yeon asked what Lee Jun-kyung was staring at. Lee Jun-kyung came to his senses and looked away. The young man said he didn't mean to offend his interlocutor. It was unintentional. The guy thought he had almost made a mistake. He could have been caught off guard. Who would have thought that he would meet his mentor from the future so soon? Song-gu-yeon said that everything was fine, but hadn't they met before? For some reason, Lee Jun-kyung looked familiar. Lee Jun-kyung replied that he had lost all his memories after becoming a hunter, so he wasn't sure. Our hero bowed and thanked the bald man for saving his life, along with his men. The young man thought that he was looking at a hero who would close countless gates in the future and save many people. Song-gu-yeon thought that he was a very polite young man. Lee Jun-kyung understood that he was looking at a forgotten hero who was believed to be dead. Heimdall Song-gu-yeon. They met again. Lying on the bed in his apartment, our hero looked at his hand and thought, everything here is real, but what had happened to his body? It felt like it belonged to someone else. However, seeing all his moles in the same places, he realized that it was indeed his body. Lee Jun-kyung possessed the trait of a player, a demon king, a hunter not of this world. He, too, was a forgotten king. The young man did not understand why he had the ability of a demon king, probably because the fallen angel became his patron. So what happened to the demon king? Our hero knew nothing more. He didn't think he would be able to get answers right now. Lee Jun-kyung thought that he had returned to the past and received the most powerful ability that literally everyone desired. He had gained power. Power that could change the world for the better. Hunters Association, training class, young people are waiting for the teacher. A man wearing dark glasses entered the auditorium and greeted those present. He introduced himself as Bae Sang-soo, one of those who would be teaching the young people. Those present were surprised. Could this really be Bae Sang-soo, the B-rank hunter? Could there really be a hunter among them who had caught the attention of the association? Many thought that this was their chance. If they managed to attract attention, they could join the association or a good guild. Everyone wanted to become like that. Bae Sang-soo said that there would be a seminar on hunters today. After that, as soon as the students chose their weapons, they would undergo a combat test. However, there was no need to be nervous. Did everyone present know how the awakening of hunters took place? One of the young men suggested that one must be chosen by a supernatural patron. Bae Sang-soo confirmed this. The strength of hunters is determined immediately after awakening. However, hunters are capable of leveling up. Who here knows how this is possible? A student replied that it is either by closing the gate or by earning the patron's attention through some achievement. It is also possible to obtain certain skills or items from additional support. Bae Sang-soo said that this was an excellent answer. He could see that everyone was prepared. Then he would ask a more tricky question. What is the purpose of a patron? As expected, no one wanted to answer. All hunters ask themselves this question, but no one knows the answer. Who are the patrons, and why do they choose people, turning them into hunters? Bae Sang-soo looked at the young man and wondered what was wrong with him. Everyone else was trying to attract attention, but not him. The teacher asked if the young man could answer the question. Baek Sang-soo noted that the answer could be given in any form. There was no single correct explanation. He was interested in the young man's opinion. Lee Jun-kyung asked in surprise, "Isn't it some kind of entertainment?" Baek Sang-soo asked what the young man meant by that. What kind of entertainment was he talking about? Lee Jun-kyung explained that a character who hunts monsters is chosen. The patrons enjoy it when the character becomes stronger. It's like a game, the young man thought. The Demon King assumed that the patrons viewed this world as nothing more than a game. Despite all the power he had gained, he was unable to escape death because of this assumption. The patrons must value their secrets very highly. The opponents met in the arena. The girl stood with a weapon in her hand. Teacher Bae Sang-soo said it was an excellent choice because she had chosen a sword. The girl confirmed that she was ready to begin the lesson. However, there was noticeable indecision in her eyes. Baek Sang-soo announced that she would fight a hungry goblin with glowing red eyes. He added that even if she couldn't defeat the goblin, it didn't matter. Whether she passed the test or not, he would decide. Baek Sang-soo noted that the goblin had been brainwashed so that it could not kill a human or inflict critical wounds. The test began. The goblin ran into the arena and immediately lunged at his opponent. The girl did not stand still either and rushed towards the monster. The brave hunter swung her sword energetically. The goblin couldn't even get close to her. The monster appeared behind the girl and lunged at her with a loud cry. Bae Sang-soo thought this could be dangerous. However, the girl spun around sharply and cut the goblin in two at the hip joint with a swing of her sword. At the end of the battle, the exhausted and emotionally drained hunter lay on the arena floor. The body parts of the destroyed monster lay scattered around her. Baek Sang-soo said it was impressive. She managed to counterattack in such a situation and destroy the goblin. It was excellent work, and the girl passed the selection. Then the last contestant was invited. Lee Jun-kyung entered the arena. He had a spear and a shield in his hands. Baek Sang-soo thought that the combination of a spear and a shield looked rather strange. Our hero understood that he would only be able to attend the graduation courses if he passed this test. If he proved himself now, he would receive many benefits. The mentor announced that the final test was about to begin. Unfortunately, however, all the goblins had already been destroyed, so the test would be conducted with a different monster. Since the opponent had changed, the rules would also change. The young man did not need to kill it. It would be enough to get the mentor's approval to pass. Baek Sang-soo also said that the monster had been brainwashed, so it would not be able to inflict dangerous wounds. Besides, as long as the B-rank hunter was there, there should be no problems. Lee Jun-kyung suggested that the enemy would be a kobold, as it is similar in strength to a goblin. The young man said he was ready. The instructor replied that in that case, the test would begin. He added that he was impressed by the young man's response during the seminar, and hoped that he would not disappoint here either. The monster Lee Jun-kyung had to fight turned out to be an orc. This orc possessed the strength of 2 adult men and incredible vitality. The hunters watched the fight on large television screens. All the hunters who saw the orc were extremely surprised. Since when do orcs participate in training fights? Baek Sang-soo explained that this had become necessary thanks to a hunter who had awakened with a B rank. He had appeared out of nowhere and was now one of the strongest hunters in the world. Lee Jun-kyung was a hunter who awakened with a C rank and managed to deal with all the goblins and their leader at the D rank gate. How could a hunter accomplish something so incredible at the very beginning of his journey? Their association couldn't let a diamond like this slip away. The fallen angel watched Lee Jun-kyung closely. The orc rushed at the young man and was immediately wounded in the shoulder by a spear. The monster was in pain and screamed. Lee Jun-kyung thought he was facing a stupid opponent. How could he attack relying only on brute force without any tactics? The young man decided that the fight would be easy. However, the spear got stuck in the monster's body and could not be removed. Lee Jun-kyung pulled on the shaft and felt that the orc possessed enormous power. The hunters were outraged. Wasn't this too dangerous? The instructor should stop the fight immediately. Baek Sang-soo had to admit that the young man's attack was flawless. If an ordinary person had been in the orc's place, they would have died from this attack. However, the monster was underestimated. Lee Jun-kyung was forced to use his shield for protection. Safety comes first. Bae Sang-soo, thinking rationally, decided that if he didn't intervene, things could end badly. The magic sword was activated. The huge monster tried to strike his opponent, but the hero showed his skill and deftly dodged the enemy's attacks. Lee Jun-kyung seized the moment and delivered a crushing kick to the monster's head. The monster received a powerful blow that caused serious damage. The hunters watched this moment on a widescreen panel. Who is this young man? Is he really a beginner? One of the hunters said that the young man had gripped his spear to throw the orc off balance. He had managed to defeat the orc right there in class. The mentor thought, Was that a skill? A newly awakened hunter already has such abilities. He didn't even cast any spells, so it must be a high-level skill. The shield's durability dropped to 0. This was the first time this had happened since the beginning of the hunter era. The young man had leveled up. His mastery of fire reached the 2nd level. The monster was destroyed. But Sansu decided that they should not let such a person slip away. He must be recruited into the association, whatever the cost. The mentor said it was incredible. Hunter Lee Jun-kyung passed the test. The protagonist thanked the instructor. Our hero thought that power over fire was truly an outstanding skill. Power over fire was the basis of the demonic control he had used since the beginning of his career as a hunter. It was not just a skill, but true power. Unlike ordinary skills, which cannot be improved without a patron, this one could be developed through one's own characteristics. However, the equipment could not withstand such incredible power. To use this skill, equipment made of at least high-strength metal was required. The young people met and decided to chat. Son Guyan wasn't sure if he should be there. Lee Jun-kyung said that of course he should. After all, it was a housewarming party. The casual conversation moved to the hero's apartment, where they had a light dinner. They talked about the seminar, the tests scheduled for the next day, and the places they would like to visit. Kim Soo-yeon was appointed curator. He reminded them that the final test would take place the next day. The test would be held at the gates, but he was sure that Lee Jun-kyung would have no problems. Song Guyan asked what Lee Jun-kyung had decided about his proposal. The guild leader said he didn't want to miss out on this young man. Kim Soo-yeon noted that the atmosphere at the table had become tense. One of the best guilds was trying to recruit this guy. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Lee Jun-kyung. Lee Jun-kyung replied that he had to decline. The guild leader asked why. He couldn't understand this decision. The offer seemed extremely tempting to him for someone who wanted to become a hunter with an active lifestyle. Lee Jun-kyung thought that when he returned to the past, he had considered all possible scenarios for the future, and the one where he became close to Song Guyan seemed too dangerous to him. The hero added that he did not want to join any organization yet. However, if Song Guyan ever needed his help, he would always be happy to provide it, until he had repaid his debt for being saved. Kim Soo-yeon did not understand what was going on. Was the newbie really going to help one of the strongest A-rank hunters? The start of the final exam was announced. Bae Sang-soo said he would now say a few words about the exam process. The venue would be the gate. However, there was no cause for concern. The instructor added that he would personally accompany the students. Our hero understood that the mentor was a B-rank hunter, and his magical power surpassed that of everyone present. Baek Sang-soo noted that they would leave the gate as soon as they had gathered all the necessary supplies. Lee Jun-kyung took all his weapons with him, a spear and a shield. As always in such cases, the young man felt that the air was somehow viscous. This viscosity was felt for a reason. Baek Sang-soo drew attention to this peculiarity of the air, explaining that it was related to the strong magical power in the gate. The mentor warned that when encountering monsters, it was necessary to strictly follow his instructions. As they advanced through the dungeon, Bae Sang-soo signaled that they should remain silent. Monsters armed to the teeth appeared ahead. They took up a circular defensive position and prepared to attack the hunters. The instructor announced that the monsters were approaching and ordered the hunters to prepare to use their weapons. Hunters number 1 and 3 took up their starting positions. The hunters gripped their weapons tightly and prepared to repel the attack. The monsters were attacked and destroyed. With a loud cry, hunter number 3 dealt with his prey. Then the instructor called hunters number 8 and 16. These two hunters acted just as competently and skillfully. The monsters were defeated beyond recovery. Baek Sang-soo announced that it was now Hunter Lee Jun-kyung's turn. In the next moment, our hero rushed into the attack so quickly that his colleagues did not even have time to notice him. Lee Jun-kyung approached the green enemies at the speed of the wind. All the monsters he ran past were destroyed with a single blow. Lee Jun-kyung only stopped when he had completely fulfilled his task. The other hunters were amazed by Lee Jun-kyung's speed and courage. One of the hunters asked in surprise, "Did this guy really just awaken recently? What's the point of him training here?" Baek Sang-soo thought that Lee Jun-kyung's skill with weapons was simply incredible. He is as good as a B-rank hunter. He cannot be overlooked. They must get this genius. Information came in that the hunter had increased his level. The test squad led by Bae Sang-soo advanced deeper into the cave. The mentor warned that they would soon arrive at the boss room. However, this boss was different from the goblins they had encountered before, so they needed to be extra careful. Baek Sang-soo reminded them to prepare, drink potions, check their weapons and equipment. Lee Jun-kyung thought about how the Demon King had the power of a player. But he was destroyed by the 12 heroes before he could unleash his full power. This would not have happened if he had not leveled up faster than them. Lee Junkyung came to the right conclusion. They had to do everything possible to become stronger than the 12 heroes of Eden or anyone else. Baek Sang-soo warned that they were continuing to move in the given direction. Soon, the hunters began to realize that something incredible was happening. Our hero was surprised. What kind of overwhelming magical power was affecting them in this way? An order came from the senior officer. Everyone must retreat immediately. They had to run to the gates. Baek Sang-soo began to move toward the enemies, and a fireball was already flying after him. The mentor thought he needed to dodge, but if he did, his charges could be hurt by the ball. Baek Sang-soo stopped, turned around, and activated the Poisonous Fang skill. The mentor took out his daggers and prepared to repel the devastating attack. His poisonous fangs were unable to completely stop the blow. Baek Sang-soo looked back to check on the recruits. However, they were unharmed. What the poisonous fangs couldn't repel, Lee Junkyung blocked with his shield. Everyone was safe. He saw that Lee Junkyung was standing in front of all the recruits, with the other students under his protection. The mentor said that the hunter Lee Junkyung was simply incredible. The young man replied that he had managed because the instructor had blocked most of the fire attack. Information appeared that the fallen angel had asked the player to destroy the Great Goblin Sorcerer. The hunters saw the Great Goblin Sorcerer, capable of easily destroying B-rank hunters. Are they really in a low-level gate? The danger level assessment is clearly off. Either way, it is necessary to retreat. The only one who can handle him is Baek Sang-soo. Baek Sang-soo noted that even for him, the Great Goblin Sorcerer would be a difficult opponent. All hunters should leave the gate and call for reinforcements. Lee Junkyung approached the instructor and said he wanted to fight the Great Goblin Sorcerer. Baek Sang-soo replied that he should not overestimate himself. He knows that the young man has defeated many goblins and even an orc, but the Great Goblin Sorcerer's ability is based on magic, not physical strength. His magical attacks can easily destroy a B-rank hunter. Lee Junkyung said that he knew how strong the monster was and understood how to fight it. Yes, the Great Goblin Sorcerer was a B-rank opponent. He possessed fire magic. His main skills were fire arrows, fireballs, walls of fire, and shields of flame. Our hero asked his mentor, "Are all the monsters here designed so that beginners can defeat them?" That's why he wants to take his chance. But Sang-soo thought, what is this blind self-confidence? However, he agreed. The young man used his firepower to attack the Great Goblin Sorcerer. His opponent, of course, did not expect such an attack and was very surprised. The hunters said that this couldn't be. Lee Junkyung not only completely deflected the fireball, but even counterattacked. Baek Sang-soo, as a professional, understood that Lee Junkyung had not blocked the fireball, but absorbed it. But how did he do it? The Great Goblin Sorcerer hastily began to create magic circles to protect himself from the attack of the uninvited hunters. A huge wall of fire appeared between the rivals, which was impossible to overcome immediately. The hunters decided they had made a mistake. They definitely couldn't handle this. They would simply be crushed by long-range magic. Lee Junkyung decided that he would not take a step back. Moreover, he was ready to attack. The Great Goblin Sorcerer resorted to yet another trick. The protagonist immediately realized that splitting was being used. Lee Junkyung was ready for this. The young man created a zone around himself that was free from the magical effects of fire, which the Great Goblin Sorcerer was using to suppress his opponent. Lee Junkyung said that control over fire was an incredible skill, and rushed through the wall of fire toward his opponent. The young man attacked the goblin and practically riddled his entire body with wounds. His fellow examinees realized that Lee Junkyung had done it. The rookie had indeed defeated the Great Goblin Sorcerer. The fallen angel was delighted with the super newbie's feat, and information appeared that the mission was accomplished. Due to the successful completion of the mission, the fallen angel became Lee Junkyung's patron. The young man humbly accepted this news. Our hero finally gained another ability that made the Demon King so incredible. Baek Sang-soo personally reported everything to the president of the association. The president of the association assumed that the instructor wanted to meet with him because of what happened during the final test. Exactly what he had just told him. The president confirmed that everything was exactly as Baek Sang-soo had said. That meant there was no time to waste. The president asked the instructor how great the boy's potential was. Baek Sang-soo suggested that the goal the president was striving for was quite achievable. The president decided that this should be given top priority and that he should meet with the young man as soon as possible. Lee Junkyung was surprised when he realized that the young people had already arrived. Kim Soo-yeon said that he had been waiting for the hunter with the head of the High League Guild. Kim Soo-yeon added that he was worried when he learned that the rank of the gate the hunter had entered had suddenly risen from E to C. But apparently, this did not cause any problems. Song Gu-yeon asked if Lee Jun-kyung had received an invitation to join the association. Our hero had indeed received such an offer. The hunters were surprised. They had tried to recruit this guy into the association. That couldn't be. Lee Jun-kyung apologized and said that he did not want to be associated with any group at this time. The young man thought that joining the association would speed up his progress. But then he wouldn't be able to hide anything. Secrecy was his second nature, especially considering that he had come here from the future. Lee Jun-kyung decided that the president of the association was part of the system, so he couldn't get involved with him. Whatever the cost, he had to avoid him. Son Gu-yeon asked a personal question. Did the young man have any food preferences? This question turned out to be more difficult than joining the association. The young man weighed the pros and cons and replied that he liked ramen. Son Gu-yeon said that in that case, he would invite the young man to eat well, with lots of meat. After visiting the dungeon, the young man simply could not do without a shower. Lee Jun-kyung recalled all the stages of his evolution after he ended up in the past. He needed to check his status urgently. Now he was at level 11. Thanks to the patronage of the fallen angel, he could summon one familiar. No ordinary hunter is capable of summoning. Only 12 heroes possess this ability. It was thanks to this ability that he was able to accomplish all these feats. Therefore, it was not surprising that he managed to defeat the Bone Dragons, Balrog and Cerberus. Lee Jun-kyung thought that he had received the same powers that the Demon King once had. The familiars he summoned would be no worse than those of the Demon King. The player had one chance to summon a familiar guaranteed by the fallen angel. The young man activated the summon. Kim Soo-yeon suggested that Lee Jun-kyung take a look at the information displayed on his smartphone. It was information about himself. Kim Soo-yeon had heard that Lee Jun-kyung had defeated the Great Goblin Sorcerer. How did he do it? Why didn't he mention it earlier? Lee Jun-kyung was surprised. Had he made the front page, even though no personal information about him was provided? Of course, the association's higher-ups already had this information. Kim Soo-yeon noted that hunters had become more popular than many idols. However, this clearly did not interest the young man. Lee Jun-kyung said that there were much more important matters he wanted to discuss. Kim Soo-yeon was naturally interested. The young man said he wanted to participate in dungeon clearing. He was allowed to participate in dungeon clearing and successfully completed the tasks. He even leveled up. However, there was no reaction to the monsters he destroyed, including the boss. How could they be used? The young man thought that a familiar must be incredibly powerful or possess special skills. But he still couldn't absorb a single soul. All this time, our hero thought that he needed the souls of monsters. Was he wrong? After another dungeon clear, Kim Soo-yeon congratulated the young man. The association representative said that Lee Jun-kyung had already completed his 4th dungeon raid. If he had any items for auction, he could hand them over. The young man handed over his trophy weapons. Kim Soo-yeon noted that the hunter had mastered everything, grasping everything on the fly. As soon as the items were sold at auction, the funds would be transferred to Lee Jun-kyung's cryptocurrency account. Our hero asked when he would be able to enter the next gate. His interlocutor replied that there were no more gates available for reservation. Lee Jun-kyung was surprised. The world was literally being torn apart by gates that couldn't be closed, but he couldn't reserve even one. How was that possible? Kim Soo-yeon explained that a guild had recently appeared and was gradually building its reputation. They had reserved about 20 low-level gates on their own. Lee Jun-kyung thought, even if these are low-level gates, how could one guild reserve all 20 for themselves? Kim Soo-yeon confirmed that the hunter was right. Usually the association rejects such requests, but since the gates they reserved had been cleared earlier, the association had no choice but to approve the request. Lee Jun-kyung asked, "Is the head of this guild really named Choi Yeon-seon?" His interlocutor confirmed this. Kim Soo-yeon added that it was a Northern Army guild. It was founded by Choi Yeon-seon, who was nicknamed Super Rookie before Lee Jun-kyung appeared. Lee Jun-kyung thought that this man would soon earn the title of hero and firmly establish himself as a subordinate of the 12 gods. Among other things, he would become famous as a ruthless killer and absolute tyrant. Lee Jun-kyung thought, here they are, meeting each other. It was the god of war, Gunther. Peaceful residents took to the streets to demand that construction be stopped and their lives be protected. Even the rain could not stop these protests. An assistant reported to his master that the riots were getting out of control. What should be done? Gunther said that they were just ants. If their homes were destroyed here, They would simply build new ones elsewhere. Was there any reason to worry about the lives of some ants? Gunter called the protesters despicable slaves. He said he would let them survive, and even that would not be enough for them. Lee Jun-kyung, walking through the city, thought that after this incident, half of the residents of the village where he lived had died. It was a terrible tragedy. Passing by, our hero heard someone's cries for help. An old man was asking people how they could do such a thing just because they were hunters. One of the hunters kicked the cart, damaging it. The old man asked them to stop this lawlessness. It was immoral. Lee Jun-kyung decided to intervene and restore justice. He approached the old man and asked what these guys were doing here. One of those present asked, "Who is this guy?" Lee Jun-kyung said that he heard suspicious noises and came over. "Are these two really hooligans?" The man asked how this guy dared to talk to him in such a tone. Our hero's eyes flashed, and he said that these two had started it. The men assumed that this young man was a hunter. It's better not to mess with someone like that. Lee Jun-kyung turned to the old man and asked what had happened. The bully said that the old man had injured his precious body with his cart. The man added that he was simply demanding the necessary compensation from the old man. The old man said that this was slander. Nothing like that had happened. These people had kicked his cart first and started causing him bodily harm. Lee Jun-kyung angrily asked why these people had broken the old man's cart. The man replied that the young man was a hunter, so he should understand everything. Anyone who attacks him becomes his enemy. So what's the big deal about breaking a cart? The young man should be more careful. The man added that he was beginning to perceive the young man's actions as attacks against himself. Lee Jun-kyung said he was willing to let these people go, as they had not harmed the elderly. The man was outraged. How dare this kid give him orders? The hooligan tried to attack our hero, but Lee Jun-kyung used hand-to-hand combat techniques to fend off the attack. Moreover, the man was thrown aside and, falling to the ground, suffered some injuries. Another hooligan took out a hunting knife and decided to resist. Lee Jun-kyung said he never thought he would see a weapon in such a place. Apparently, this man was very confident about what would happen next. The hooligan, on the other hand, was not so sure of himself. The villain asked his opponent. He didn't have a guild yet, did he? The thug rushed to attack, waving his dagger. He said that they were on a different level than trash like this young man. Lee Jun-kyung got angry and counterattacked the attacker. The bully was naturally deactivated. The young man said, "Judging by the skills of these hooligans, it can be assumed that the guild is nothing serious." After law enforcement arrested the suspects, the ringleader asked if our hero knew who they were. The thug said that the old man had attacked them first. Association representative Kim Soo-yeon thanked Hunter Lee Jun-kyung for sorting everything out. Lee Jun-kyung said that the deliberate attack by hunters on an ordinary person is a serious crime and is punishable by the full force of the law. Kim Soo-yeon noted that there is a witness to all this. The association will take care of everything else. Kim Soo-yeon asked if they were worried that the guild would want to take revenge on the old people. The association would keep an eye on it, so there was no need to worry. Lee Jun-kyung remembered that the hunter said he was a member of a guild. Where is this guild located? Kim Soo-yeon said that it was the Northern Army Guild that Lee Jun-kyung had recently inquired about. Our hero thought, "It's impossible to take all the contracts for low-level gates without help from the inside. The Northern Army Guild and the rotten hunters from the association are today's problem." Our hero hoped that they would act much more quietly. However, this proved impossible. 2 days later, as expected, the protagonist was recruited into the association as a striker. A few days later, the old man whom Lee Jun-kyung had saved changed his testimony. The attackers were found innocent. Lee Jun-kyung, who had helped the old man, became the attacker and the main defendant. Our hero understood everything, but still felt depressed. Kim Soo-yeon said there was no need to worry. Everything would turn out fine in the end. The association wasn't that corrupt yet. Lee Jun-kyung thought that Kim Soo-yeon must not know. But for someone who had come from the future, the association had been rotten from the moment it was formed. Kim Soo-yeon invited his companion inside. The association representative asked Hunter Lee Jun-kyung what he remembered from the incident at the gate. The association representatives were interested in the incident that had occurred a few days ago, as Lee Jun-kyung was the first to report it and detain the members of the Northern Army. The man asked if it was true that Lee Jun-kyung had threatened the life of the elderly Lee Moon-soo. In addition, he gave false testimony about the members of the Northern Army Guild regarding who attacked first. Lee Jun-kyung replied that this was not true. The representative was surprised. Was the young man claiming that their testimony was fabricated? A cross-examination was proposed. The elderly Lee Moon-soo entered the room. Our hero thought that this man was being blackmailed. Everything in the association was rotten as expected. Lee Jun-kyung told the old man not to worry. Lee Moon-soo confirmed that the young man had attacked him. The association representative thanked the victim and let him go. The man asked if Lee Jun-kyung had anything else to say in his defense. At that moment, the phone rang. It was the same representative of the Northern Army who had been harassing the old man. Our hero realized that, in any case, the association knew why the testimony had changed. But only the old man would be in trouble for giving false testimony. Lee Jun-kyung could do nothing in such a situation. He lacked the power. Son Gu-yeon, meeting with our hero, said he had heard the news. Kim Soo-yeon reported that he had called the head of the guild just in case, since he no longer had any connections in the association. Lee Jun-kyung thanked the young people and said that they must be very busy. Song Gu-yeon remarked that Lee Jun-kyung was already doing well. An old man named Lee Mun-soo approached the young people. The old man knelt down and apologized to the hunter Lee Jun-kyung. With tears in his eyes, the old man said that these scoundrels had threatened his granddaughter, so he had no choice. He couldn't let that happen. Instead of helping the hunter, he brought even more trouble. Kim Soo-yeon asked indignantly, "Did the North Korean army threaten and blackmail the old man? Then why is he only talking about it now?" The old man explained that if he had said anything earlier, his granddaughter would have been in danger. However, what was done could not be undone. All he could do now was ask for forgiveness, which is what he did. Guild leader Song Gu-yeon assured the old man that his granddaughter would be fine. He would personally take care of it. The old man should not worry about these scoundrels, and could go home in peace. Our hero has developed a habit of recording everything on video, as he has found himself in similar situations many times before. From this day forward, he must not overlook anything. A man was walking towards him. He was surprised and said that he did not expect to meet the head of one of the largest guilds here. They are so close to the super rookie, about whom there are many rumors. It was the head of the Northern Army. Kim Soo-yeon was surprised. How could this man know everything? Could it be that the mole in the association was his personal informant? The head of the Northern Army extended his hand to introduce himself and said his name was Choi Yeon-seon. Sun Gu-yeon greeted him and said he was pleased to meet him. Sun Gu-yeon, without letting go of the commander's hand, said he wanted to warn him. Don't be so arrogant if you don't want to become an enemy to him and this super rookie. Sun Gu-yeon added that he would even rephrase it. Choi Yeon-seon was not even fit to be his footstool. He should act more cautiously if he did not want to die. Kim Soo-yeon said that this was complete nonsense. How could they only be fined when they tried to destroy an ordinary person? Lee Jun-kyung thought that hunters would be untouchable in the future. It was much more important to know what had happened to the old man. Kim Soo-yeon said that false testimony against a hunter was a serious crime. But thanks to Lee Jun-kyung filming everything on video, the actions of the North Korean army members were recognized as wrong. However, they were given a simple warning, and the scoundrel was released. Lee Jun-kyung realized that Song Gu-yeon had a hand in this. The young man asked how things were going with the North Korean army. Kim Soo-yeon replied that they had gone quiet. Lee Jun-kyung couldn't believe that they hadn't taken any action. A cold-blooded and ruthless killer who will become the god of war. Gunther firmly believes in retribution, so he will definitely take action against our hero. Lee Jun-kyung asked if Kim Soo-yeon could continue to monitor the actions of the Northern Army. Our hero thought that he would not sit idly by either. Lee Jun-kyung thought that he believed in retribution no less than anyone else. Sun Gu-yeon expressed surprise at the meeting. He did not think that Lee Jun-kyung would contact him for a joint trip to the gate. Lee Jun-kyung stated that the gate was much higher in rank this time, so he requested the guild's support. Sun Gu-yeon said that it was a great honor for him to fight side by side with the hunter Lee Jun-kyung. The guild members were surprised to see the famous super rookie. After all, it was a great honor for them to fight alongside Lee Jun-kyung. The young people greeted each other and said they were happy to meet. However, our hero could not remember their faces, which was not surprising, since the story of the Demon King and all the guilds of the highest league had been erased from all pages. Son Gu-yeon announced that they were descending into the dungeon through the gate and reminded them that it was an S-rank gate. The negotiations were conducted with undisguised excitement. Choi Yong-soo, deputy head of the Northern Army Guild, asked indignantly, was he really going to let it go so easily? After all, they had only just begun their expansion and increase in influence. The knight wondered if it would be better to strengthen their influence in their existing territories before expanding. After the last incident, didn't it seem like the members of their guild were gradually getting out of control? The knight was the deputy head of the Northern Army Guild, Jong In-chang. Choi Yong-soo said that these scoundrels were wrong. Ordinary people are no more than cockroaches, living only because they are protected from hunters. Just think, They bowed their heads and apologized to such insects. The knight was indignant. What did Choi Young-soo just say? Did he want to come out and talk like a man? The head of the Northern Army Guild shouted for them to be quiet and called them to order. He added that Young-soo was right. The guild leader said that for daring to pick on them, they deserved to be punished to the fullest extent. He was just as interested in this as anyone else. The head noted that this person had said the same thing as him. Apparently, he also had an interest in this arrogant creature. He said that the stage would soon be ready. They just had to wait for his signal, because defeat was unacceptable in the Northern Army. The huntress in the dungeon reported that the traps had been disarmed. Now they could proceed without any problems. The squad commander stated that they would continue along the established route. Suddenly there was a surprise attack, but the hunter activated the earth shield in time. Another hunter used his fireball skill and sent a fireball toward the approaching monsters inhabiting the dungeon. Lee Jun-kyung thought it was very impressive. Most of these skills can be learned right here. Our hero couldn't believe he was seeing excellent hunters in real battle. He had never even dreamed of such a thing before. The monsters were destroyed and exterminated. They didn't have the slightest chance of escape. The squad commander acted superbly. Lee Jun-kyung watched Sun Guyon's actions and thought that this hunter was simply incredible. The guild leader told Lee Jun-kyung to be honest with him. He had asked for support only to see how strong he and his guild were. Lee Jun-kyung said that the top league guild was truly great, and its leader was the coolest and most incredible. Song Guyon was extremely strong, although he did not show everything he was really capable of. One of the hunters said that they also wanted to see what the super rookie was capable of. Song Guyon joined in with this request. Our hero thought that there was no need to hide his abilities from Sun Guyon and picked up his spear. The protagonist engaged in battle with a group of armed and aggressive monsters and emerged victorious. The hunters who watched our hero's actions were extremely surprised. How can this hunter activate his skill without a spell? He mastered high-level abilities so quickly. He really is a super rookie. Each of Lee Jun-kyung's strikes hit its target, and the number of monsters around him decreased. Song Guyon thought that Flaming Spear was not just an ability, but a power. The hunters said that now they had seen everything. It was no wonder this young man was called a super rookie. Even their leader was not at that level. The hunter asked the head what he had been doing and why he had not recruited the young man into the guild. Sun Guyon stated that his offer was still valid. The head added that their guild was strong and continuing to grow stronger. Sun Guyon suggested that the young man had gone through a lot before this moment. Lee Jun-kyung thought that the guild leader was right. He had managed to understand his inclinations and goals. Heimdall, whom he knew, did not possess any powers of insight. The guild leader said that the scoundrels from the Northern Army would not sit quietly. If Lee Jun-kyung joined the guild, they would not dare to harm the young man. Son Guyon once again told Lee Jun-kyung to join the highest league, and added that he was willing to give the young man the position of guild leader. Everyone present was surprised, because it was not even the position of deputy head. The protagonist said that he greatly appreciated the offer, but was forced to decline. Son Guyon said he understood. The young man's eyes were set on something much grander. The young man received a message on his smartphone from the Hunters Association. The association needed his help. The Northern Army and about 100 other hunters. Sun Guyon said that this was an order to mobilize hunters. Considering that the largest guild was the Northern Army, it all seemed suspicious. Lee Jun-kyung thought, could Choi Young-sun be using the association? That means this is where we need to start. The knight of the Northern Army read the message and was surprised. Had they changed so much? Choi Young-soo, whom he had known since childhood, and his older brother Choi Young-seon had changed completely since they met that man. The warlike but warm-hearted Choi Young-soo no longer values ordinary people as human beings, and the guild leader considers everyone around him to be worse than himself, whether they are ordinary people or hunters. They are trying to destroy the hunter simply because his actions have undermined the authority of the Northern Army. The guild is rotten from the inside, and its honor can no longer be restored. The knight thought that in any case, he could not abandon these two. The knight received the same message on his smartphone. Now he had to decide, justice or friendship. Our hero met, as is customary in such cases, in an industrial area with a representative of the Northern Army Guild, and gave his name. The knight said he would not introduce himself. The knight thought this was very reckless. He no longer sensed anyone else's presence here. Could it be that this guy came to the meeting alone? Lee Jun-kyung said that there were only 2 of them here. There were no traps, so there was no need to worry. The knight said he would say only one thing to his opponent. The young man should have received a mobilization order from the association, and this order must be rejected. Lee Jun-kyung knew that their entire guild was also being mobilized, right? He replied that he did. The knight remarked that since Lee Jun-kyung had only recently become a hunter, he might not know how terrifying hunters could be, especially the head of the Northern Army Guild. He was not the safest person. It was extremely dangerous to meet him on the street, and it was even more dangerous to enter the gate. Lee Jun-kyung thought that in that case, the Northern Army Guild was a guild of chaos. There were also devils among the patrons. They gave orders to destroy people or to carry out mass destruction. The guild formed by such a group was called the Chaos Guild. The knight was surprised. What did the young man just say? Lee Jun-kyung replied, "Didn't Zhong-in Chang, the deputy head of the guild, tell him that himself?" If something else was meant, there was no reason to warn him about the danger. Lee Jun-kyung said that he understood everything. Even after hearing Guild of Chaos, the knight had nothing to add. The knight shouted that Lee Jun-kyung should not dare to insult their guild. The young man said that Zhong-in Chang himself should already understand this. The Northern Army Guild was rotten to the core. The leader and deputy leader they trusted had changed. The knight thought that the young man had become a hunter only a month ago. Even with his rapid leveling, it was clear that he was no weaker than an A rank. Zhong-in Chang thought that this guy knew that no one would attack him. Could he really read between the lines? This young man even knew about him. The knight wondered who Lee Jun-kyung really was. Zhong-in Chang, also known as Siegfried, was a dragon slayer. However, his most famous name is the Almighty Siegfried. It was he who managed to defeat the most terrifying monster, the Demon King. After that, he received unprecedented power from his patron. He was granted eternity. In the future battle against the Demon King, having received an order from his close friend Choi Yong-sun, he was unlucky enough not to become a hero, being destroyed by Choi Yong-soo. Lee Jun-kyung thought he should lure this man to his side. He may have strength and skills, but the main reason he is needed is his moral foundation. In the rotten army of the North, he was the only one who maintained balance within. Lee Jun-kyung cleared the undead lands. The young man thought that his weapons were simply unable to cope with the growing power over fire. It seems he has something else to prepare before mobilizing the hunters. He needs a new weapon. Our hero found himself in what seemed like a medieval fantasy smithy. The young blacksmith asked him to wait, as he was in the middle of his work. Our hero would never have thought that he would meet this blacksmith in person. He is one of the hunters who became a dwarf after awakening. The man who would soon become the wandering blacksmith, the hero of all the hammer fighters, Broch, Park Jae-hyun. 4 hours passed before Jae-hyun was free. The blacksmith asked the young man who he was. Lee Jun-kyung smiled. He had to wait 4 hours, and only now did the blacksmith decide to find out who was in front of him. He said he had come to order a weapon and asked if the blacksmith worked alone. Jae-hyun was surprised. Had this guy really come to him, a nameless blacksmith, for weapons? It all seemed very strange. And he was also interested in whether he was the only one working there. Lee Jun-kyung replied that he was interested because he had seen someone else's blacksmith's hammer. The blacksmith said that the young man had a keen eye. It was someone else's hammer, but that didn't matter. The young blacksmith asked why him. He had never made equipment before. It was all for fun. What brought the hunter to him? Lee Jun-kyung replied that his patron had advised him to come here. Jae-hyun asked if this patron worked directly with the young man. It seemed unlikely to him. Lee Jun-kyung thought that the blacksmith had no choice but to believe him. He himself felt the patron's direct intervention in his life. Park Jae-hyun was so famous that his patron directly influenced the fate of blacksmiths, as stated in the autobiography of the Demon King. Park Jae-hyun was the one who created all the weapons for the Demon King. But because of the influence of the 12 heroes, they were scattered all over the world. Park Jae-hyun supplied weapons only to the 12 heroes. The Demon King wrote, "If only Park Jae-hyun had remained on my side until the end, we would have changed history." Jae-hyun said that, given the strangeness of these patrons, he had no reason not to trust the young man. However, he would not be able to create anything for the hunter. Lee Jun-kyung thought, "Is the blacksmith in a bad mood right now?" And he asked what the reason was. The blacksmith replied that he was not friends with fire. That was why he had never taken orders from customers until now. Lee Jun-kyung smiled and extended his hand to the blacksmith. The young man declared that he would create the flame that the blacksmith needed. And indeed, a ball of fire appeared in our hero's palm. Lee Jun-kyung asked if the blacksmith was familiar with fire control abilities. Jae-hyun asked in surprise, "What can this small flame in your palm control?" Lee Jun-kyung replied that he had the power to control fire as he wished, and that it was not just possession, but complete subjugation. A week passed. The weapon was ready, and the protagonist held it in his hands. Jae-hyun stated that he would not be able to create the shield that the visitor requested. As previously discussed, it was impossible to do this alone. However, the spear contained the ability to control fire. The blacksmith had done everything in his power. He noted that he was sorry to say so, but with his current strength, this was the best he could do. It was a first-level Muspelheim spear. It was uniquely rare and enhanced control over fire. Lee Jun-kyung thought that the blacksmith had done the best he could. For something more, the direct intervention of a patron would be required. However, there are weapons that improve over time, but the chance is slim. Lee Jun-kyung thought that if he had at least one such weapon, he wouldn't have to change weapons. The blacksmith said that the weapon was still unfinished. That guy wasn't here yet. For this flame, the weapon remained low level. Lee Jun-kyung had to return, but he shouldn't be too late. The blacksmith noticed the bracelet on the visitor's wrist. Jae-hyun asked, "Is this a bracelet from a patron?" It seems that his sponsor is also not a simple person. The blacksmith said he wasn't sure, but he had a bad feeling about it. He thought it wasn't worth using. The conversation was about the bracelet on his wrist. Lee Jun-kyung thought the blacksmith was right. It was just a guess. The skull is the keeper of souls. It will be difficult to fulfill the call while he is participating in the mobilization of hunters. After testing the weapon, our hero realized that it was much more than he had expected. Lee Jun-kyung thought that if he could win Jong In-chang over to his side, the chances of victory would increase. Everything is becoming more difficult, but if everything goes as described in the book, it will give him an undeniable advantage. He realized that he must become stronger now. To improve his skills, our hero participated in dungeon clearing and monster slaying. The young man thought that even if it was possible to become stronger through hunting, 2 weeks would not be enough. Even sleep would be a waste of time. 2 weeks passed. The head of the Northern Army Guild addressed his subordinates and said that all preparations were complete. The day had come when the Northern Army would rise from the shadows. Everyone would learn the name of their guild. The guild leader was enveloped in demonic energy. It was an incredible magical power. The guild leader's assistant reported that all the requirements for becoming a hero had been met. Everything was going as he had said. The guild leader declared that today the world would be shaken by the name of the Northern Army Guild. The hunter thought that he would finally get the title of king. Kim Soo-yeon drove our hero in an official car in the specified direction. He asked if Lee Jun-kyung really intended to go, because he could die. The Northern Army Guild is far more vicious than it seems. The guild that tried to raid the Northern Army last time was destroyed. Lee Jun-kyung already understands this. Kim Soo-yeon asked again, "Are you really going there after everything that's happened? You're an important person to the association. Nothing will happen to you if you don't go." Lee Jun-kyung reminded his interlocutor that nothing is more important than one's own life. Our hero added that he knows this very well. He will not participate in the mobilization in the hope for the best. He also said that these scoundrels would learn that life is not an empty sound, but something precious. A portal to the dungeon appeared on the coast of the city limits. The public was in an uproar. However, hunters were preparing to clear the dungeon and gathered near the portal. Journalists were also present at the scene to interview famous people. Lee Jun-kyung heard that the top league guild had declined to participate in the raids this time. In that case, why was the guild leader here? Song Guyon replied that he had already declared the Northern Army to be enemies, and stated that the super rookie was his friend. How could he be anywhere else? Song Guyon asked if Lee Jun-kyung would go there even if he tried to stop him. The protagonist gave an affirmative answer. The head of the highest league guild is not here to stop him. Song Guyon said that Lee Jun-kyung must already know, but the head is stronger than he seems. He is officially registered as B rank. Lee Jun-kyung suggested that this hunter had already risen to A rank. Song Guyon confirmed that he felt the same way. He was amazed at how strong Lee Jun-kyung had become. No matter what happens in the dungeon, the young man has a well-developed plan of action. Song Guyon added that he would eagerly await Lee Jun-kyung. Our hero asked why the guild leader needed this. Song Guyon replied that if the young man did not come out of the gate, he would not let the guild off the hook for what had happened. Lee Jun-kyung was surprised. Does Sun Guyon really intend to destroy the entire guild if something happens? The imminent start of the raid was announced. All preparations must be completed, and everyone must gather at the meeting point. Choi Yong-seon would become a hero gyunter, and the gate called Rhine would destroy countless people. However, this is where history will change its course. It was announced that the hunters were entering the gates of the Rhine. The protagonist decided that this is where he will get all the glory he rightfully deserves. A large crowd of hunters and others involved in the event gathered near the gate. At one point, the head of the Northern Army Guild declared, "It has finally begun. Under the influence of the gate's characteristics, the magical power has changed. The hunters did not understand what this meant. It was the first time they had received such a message. It turned out to be impossible. The rank of the gate had increased. The gate's special feature had been activated. The exit was blocked. Countless awakened beings gathered in one place. The patrons turned their gaze to this place. The hunters shouted that their bodies felt like they were on fire. The awakened entered the special gate. The density of magical power will increase. The hunters began to panic and demand to be let out of the gate. After all, this was already an A-rank gate. A-rank gates are considered impossible to clear without a heroic rank hunter. Some hunters fell into despair. Lee Junkyung thought their reaction was quite expected. After all, this place could be their doom. He looked at the leaders of the Northern Army Guild. They didn't even flinch. They must have known about it. Apparently, this was exactly the situation that was needed. The guild leader shouted for everyone to calm down. He understood the general confusion and was just as shocked as everyone else. He also wanted to understand the reason for what was happening. However, the gate was still poorly understood. Unexpected events were constantly happening there. Scientists would work on the phenomenon. He said that the important thing now was not to despair. It was necessary to strive to survive. Choi Yong-sun, head of the Northern Army Guild, would clear these gates with his comrades. Lee Junkyung thought that this was the power of the ruler of the currents. All the hunters were simply being incited. Thanks to the influence of the fallen angel, our hero had resistance to coercive command. The younger brother asked the guild leader, "Should we get started?" The head replied that the wave of these gates would last a very long time. The guild's forces needed to be conserved as much as possible. He told the hunters to follow the plan as previously agreed. Choi Young-seon declared that he was going to destroy everyone. However, he needed people to spread rumors. His guild would conserve its strength until the order to retreat was given. The deputy asked, "Is that possible?" The hunters aren't that stupid. They will follow the leader's orders, but as soon as they realize that the Northern Army isn't really interfering, everything will become clear. The leader repeated, "As far as possible, we will send insects in our guild to help them so that they do not become suspicious." The younger brother thought that the leader was going to sacrifice even the members of the guild. Choi Yong-seon looked at our hero and said that this young man worried him. The boy's eyes seemed to see through all his plans. It would be best to get rid of him as soon as possible. The head thought that Jong In-chang was, as always, a loyal executor. Because of his kind-hearted nature, he had to reveal part of the plan. But there was no point in doubting his skills and loyalty. The guild leader told the knight to keep an eye on the young man and destroy him when the opportunity arose. Choi Yong-seon added that it would be better for him and for the entire Northern Army. The wave was close. The hunters saw the monsters advancing. One of the hunters said they were mermen. Their rank was not so dangerous. However, if they grouped together, they would be difficult to deal with. They had to act quickly. Lee Jun-kyung thought that the monsters were advancing without formation. Even low-level monsters were very reckless. He realized that the hunter's location was critical. The monsters were attacking using water as a weapon. Lee Jun-kyung shouted that the wounded should be sent to the rear guard, and the rest should form a formation. The protagonist decided that it was too early for him to intervene. First, he needed to properly assess the situation. The head of the Northern Army Guild ordered his men to destroy the enemy. The hunters, obeying their commander's order, immediately rushed at the monsters. Lee Jun-kyung thought it was impossible. Had Choi Yong-seon already deployed his guild members? The hunters engaged in battle with low-level monsters. Those hunters who were wounded were immediately treated by healers. Lee Jun-kyung understood everything. Those who fought the mermen were the lowest-ranking members of the Northern Army. The leadership unscrupulously used their subordinates to encourage the other hunters. The guild leader was willing to sacrifice the rank and file for the sake of his own reputation. Lee Jun-kyung activated his weapon. He decided that everything was much simpler than it seemed. Our hero moved to attack, intending to engage the monsters. The knight from the Northern Army continued to watch him. Lee Jun-kyung once again declared that the Northern Army Guild was rotten to the core. The guild leader and his deputy had completely changed. It all started when they met that person, which was followed by changes. The knight thought that this young man was right. The Northern Army was indeed rotten. If things continued this way, many hunters and guild members would die. Choi Young-seon told the knight that he believed in his loyalty and righteousness. The knight was sure that the Corner Guild had a specific plan. Lee Jun-kyung joined the battle against the monsters, and everyone noticed it immediately. The young man took the brunt of the attack, and using fire magic, destroyed a huge number of monsters. The hunters were surprised. Could such a person really be participating in the gate raid? Now they had nothing to fear. The knight was surprised. Had Lee Junkyung really managed to level up so much? Just 10 days ago, they were at the same level. However, now he had exceeded all expectations. The wave had been cleared. There was a short respite. Some patrons deigned to give a small reward to those who had awakened. The fallen angel was pleased with the young man's performance. The guardian of the long spear became interested in Lee Junkyung. The spherical representative also showed interest. The Lord of all things wet took notice of him. Lee Junkyung thought that many sponsors were watching him. Would he be able to use multiple patrons like the strongest heroes? During the break, the hunters approached Lee Junkyung and expressed their gratitude. They were interested in this man's name and which guild he belonged to. Lee Junkyung said that this was not the end. There were still many waves ahead. Everyone had better hurry up and get ready. The current gate rank should be no lower than A rank. The hunters said they understood and began the necessary preparations. Our hero looked at the head of the Northern Army Guild. The young man was sure that the head was going to take control of these hunters by intervening at the most crucial moment. However, the young man completely ruined his plans. Once everything was over, these hunters would be on his side. The protagonist decided to check his status and opened the corresponding window. The young man was already at level 24. Lee Junkyung thought that these gates would become the foundation for his growth. Here, he must reach level 30. The next wave began. The mermen attacked the hunters again, using water cannons. Lee Junkyung won repeatedly. The fourth wave was cleared. This time there were casualties. A hunter reported that 4 had been taken out. Would they survive? Lee Junkyung once again thought it was impossible. However, he wanted to leave the gate without casualties. The protagonist was surprised. Why was the Northern Army still not fully participating in the battle? Lee Junkyung shouted that he knew their plan. The guild leadership intended to conserve the strength of their army and not engage fully in battle. The hunters supported Lee Junkyung. If you think about it, he was right. Not a single member of the Northern Army had died. They hadn't even been wounded. Lee Junkyung said that they should at least fight properly. Or were they going to continue to sit back and watch as the other hunters sacrificed themselves? The deputy head asked his brother, "Is this normal? How can we tolerate this?" Choi Young-seon thought his plan was falling apart. After clearing the waves using the useless guild members and hunters, he planned to attack them. But now that was unlikely to work. They realized that they were going to be sacrificed, and now the low-ranking guild members were also alarmed. The guild leader thought that the plan he had prepared had worked in this young man's favor. Choi Young-seon ordered to continue as is. They needed to observe a little longer. Considering that Lee Junkyung had already expended enough energy, the difference had become too great. Now it would be easier to defeat this guy. Moreover, he continues to expend his stamina, fighting at the forefront. Now it was time to take care of his imminent demise. After the 5th wave was cleared, the semi-final boss appeared. A water monster of incredible size. The hunters shouted that it was a water golem and rushed to attack it. However, the golem possessed destructive power and proved to be invulnerable. The water golem's blows were equivalent to a powerful jet from a fire hose. It was impossible to resist them. How could they defeat it? As always, the protagonist came to the rescue. Using fire magic and armed with a spear and shield, Lee Junkyung launched another attack. Fire attacked water. Who will emerge victorious from this confrontation? As a result of decisive action, the water golem was significantly damaged. Lee Junkyung won a local victory. The protagonist said that the gates were full of magical energy. One should not rely solely on one's own strength. It is necessary to use one's wits and knowledge to use the energy of the gates. Weapons must be filled to the brim with mana. The archer was surprised. Isn't this something only high-ranking hunters are capable of? We should listen to the advice and try it. The attack on the next water golem resumed with renewed vigor. The hunters realized that their tactics were working. Now, they too could win. Lee Junkyung suggested that the damage to the golem had increased, but attacks of this level would not be enough to defeat it completely. The protagonist thought, to destroy this semi-final boss, you need to destroy the core that stores all its magical power. However, it was too early to act. They had to wait. The hunters noticed that the water golem was consolidating its strength again and was about to use the same attack. They would have to dodge again. Lee Junkyung thought that there was only one chance left to defeat this golem. He had to act now, while its core was exposed. The young man thrust his spear forward and rushed into the attack, casting all doubts aside. The attack was so swift that the semi-final boss did not even have time to react. Its water body was pierced through. The final boss was destroyed. The patrons turned their attention to Lee Junkyung. The young man reached out his hand, and the spear returned to him. The return ability he had gained while leveling up proved to be incredibly useful. One of the hunters said he remembered hearing rumors about a strange hunter with a long spear and shield. This was the Super Rookie. The hunters were thrilled to have met a real hero. Now they would definitely be able to survive. They had to trust the Super Rookie. Lee Jun-kyung thought that he had finally managed to gain the support of several patrons at once. However, the fallen angel expressed extreme dissatisfaction with this fact. The other patrons lost interest. Lee Jun-kyung was upset and thought that the player's skill was also good. The young man believed that the Demon King also could not have several patrons at the same time. He was incredible. He was not supported by many patrons, but he still managed to become strong. The head of the Northern Army Guild was angry again. What did this guy do to become so strong in such a short time? Choi Yong-seon thought that what he was seeing indicated that this hunter was close to A rank. He should not be underestimated. The knight approached the guild leader and said it was time for them to make their move. Could everything that had just happened have been part of his plan? They couldn't just stand by and watch. The knight added that if the head's plan had been completely ruined, then they needed to chart a different course and start moving forward again. The guild leader became angry. Was the knight asking him to stop trying to kill Lee Jun-kyung? Did he think they had lost? He had created the Northern Army and raised it to such heights. He was not the kind of hunter who retreated. Choi Yong-seon told his hunters that they would now take full part in clearing the gates. The leader said that the king would never allow his pride to be trampled on. The knight took off his helmet and placed it in front of him. Choi Yong-seon announced that he was promoting the knight to deputy guild leader. However, with his timid face, it would be difficult to control the guild members. Choi Yong-seon assessed the situation on the battlefield and said that the opponent was clearly asking for death. The hunters pounced on the monsters, eager to show what the Northern Army Guild was capable of. However, the Super Rookie did not sit idly by and continued to act actively. He cleared wave after wave without any problems. The protagonist was leveling up as usual. From the outside, it seemed like he was wasting his stamina, but by leveling up and becoming stronger, he was restoring it drop by drop. Lee Jun-kyung didn't notice a huge monster with glowing eyes creeping up behind him. An unfamiliar voice shouted about the danger. Lee Jun-kyung reacted in time and used fire magic to repel the monster's attack. Our hero looked around and saw a girl nearby. She said that this guy lacked eyes in the back to cover his back. Lee Jun-kyung realized that it was Jong In-chang standing in front of him. The young man said he didn't need that. The girl became sad and thought that this guy was disappointed in her. However, she couldn't give up because of something like that. Jong In-chang decided to make every effort and even exceed her limits. The girl decided to show Hunter Lee Jun-kyung her determination, even turning her back on the Northern Army. She attacked the bloodthirsty monster alone. Jong In-chang believed that her comprehensive justice would protect people. The hunters were upset about the injuries to their comrades and searched for a potion that could heal them. They also asked for help from the healer. Lee Jun-kyung thought it was hell. At the beginning, there were 111 of them, but now less than half remained. Jong In-chang asked the young man if he was okay. Lee Jun-kyung replied that he was fine and asked how the girl was feeling. The hunters of the Northern Army Guild began to belittle Jong In-chang and undermine her dignity, calling her a traitor. Lee Jun-kyung thought that she was still the deputy head of the guild. How could they say such things? Although the Northern Army had always been based on the destruction of others, its members had a strong sense of justice. Lee Jun-kyung said aloud that Jong In-chang was the deputy head of the guild, and she couldn't deny it. The guy suggested that the girl join him, since she had already turned her back on those she had cared for so long. Jong In-chang replied that this was precisely why she had done so. The girl added that she was joining Lee Jun-kyung because these people were dear to her and she wanted to take care of them. Jong In-chang said that she could no longer sit idly by and do nothing as she watched them continue to slide into the abyss. The protagonist said that the head of the Northern Army Guild would make his move anyway, even if it was beyond his abilities. Jong In-chang replied that there was no need to worry, as she was ready for it. The final wave began. Everything pointed to the appearance of the final boss, the river worm. Lee Jun-kyung said that this was just madness. Jong In-chang suggested that the head of the Northern Army Guild probably had a way to destroy this boss. The girl added that this method was given to the leader by On, and she was sure of it. He had a method for destroying such a giant monster. Before Choi Yong-seon begins hunting this monster, there are those who will strongly oppose the completion of the raid. First of all, it is necessary to deal with them. Lee Jun-kyung and Jong In-chang stood together against a huge number of hunters. The hunters did not understand what was happening. The girl said that the Northern Army had used them treacherously. Had they not noticed these oddities? The leadership planned to destroy everyone in order to claim the spoils for themselves. Zhong In-chang said that as the deputy leader, she could tell the hunters the whole truth. The girl added that the leadership was now planning to attack them. Li Junkyung was surprised. What a sudden change of mood. Hunters become stronger when they are cornered. The hunters decided to fight back if they were going to die anyway. The guild leader asked what this senseless resistance was all about. Nothing would change anyway. The northern army would continue to act according to plan. Choi Yong-seon loudly summoned the river worm, waving his sword. Li Junkyung looked at the monster and wondered in surprise. Was it really sucking up all the water? After that, the water worm released a huge amount of water upward. The consequences could be equivalent to a flood. Li Junkyung understood everything and declared that the enemies were using the river worm to subdue the battlefield. If the guild leader completed the raid on these gates, he would become another hero born in this era. A rotten hero. The god of war. Gyunter. Li Junkyung thought that he had been pumping himself up non-stop all these days. But would he be able to win? Choi Yong-seon said that the flame of this young man was indeed strange. How could it continue to burn in such heavy rain? Li Junkyung, with his weapon in his hands and burning with flame, was ready to fight any opponent. The young man thought that in this case, all he could do was fight. Choi Yong-seon and Li Junkyung clashed in confrontation. This battle was inevitable. Our hero, still burning with passion, swung his weapon to strike the head of the Northern Army Guild. Choi Yong-seon naturally did not expect such a reaction from a novice. How could a boy exert such pressure? Where did he get such abilities? After all, they were now on the riverbank. The guild leader believed that his abilities should increase significantly, especially since he had already reached A rank. Li Junkyung admitted that when he entered the gate, he was much weaker than the guild leader. However, he did not sit idly by. Choi Yong-seon asked anxiously, had the young man's patron granted him incredible support during this time? The protagonist replied that he had been conserving his energy by moving like a child, and had continued to level up while hunting. Our hero noted that none of this mattered, because that wasn't why he was speaking. The temperature of the fire continued to rise relentlessly. Now, no amount of water could extinguish this fire. The guild leader realized that he would not defeat his opponent this way. He needed to take a technical approach. Choi Yong-seon shouted loudly so that the river worm would hear him and protect him. The villain declared that the young man had become so bold only because he had received a little support. However, he had granted even more power. Power that was on a completely different level than that which had been granted to this boy. Now, his true power would be hammered into his head. Li Junkyung thought that the river worm's protective instincts would now be activated. It was as if he were protecting his own child. Choi Yong-seon now stood against the backdrop of a huge monster, feeling incredible support behind him. Li Junkyung thought, it's now or never, and without fear of the monster, rushed at the guild leader. Of course, Choi Young-sun did not think that the young man would have enough courage. Our hero struck a blow, but the protective field initiated by the monster saved the guild leader from the attack. Choi Yong-seon, feeling the monster's support, decided to counterattack his opponent and even swung his sword. The guild leader declared that if his opponent fell to his knees and begged for forgiveness, he could count on mercy. The Northern Army would be the only one to emerge victorious. Zhong In-chang intervened in the confrontation. The girl asked the guild leader, what about their oath to protect humanity? Where had his great ideals gone? The head of the Northern Army Guild and Li Junkyung, standing opposite each other, continued to argue. Choi Yong-seon was surprised. How could this guy jump into the worm's mouth? Li Junkyung replied that the guild leader was mistaken. He was just waiting for the worm to eat the guild leader. When they protect their offspring, they can swallow them and guard them inside their bodies. And no matter what kind of worm it is always dry inside. The young man added that in the dry stomach of the worm, the power of the patron Lord of the Rivers would be reduced to 0, and his ability to control fire would become much stronger. Choi Yong-seon said that this was impossible. He was the king and had been chosen to become king. The guild leader approached our hero and asked who he was. Li Junkyung, using fire magic, decided to show who he was and attacked his opponent. At that moment, the skull of the Guardian of Souls absorbed the hero's soul. The young man knew that the skull of the Soul Keeper did not absorb the souls of monsters. It needed human souls, and even stronger people who had been training for a long time, like those who had become heroes. The fallen angel overthrew the Lord of Rivers. All support from the Lord of Rivers was stopped. Li Junkyung thought in surprise. Could it be that the patron had perished at the hands of the fallen angel? However, the Book of the Demon King said that patrons never perish. At that moment, a black raven appeared from the dark energy. The raven said that the young man had not answered. What was the answer to his question? Lee Jun-kyung remembered his confrontation with the guild leader. The young man declared that he had destroyed the hunter, not the monster. He follows the path of a tyrant, not a peacemaker, even the path of the demon king. But that alone is not enough. In order to change this world, he would take on any dishonor or sin. He would even surpass the demon king. The black raven flew away, saying that he had received an interesting answer and that they would see each other soon. The protagonist saw the black raven turn back into dark energy, which dissolved into the air. Lee Jun-kyung, bidding farewell to the raven, told it to tell its master every little thing it had seen. The boss of the Rhine River Gate, the river worm, was killed. He was engulfed in flames and had no chance of escape. The player made the greatest contribution and received the essence of water, and his level was also raised. The hunters looked in amazement at the young man who had defeated the river worm. The hunters happily and surprisingly noted that the super rookie had defeated the river worm. Jong In-chong shouted loudly. The protagonist looked back and saw his opponent attacking him. Our hero reacted lightning fast and managed to block the attack with his shield. The deputy head was furious and asked what this guy had done to his brother. Why did he ruin everything? Lee Jun-kyung continued to fend off the guild leader's brother's attacks, with no intention of counterattacking. Only after his opponent had exhausted himself did our hero press his spear against his chest. Lee Jun-kyung stated that the reason these people had gained such tremendous power as hunters was to protect humanity from crisis. With great power comes great responsibility. Those who bully those who are much weaker have no right to call themselves hunters. Lee Jun-kyung said that today he had seen too much bloodshed for no reason. He turned away from the guild leader's younger brother and said that he must repent. In that case, he would be able to continue living. However, the deputy guild leader took a sword from a secret place and decided to attack the hero, saying that he would destroy him. At that moment, Jong In-chong managed to jump and deflect the attack of her former comrade. The deputy guild leader was surprised. How could she do such a thing? The skull of the Keeper of Souls absorbed another soul of the hero. Lee Jun-kyung asked the girl if she was okay. Jong In-chong replied that she should have stopped them earlier. If she had done so, such a tragedy would not have happened. The hero said that In-chong should not feel guilty because she was different from them. The girl said that this was the end for her. Now she had no right to touch the sword and would live until she had atoned for all the sins of the Northern Army. Lee Jun-kyung thought, has Jong In-chong broken down? After all, her destiny is to become a great hero. The young man decided that he would not let her do this, because she deserved better. For now, all he could do was watch over her. As they left the gate, the hunters were met by journalists and members of the public. One of the representatives said that he was from the Hunters Association and asked the journalists to refrain from excessive filming. The journalists were surprised and asked, where had the head of the guild, Choi Yong-sun, gone? For some reason, Choi Yong-soo was also nowhere to be seen. What really happened in the dungeon? Where did most of the Northern Army go? Could it be that the hunter standing in the middle led the raid? Many were curious about what had happened. The head of the High League Guild said that it was the rumored S-rank super rookie who had awakened. The head of the High League Guild added that these hunters had just returned after a difficult gate clearing and needed time to rest and recover. Sun Gu-yeon asked that these hunters be given a well-deserved rest. The gate, which 110 people entered, became special. Only 39 people returned from the depths. Thanks to the super rookie, even more casualties were avoided. The black raven circled outside the window, flew in through the window, and landed on the table next to the man with the eye patch. The man said that Hugin was late. He suggested that this hunter probably knew about their ability to control the river worm, as well as how to become heroes. It was quite interesting. The raven replied in its own completely incomprehensible language. The man realized that the guy was getting stronger by hunting monsters. This meant that they needed to meet with the survivors of the raid on the Rhine River Gate. To do this, they had to prepare everything. The man said that they no longer needed the Northern Army. The person on the phone replied that he understood and would prepare everything necessary for the press. The door opened, and Jong In-chong entered the room. A representative of the Northern Army Guild leadership stood on the podium in front of the hunters. The girl said she was tired of being a hunter. She had thought about it a lot. The young people did not want to part with the deputy head of the guild just like that, because they had become very close during this time. Jong In-chong looked back and saw the hunters standing behind her. The men said that Jong In-chong had done nothing wrong. It was all the brothers' fault. No one else was to blame. The hunters knelt down and asked the guild leader not to let go of her hands. One of the hunters said that he wanted to live a decent life so that he could look his son in the eye with a clear conscience in the future. they would take the sins of the army upon themselves. The fate of the deputy head should not end this way. Zhong Inchang replied that it was her duty, as she was the last remaining captain on this sinking ship. The young men were not obliged to take on this sin. The hunter said that there was something the deputy head did not know. Their hands were already covered in blood up to their elbows. Sun Guyun wondered if his statement to reporters about the young man was something he shouldn't have done. Lee Jun-kyung remarked that he should be thanking the head of the top league guild because he had managed to become even more famous. After the bald man's appearance before the press, Lee Jun-kyung instantly became a superstar. This was not surprising, considering that he had risen to A rank in the time allotted for clearing the gates. With a snap of his fingers, the protagonist rose from C rank to A rank. The press loves stories like this. He was a hero who overcame all adversity. What kind of dark horse was this, exceeding all expectations and clearing such gates? Sun Gu-yeon noted that only those who are known to be weak are called dark horses. This nickname does not suit a super rookie at all. Lee Jun-kyung said that, given his lack of background, it couldn't be said that the nickname was completely unsuitable for him. Sun Gu-yeon was very worried that Lee Jun-kyung would take this as interference in his personal life. Fortunately, this was not the case. Our hero suggested that he should tell the head of the top league guild about his next plan. Lee Jun-kyung asked his interlocutor how he knew that he was using hero creation to his advantage. The idea of creating heroes was not something that was discussed in this era. Sun Gu-yeon asked in surprise, was Lee Jun-kyung really capable of creating a hero? Lee Jun-kyung replied that the guild leader knew everything himself, as he was a member of Asgard. After these words, Song Gu-yeon was filled with excess energy, his body temperature rose, and his eyes began to glow. At that moment, the assistant asked the head of the association, "Is something wrong?" The head replied that he thought something interesting had happened. Lee Jun-kyung looked at Sun Gu-yeon and noted that this was his true power. The bald man asked in surprise how Lee Jun-kyung had guessed this. Lee Jun-kyung thought that when they first met, Heimdall was already a member of Asgard. The young man asked why Song Gu-yeon did that. It turns out that his actions stem from his knowledge of all the plans. Song Gu-yeon said that Lee Jun-kyung had beaten him to it and made his move earlier. He also had suspicions about his interlocutor. His incredible growth rate seemed to scream that he knew something. Lee Jun-kyung noted that this was probably why Song Gu-yeon had set a trap, and he, like a stupid fish, had taken the bait. Our hero thought that it was done unintentionally. He asked his interlocutor why he thought it was necessary, but there was no answer. Then Lee Jun-kyung declared that he intended to join Asgard. Asgard is a secret group of incredibly powerful hunters. The real war is about to begin. Jong In-chang asked why Lee Jun-kyung wanted to meet her. Lee Jun-kyung replied that he would get straight to the point and asked the girl to join him again. In-chang replied that she considered her usefulness exhausted at the gates of the Rhine River. She no longer had any authority in the Northern Army, so she was completely useless. The girl added that she was not a person capable of doing anything useful. The protagonist objected, noting that she was a very valuable asset. The girl was indignant. Lee Jun-kyung said this as if he knew everything about her. She admitted that the Northern Army was rubbish, and she was part of it all. Lee Jun-kyung looked at his interlocutor and asked what had happened. The girl said sadly that she had been unaware. She didn't know about the many atrocities that were happening behind her back. Many hunters committed crimes, obeying the orders of the guild leader. Lee Jun-kyung also remembered what they had tried to do to him. Secretly, they destroyed those who stood in their way. Choi Young-seon, as the head of the Northern Army Guild, viewed ordinary people as insects. Lee Jun-kyung thought that this was all very bad. For a person with such moral principles, the burden was too great. If nothing was done, she could break down completely. However, the Dragon Slayer could not be lost in this way. Lee Jun-kyung asked In-chang, if this continued to happen, what would she do? The young man said that the gates continued to appear, and the hunters continued to awaken new powers. Ordinary people could not even hope to resist such unimaginable power. If such things were happening in a small guild of the Northern Army, it was not surprising that the same thing was happening outside its borders. Was Jong In-chang really prepared to turn his back on all those in need? The young man added that he wants to eradicate this at its root, to get rid of all the evil that is happening around him. The time has come to determine whose side In-chang is on now. Lee Jun-kyung added that he wants to nip everything In-chang has heard and seen in the bud. The girl asked in surprise if Lee Jun-kyung really thought he could stop all this. She understands how powerful he is, but does he realize the true power that he possesses? She added that she is too weak to stand up to him. Does Lee Jun-kyung have any plan to change this world if enemies stand in his way? The young man made up his mind. and announced that he had come from the future. He added that something unimaginable will happen soon. Many will die, and the destruction preceding insignificant changes in the world will be immeasurable. When the time comes, he will need the power of Zhong and Chang. Li Junqiang asked if Inchang knew that the association would soon summon them. In that case, they would see each other there, and his offer still stood. The television reported news related to the Northern Army Guild. Many terrible deeds committed by this guild came to light, including the destruction of innocent people. Li Junqiang thought that things had gone much further than previously thought. Could this have been planned in advance? Now that they had become useless, they were simply disposed of. It was all his doing. The skull on the bracelet lit up again, emitting excess energy. The skull of the Soul Keeper had awakened. The skull of the Soul Keeper would be reborn as a true familiar. Li Junqiang thought that the skull had finally been restored. It absorbed the souls of the guild leader and his brother, as well as the essence of the water worm and the gemstone of the water golem. It was announced that the familiar's name was Hyun Mu. To summon it, one must call its name. The protagonist wondered how powerful this familiar was. A skull of comparable size appeared before him and asked if his master had summoned him. Li Junqiang was not surprised. Could this bone dragon also talk? Magic was like air. It floated everywhere. Li Junqiang, sitting in the lotus position, meditated so intensely that his whole body was covered in fire. Could it be that they were not using the true potential of magic? They were looking for a way to extract more power from it, the flow of mana. Li Junqiang thought that the method created by the Demon King to use the true potential of magic was described superficially, so attempts to apply it were not so easy. The young man understood that the point of no return might soon arrive. The moment of decision was approaching. When the time came, the current A-rank guards would be demoted to C-rank hunters. He needed to become stronger before that moment. But it was not so easy. Li Junqiang received a message on his smartphone. He was asked to go to the roadside, where he would be escorted to the association. He thought that the moment of their meeting had come. The association representative said that it was the first time he had seen a young man so excited. Kim Soo-yeon noted that even when the hunter entered the dungeon and the gates of the Rhine River, he never showed any excitement. It seemed that only a meeting with the president of the association could make him nervous. Although, indeed, he was not the kind of person with whom one could communicate freely. Kim Soo-yeon noted that there was no reason to be nervous here either. The super rookie had not been summoned because of a mistake. He would be rewarded for his merits, and they would chat a little. Li Junqiang stated that more than 50 hunters had died at those gates. Among them were the leaders of the Northern Army. He did not think that he had been summoned just to be congratulated on his survival and to find out how he was doing. This would definitely be an investigation. Son Guyan asked if Li Junqiang really wanted to join Asgard, adding that it was within his jurisdiction. Our hero knew that Heimdall had disagreements with Asgard. Their original goals were for the sake of humanity, but now much had shifted to the dark side. When Song Guyan met the Demon King, he already had serious doubts about Asgard, but there was no reason to leave. He was only briefly associated with the Demon King in Asgard, but left him shortly after. Li Junqiang thought he would get to Asgard faster than the Demon King, and then use everything he needed there to level up faster, until he squeezed everything he could out of Asgard. The protagonist entered the room and saw the president of the association choosing a book from the shelf. The president looked back and said that he had completely forgotten about the guest's invitation. He had been busy all day, but was glad to meet the young man. However, he was the guy who took care of the country's Hunters Association. The president's name was Jang Hyo-jin. Li Junqiang thought that this man had followed the actions of the Northern Army with great admiration and was mentioned in the biography of the Demon King. He is a powerful man who simply cannot be ignored. Jang Hyo-jin suggested dropping all pretense and getting straight to the point. The president asked the hero who he was. Jang Hyo-jin suggested that they already knew enough about each other, so there was no need to waste time playing games. Li Junqiang already had information that he had supported the Northern Army. The book said that not a single word Odin said should be believed. All his words were lies. Jang Hyo-jin said that he was bored, and now he was sure that they were completely different people. The president of the association said that the young man was very intriguing. Having awakened as a hunter, he fought many monsters at the gates and also defeated the goblin leader. After that, they tried to recruit him into the highest league. He also defeated the A-rank riverworms single-handedly. Jang Hyo-jin noted that the young man's leveling speed was simply unimaginable. However, questions remain. The president of the association asked why the young man destroyed the one he destroyed, and added that he personally raised Choi Yong-sun. Lee Jun-kyung replied that the president of the association himself saw everything clearly through the crow. He destroyed those who tried to destroy him. After all, it's perfectly clear. The president of the association said that the young man had destroyed the part of him that he had raised. Lee Jun-kyung asked, even though he was just a pawn, why not get straight to the point now? Our hero responsibly stated that he wanted to join Asgard. Jang Hyo-jin noted that this young man had a talent for surprising his interlocutors. Did he really know what Asgard was? Lee Jun-kyung replied that it was a group of first-generation hunters created to save humanity. The young man added that he was standing before Odin, the king of Asgard. Lee Jun-kyung repeated once again that he wanted to join Asgard. The book said that Odin had never been a good person. His eternal kindness was just a mask, and he had always been ruthless. But even he had weaknesses. The president of the association was surprised. How could the young man know all this? Lee Jun-kyung thought that he had used the information from the book and risked his life, but it worked. Jang Hyo-jin simply couldn't refuse because of his own curiosity. The president said that his eye also had no effect on the young man. Did Lee Jun-kyung know about his eye? The protagonist asked if he was referring to the eye that pierces the truth. The fallen angel destroyed all traces of mental interference from this patron. Jang Hyo-jin smiled and said that he would accept the young man into Asgard, but he had to pass several tests. Based on the test results, he could consider writing an application. The president of the association said that he would impose a ban on discussing what was happening here and now with anyone. Lee Jun-kyung noted that his patron had blocked not only the piercing gaze, but also the ban he had issued. It was good that Odin hadn't noticed anything. Lee Jun-kyung thought, if his patron was able to reflect the ban, then the fallen angel is capable of dispelling any mental attacks. If all this is really true, isn't it too unbalanced in ability? After meeting with the president of the association, our hero talked to In Chang. The young man asked why the girl was here. Yi Chung said sadly that she hadn't even been able to ask him why he had done all this. Lee Jun-kyung suggested that the president of the association just wanted to cut all ties with her, since she knew all the secrets. Lee Jun-kyung asked his interlocutor why Jang Hyo-jin left everything as it was. Was it just because she was innocent? The girl replied that the president was inventing new sins and placing them on the shoulders of the innocent, so there was no point in doing anything. The young man said that it was actually quite simple. The reason she was alive was only because she meant nothing to him. The president believed that whether she was alive or not, nothing would change. As long as the Northern Army existed, he could destroy it as a warning to another guild that was more beneficial to him. Lee Jun-kyung noted that this is why he is reaching out to the girl, because he is going to change this world. She may think he is vain or narcissistic, but she has nothing to lose anyway, so it won't get any worse. As is customary in such cases, the young people's conversation took place in an industrial zone at an old abandoned factory to avoid unnecessary witnesses. Jong In-chang asked what Lee Jun-kyung was going to do next. The young man suggested that the girl had found a patron inside the gates of the Rhine River. Which patron had set his sights on her? The girl showed him the red stone and added that she was not sure how to use it properly. However, her patron, the Prince Charming, had given her the Dragon's Bloodstone. The Demon King's autobiography said that this stone had only appeared 3 times. The Dragon's Bloodstone is needed to obtain Siegfried's eternal life. In-chang said she was ready to give the stone to Mr. Lee Jun-kyung. The young man was surprised. Did Jong In-chang understand how priceless this stone was? The girl smiled. Judging by his reaction, he knew the value of this stone much better. Our hero, of course, would like to get this stone. But would he give it away so easily? Lee Jun-kyung asked if it would be okay for In-chang to just give away the stone, since she got it from her patron. The girl replied that it was a gift to the one who recognized her and believed in her. She was looking forward to the moment when they would start working together. Lee Jun-kyung replied that he understood. He wondered how difficult and time-consuming it would be to obtain the Dragon's Bloodstone. However, in reality, it turned out to be much easier. Looking at the girl, the young man thought, could she really be that simple? Do people like that still exist? Lee Jun-kyung reappeared at the blacksmith's and asked how he was doing, since they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The young man was surprised. Why was Lee Jun-kyung here? Lee Jun-kyung looked at the blacksmith's finished products. There were a lot of pretty good weapons here. The protagonist said it was incredible. The blacksmith warned that they were not yet finished. The fire was, of course, just right, so the blacksmith was grateful for the help. However, the supply of raw materials left much to be desired. Lee Jun-kyung thought that even if the blacksmith's skills played a key role, the materials were no less important. Everything happened too quickly. The necessary materials would not appear out of nowhere in such a short time. Our hero showed the blacksmith the dragon's bloodstone. The dwarf said he had never seen such a mineral before. Lee Jun-kyung said it was not a gift. The blacksmith replied that he understood, because what kind of person would agree to accept such a valuable and mystical item as a gift? Lee Jung-kyung took a hammer from the wall and said he would borrow it. The blacksmith was surprised by the visitor's intention. The young man placed the dragon's bloodstone on the anvil and swung the hammer. As he did so, he told the blacksmith to watch him carefully. The dwarf shouted for Lee Jung-kyung to stop immediately. However, our hero only stopped when the stone was split in two. The blacksmith took both halves, which immediately turned into two stones. The young man was surprised. Was it really necessary to use it this way? The book said that if the dragon's stone contained enough blood, it was capable of regenerating, meaning it could and should be duplicated. Lee Jun-kyung placed half of the dragon's stone in the Muspelheim spear. However, it is not worth experimenting and playing around with this stone. Lee Jun-kyung added that he had plans for the other half as well. Our hero noticed the gladius, which is incredibly similar to Siegfried's gladius described in the book. The young man added that the second part of the stone should be placed there. After visiting the blacksmith, our hero's use of weapons became even more effective. The dragon stone absorbed the orc's blood. In Chang and Lee, Jun-kyung successfully cleared the dungeon. The girl admitted that the one-handed sword she was now using was extremely good. She had never used such a weapon before, but now the sword seemed to merge with her hand. Lee Jun-kyung thought, as expected of Apki Jae-hyun, no one could match his weapon-making skills. The young man asked his companion how much progress had been made in filling the dragon stone. The girl replied that the stone was about 2% full. The more they hunted, the higher the percentage of its filling. And Chang had no idea that this stone could be used in this way. One stone turns into two, and two stones turn into four. Giving the stone to the young man was the right decision. While the young people were talking, another monster approached them. The monster roared loudly, trying to disorient the hunters and put them at a disadvantage. However, Lee Jun-kyung dodged the blow and used fire magic to resist the monster. The young man thought that the boss of this gate was an ogre warrior. Where did he get such abnormal strength? And where did Jang and Chang go? Lee Jun-kyung looked back and saw that the girl was holding back the ogre warrior's attack, holding her sword in front of her. Siegfried's great sword was capable of repelling even countless dragon attacks. Lee Jun-kyung noticed that the monster was surprised that a human could repel its attack with pure strength. Yang In-chang decided to counterattack and swung Siegfried's sword. The monster was defeated. Lee Jun-kyung said he felt calm when the girl covered his back. The young man added that they would go there in 2 days. In-chang realized that it would happen very soon. Lee Jun-kyung noted that they would spend the next 2 days hunting to work together and improve their teamwork skills. This would slightly increase their chances of survival in the future. The young man thought that the time had come for the test that Odin had prepared for him. He reasoned that he had done everything he could with the limited time he had. It would be nice if In-chang could make a name for herself, but that would happen later, so there was no need to rush. The head of the High League Guild and our hero met again to discuss pressing issues. Song Guyan advised Lee Jun-kyung not to go on the mission tomorrow. If he went, he could die. It would no longer be an easy walk, like at the gates of the Rhine River. Lee Jun-kyung thought that the guild leader's words sounded sincere. Song Guyan asked him why he decided to join the league and what his true intentions were. In the end, the guild leader said that he trusted Lee Jun-kyung and was no longer worried about such things. The young man was surprised. Where did Song Guyan get so much faith in him? The guild leader replied that he didn't know himself, that it was like intuition. Song Guyan said that in any case, Lee Jun-kyung should not go tomorrow. Odin is probably already interested in the young man. If he does not take any test, Odin will still allow him to join Asgard whenever the young man wishes. Song Guyan suggested that Lee Jun-kyung had not yet earned the title. If he went tomorrow, he would only be awarded the title after he died. Lee Jun-kyung thanked him for his concern and added that there was no need to worry about him. Whatever happened, he would return alive. There was still much to be done. The young people met, and the protagonist congratulated Kim Soo-yeon on her promotion. Kim Soo-yeon expressed gratitude and stated that the hunter's endeavors are progressing well, which is highly beneficial for him as a curator. Even more remarkable is the opportunity to participate in an international expedition. It is an honor to be a hunter representing the nation. In-chang noted that Kim Soo-yeon is a good person. Lee Jun-kyung remarked that he hasn't changed at all, even despite his promotion. After a while, a portal appeared, through which it was necessary to pass. The special representative announced that the gates to London were open. they could leave, and it was desirable to return safe and sound. After a while, representatives on the other side announced that it was a great honor for them to meet such a famous dark horse face to face. They welcomed the young man to London. The young people greeted them and replied that they were also happy to meet them. They had been sent by the National Association of their host country. Lee Junkyung and his companion introduced themselves. In Chang noted that Lee Junkyung was fluent in several languages, which was very convenient. The protagonist thought that he had learned a foreign language only because in the era of Eden, if you didn't speak English, you wouldn't even be considered human. The welcoming party said they would accompany the young people to their rooms. Traveling through the portal is usually very exhausting. In the evening, there will be a party in honor of the arrival of all the hunters summoned for the expedition. Zhang and Chang noted that she was a little disappointed that she didn't speak English. What were the people passing by talking about? Lee Junkyung replied that some were happy to meet in Chang, but there were also those who made racist remarks. Those present stepped aside when a big man appeared in the hall. His appearance did not comply with the dress code, but he did not care. The big guy approached the young people and asked in surprise who they were. He expected to meet two idiots from Korea. But what were these two doing here? The big guy looked at our hero and said that this guy couldn't even throw a single punch. Why are there only weaklings in the Korean Association? Zhang In Chang didn't understand what the big guy was talking about. But from the look on his face, she guessed that it was clearly not good. Asgard is a secret organization that pulls the strings in Korea while remaining in the shadows. In addition to them, there are secret organizations around the world that lead hunters. They regularly fight for power and the right to have a voice and authority over the gates. One such event was the battle at the dungeon. The original goal of protecting humanity by hunting monsters had long been lost. They lost themselves by getting involved in a struggle to prove who was stronger. Gromila stated that the Korean couldn't even answer a direct question. Lee Junkyung thought that this man was completely lost here. He didn't fit in here at all. Originally, the battle at the dungeon was supposed to be a place where Choi Yong-seon, who received the title after winning at the gates of the Rhine River and became famous as Gunther, would participate. However, due to the intervention of our hero, the course of history changed, and Gunther ended up dying. Odin's original plans were ruined, and he was forced to send Lee Junkyung instead of Choi Yong-seon. Lee Junkyung thought that the bully didn't even compare him to Gunther. Was this the result of changing the past? A young man approached the bully and told him to leave the Koreans alone. The young man extended his hand and said he was glad to meet him. It was a great honor for him to meet the dark horse that everyone was talking about. The thug was surprised. Could this young man really be the dark horse? The young man looked at the bully and said that Demetrius was acting unnecessarily. He apologized for Demetrius's antics and asked them to ignore this stupid mountain of muscle. The young man said his name was George, and his title was Odysseus. Lee Junkyung remembered that this was indeed Odysseus, the hero who was unlucky enough to be destroyed by his partner Hercules in the future. Lee Junkyung shook his hand and said he was pleased to meet him. He added that he had heard a lot about Odysseus. George replied that he was embarrassed. His name was not even close to being a dark horse. Demetrius reached out his hand and decided to apologize, using the handshake as an act of reconciliation. He said his title was Hercules. Had the dark horse heard anything about his homeland, Greece? Demetrius asked the young man to accept his apology. According to the writings, Hercules was a real monster, and just one encounter with him was enough to give you the creeps. Zhang and Chang came closer and took Demetrius by the hand. The girl told the big guy to take his hand away. Her companion would not accept his apology. The Hulk was surprised. How dare she talk to him like that? However, In Chang squeezed Demetrius's hand so tightly that he couldn't do anything. George said he couldn't believe it. This girl was calmly restraining Hercules' brute strength. Hercules pushed the girl away and laughed. Could it be that they had another very interesting dark horse? That was impressive. The big guy said that they would definitely meet again in the future. George bowed, apologized again, and said they would see each other later. Lee Junkyung asked his companion if she was okay. The girl replied, "Not really. We'll have to defeat someone like this Hulk." According to the writings, Hercules was an invulnerable monster. Lee Junkyung said that they had no chance of winning against such a Hulk. However, he had a weakness that prevented him from reaching the top. However, this only worked under normal circumstances. Parties were held every night. Members of secret organizations got to know each other, gathering information about the strength of potential opponents. However, the Dark Horse Group did not participate in any of this, which caused dissatisfaction among some interested parties. The officer in charge reported that they had arrived at the location. He noted that it was incredible to be able to defend even while abroad. Lee Jun-kyung remarked that they could always engage in tourism at any other time. The employee said that he was still worried. The hunters needed to conserve their strength, given the upcoming expedition to clear the gates. In any case, he would wait for their return. The protagonist entered the gates of the ogre horde. The patrons took notice of him. Lee Jun-kyung stated that they would remain in the dungeon until they obtained what they needed. If it was not there, they would enter other similar gates. The young man told his companion to act as she would in her homeland, to train with an emphasis on defense. Lee Jun-kyung noted that with his current skills, he would not be able to withstand even one attack from Hercules. So In Chang's role was extremely important. Unarmed, Lee Jun-kyung went ahead and told In Chang, who was armed with a sword, to wait for him for a while. The girl was surprised. Weren't they going together? Lee Jun-kyung replied, "Not this time. In Chang would understand while waiting for him here." Lee Jun-kyung quickly skipped ahead, leaving the girl alone. Jong In Chang thought that just a few weeks ago, she had been overwhelmed with guilt because of the guild. However, now her heart was completely calm. Even her patron only sent her messages like disappointed or furious. Now his messages made it clear that he was satisfied, though it was all thanks to the hero. After a while, Lee Jun-kyung returned to the girl with a spear in his hands. He said that In Chang should immediately take the appropriate position to repel the attack. When the dust settled, armed monsters appeared from behind the hill. Fury was evident in their glowing eyes. Yi Chang quickly assessed the situation. A dozen ogres and the dungeon boss, a two-headed ogre, were approaching her. Without hesitation, the girl turned around and rushed to catch up with the protagonist. However, Lee Jun-kyung told In Chang not to run away. In Chang was genuinely surprised. Why shouldn't she run away from them, since they were all targeting her? The girl wondered if that was why he had told her to equip the title of Great Enemy of Ogres before the battle. Lee Jun-kyung continued to walk away and said that In Chang would be fine. The girl clarified. Was that why he told her to fill her entire inventory with healing potions? He nodded. Jong In Chang gripped her sword tighter with both hands and said she would do it. The ogres continued to chase the people, shouting loudly and demanding that they stop immediately. The protagonist summoned his familiar Hyunmoo. He appeared an hour later. Lee Jun-kyung told Hyunmoo to help In Chang by using a healing potion on her as soon as she was in danger. The young man thought it was time to find the missing piece of the puzzle that would allow him to defeat Hercules. Thanks to his power over fire, he was able to extinguish the flames simply by walking through them. A terrifying ogre appeared before the hero, a battle with whom they tried to avoid. Even the heroes nicknamed him the Red-Eyed Ogre Mage in the future for his terrifying power. The head of the High League Guild entered the association president's office without permission. The assistant asked what Sun Gu-yun was doing. The president of the association said that everything was fine and asked the assistant to leave them alone. The president asked what had happened and why the guild leader was behaving this way. Sun Gu-yeon replied that the president understood everything perfectly well. The president said, "Not at all." At that moment, a protective shell was created, so that information about the conversation would not leak out. The president said that now they could speak freely. He was interested in whether the guild leader would abide by the rules of Asgard. Sun Gu-yeon was surprised. Was the president really going to talk about the rules? What had happened to their main principle of acting in the name of humanity? Had it been overshadowed by the creation of all these important rules? The president was surprised. Did the guild leader dare to reproach him? Sun Gu-yeon said that he would reproach him if there was a chance that the president would listen to him. He added that it concerned Hercules. The president was surprised. What was Sun Gu-yeon talking about? The upcoming battle should be the final step in defeating Hercules. Was Olympus planning to terminate their agreement? Sun Gu-yeon suggested that it was the head of the association who sent Hercules, but the situation was much worse. Did the president really not have all the information? Is the president really going to send this guy to his death? Is he not interested in the super rookie? Sun Gu-yeon said that he is going there too. The president of the association said there was no need to worry so much. The young man's death was not part of his plans, including everything that had happened. However, a pact was made with the young man. If he finds himself in any danger, the pact will immediately notify him. The president of the association said that Olympus had violated their agreement and that this gave him free rein. Sun Gu-yeon thought what a cunning man he was. Could he have foreseen that everything would turn out this way? The pact would certainly ease their concerns, but the head of the High League Guild could not shake the feeling that something bad was about to happen. Odin and Heimdall did not know that Odin's pact had already been broken by the fallen angel. A huge monster was approaching the burning house. Lee Jun-kyung, with a fireball in his hand, thought that luring the monster away with fire was a good idea. Lee Jun-kyung said that he had found the reason why the anomaly, which looked like an ogre mage, was here. This was the most important piece of the puzzle in the battle with Hercules. Lee Jun-kyung saw the huge monster approaching him and was frightened for a moment. The young man started to run away, and the monster rushed after him. The protagonist did not understand how such a huge monster could move so fast given its size. This monster was a match for Hercules. Would it be possible to defeat it? The young man thought that he should avoid encounters with such monsters while he was preparing for the battle with Hercules. However, that made no sense. He had to win. Our hero stopped, turned around, and attacked the monster using fire magic. The gates were cleared. Lee Jun-kyung said that the situation could have taken a turn for the worse if the monster had managed to wound him. Before the battle at the dungeon, it would have been almost impossible to heal with potions. However, it seemed that In Chang had defeated the boss. The girl could be relied upon. Demetrius told Odysseus that he hadn't seen the guy since that day. Odysseus suggested that the Korean must be preparing. Demetrius added that he was terribly bored and asked if he could at least enter the gate. George replied that it was not a good idea. He did not need any more problems created by Demetrius. He was already one big problem, having ignored Olympus's orders and taken part in the battle at the dungeon. Hercules asked what he was guilty of. Why deliberately lose a fight when it was obvious that victory was possible? He was a fighter who despised such foolishness. George said that Demetrius was driving him crazy. The battle in the dungeon was about to begin. Demetrius said there was no need to worry. He would protect Odysseus anyway. The dark horse wouldn't even withstand a single blow. He liked that girl, so he didn't want to miss his chance. George thought about how many opponents he had acknowledged, considering how much he looked down on the dark horse. For some inexplicable reason, everything inside him foreshadowed something big. Jong In-chang asked her companion if he was going hunting again. She was ready to accompany him. Lee Jun-kyung replied that he was fine, but the girl was not in the best condition right now. In-chang asked who was responsible for her being in such a state again. Lee Jun-kyung said that thanks to this, In-chang had gained a very useful skill that would allow her to further develop her physical abilities and increase her endurance. Lee Jun-kyung told the girl to rest, saying he would manage on his own today. Lee Jun-kyung left the building and realized he was on Alchemy Street. That meant she must be somewhere around here. This place possessed enormous magical power. The young man entered one of the shops and apologized for the intrusion. The girl standing behind the counter greeted the visitor in the phone booth. The young man looked at the girl and thought he had come to the right place. The girl said that it was very rare to meet a representative of Korea here. What brought the young man here? A special potion or an item for some nefarious deeds? Lee Jun-kyung asked if the girl's name was Park Yoo-jin. The owner of the phone booth asked who he was and why he had shown up just as she had opened. How did he know her name? The protagonist wondered if Park Yoo-jin had forgotten her blacksmithing skills. She was the younger sister of the greatest blacksmith, the second blacksmith after him, and also the best alchemist, Hephaestus. The girl asked if this man had been sent by Park Jae-hyun. A week later, Yoo-jin said that she had melted the red ore as the young man had requested and coated the Muspelheim spear with it. Perhaps now he would reveal who he was. Yoo-jin added that this was the first time she had seen such a combination. Red ore and an object inserted into a spear. Had this man traveled all the way to England to find such a mineral? Even the people of Olympus had nothing like it. How did the young man even think of looking for these items? Lee Jun-kyung asked Park Yoo-jin to return to her home country. Our hero said that if the girl needed minerals or rare materials, it would be better for her to stay in Korea rather than remain here. Yoo-jin asked what he meant by that. Was he promising that he could always get her minerals that even Olympus didn't have? How arrogant he was. After thinking for a moment, the girl said that it sounded fun after all, and she liked it. The TV commentator, standing near the gate, said that the raid was about to begin. Hunters of all nations present here are invited to the gate. Jong In-chang asked our hero if they would really have to fight all these people. Lee Jun-kyung replied that not all of them. There were people here who were not interested in winning the battle for the dungeon. They were only interested in winning by clearing the gate. In-chang said she was glad. This meant that the hunters were not intent on destroying each other. Lee Jun-kyung thought that if there were people here who thought like the girl, everything would be different. However, now he had to disagree. Demetrius, who was also there, looked at the hunters and asked who they were and why there were so many nameless people here. The hunters looked at the big guy with apprehension. Everyone knew that nothing good could be expected from him. Hercules angrily asked what they were staring at. George told Demetrius to calm down. They hadn't even entered the gate yet. Hercules saw our hero, forgot about the other hunters, and decided to pay attention to this guy. Demetrius thought that the Korean's gaze was stirring him up. An invitation was extended to everyone to enter the gate. The hunters, keeping their distance, rushed in the given direction. Lee Jun-kyung told his companion that when they entered, she should run as far away as possible. In-chang was surprised. Why did Lee Jun-kyung want her to run away? Mount Catalan. Somewhere at the foot of the mountain, there was an explosion, and a bright flash lit up the surroundings. Loud cries were heard. Jung In-chang looked around and wondered what was really going on. Obeying her companion's request, the girl turned around and started running in the opposite direction. However, on the way, she saw a wounded hunter lying on the ground. The wounded man begged to be saved. The girl couldn't just walk by, so she stopped and gave the wounded man a healing and restorative potion to drink. At the same time, she asked what was going on. To avoid trouble, Jung In-chang drew her sword and began waving it around. Demetrius appeared out of the fog. He said that the girl had managed to block his attack after all. In-chang thought that this guy's attack was much stronger than that of the ogre boss. Demetrius was surprised. Was this really the girl who had been standing next to the dark horse? The bruiser added that he was very glad he had decided to take part. Demetrius swung his arm and prepared to deliver a devastating blow to In-chang. The girl dodged her opponent's attack, but noticed that this bruiser possessed unreal destructive power. Hercules continued to attack the girl and asked why she had fallen silent. Had she lost her voice out of fear? Jung In-chang continued to block her opponent's attacks with her unique sword. The girl thought that Demetrius's power was simply terrifying. Her bones were already creaking at the seams, but that was the point of her training. Now she could block his blows. In-chang took a comfortable position and said that now it was her turn to attack her opponent. Hercules said that he had heard a lot about this girl. She was one of those hunters who had not yet earned a title, but behaved incredibly well. She had been honored with the opportunity to experience his attack. Demetrius activated the wild beast skill, and using this devastating power, decided to attack his opponent. Lee Jun-kyung, realizing that the fight was unfair based on the balance of power, told his partner that they needed to retreat. The girl didn't need to be asked twice. She turned around and rushed after Lee Jun-kyung. The young people found themselves in a safe area. In-chang reported that as soon as they entered the gate, there was a powerful explosion. Many hunters were caught in the blast and died instantly. Jung In-chang asked her companion in surprise what was going on. Lee Jun-kyung replied that it was a trap. The girl realized that Demetrius was involved in this trap. Lee Jun-kyung said that it was the other way around. After entering the gate, they immediately attacked Demetrius. This angered the giant, and he began to rage. In-chang was surprised. Did Lee Jun-kyung foresee all this, and that's why he told her to run away? The young man noted that what had happened was far from over. To be continued. Jung In-chang said that she was lucky to have avoided the attack that Demetrius was about to launch. The girl asked what they would do next. Lee Jun-kyung replied that their current task was to survive in these A-rank gates. Nearby, A-rank monsters, Catalan lions, emerged from the forest. It became clear that Demetrius was not their only enemy. Lee Jun-kyung summoned his familiar. Skull reported that he had not detected any hunters in the vicinity. The young man ordered him to continue monitoring the perimeter. If danger approached, he was to return and report it. Lee Jun-kyung told his companion that it was time to move on. However, the girl was forced to stay behind for a while. Hyunmoo was monitoring the surrounding area, so Lee Jun-kyung did not stop her. Still, In-chang looked strange. She was burying the bodies of her enemies. Jung In-chang recalled the young man's words that there were two ways to win this battle. Did Lee Jun-kyung want to fight the boss or focus and take part in the melee? The young man acknowledged that the boss would undoubtedly be strong, and it would not be easy to defeat him together. In-chang asked if the young man really thought Demetrius was stronger. Didn't Lee Jun-kyung have a plan? The protagonist replied that he did have a plan, and that he was going to tackle both tasks at once. Hyunmoo appeared and reported that there were 3 hunters with skull tattoos nearby. Our hero immediately realized that these hunters were the ones benefiting from what was happening. The young man explained that they were the ones who provoked Demetrius as soon as everyone entered the gate. Jung In-chang said that in that case, it would be better to avoid a confrontation than to wait for a meeting with these hunters. The young man said he had a plan that he was going to carry out. The 3 hunters with tattoos were captured and tied to a huge tree. The huge shadow of Demetrius appeared before them. Demetrius told George that he had followed the fiery trail of the dark horse. But where did these 3 idiots come from? George replied that, judging by their tattoos, they were somehow connected to the Borgen. Borgen was a shadowy organization with roots in North Africa. They knew how to instill fear. They traded in drugs and children. George added that these guys were the ones who ambushed Demetrius at the gate. The criminals saw the big guy and begged for mercy, claiming they had made a mistake. Hercules said he had nothing against guys who did whatever it took to win. He was one of them himself. The strong man added that, at least as long as they follow the rules. This was followed by powerful blows from Hercules aimed at the three captives. Ambushes on people entering the gate were strictly prohibited in the rules of war in the dungeon. Hercules said that next time they would follow the rules, but in another life. After a while, the representatives of the Borgen group were finished off. The patron of the monster tramplers approved of these actions. George was surprised. What rules was Demetrius talking about? After all, he didn't even obey the orders of Olympus, and moreover, had beaten Theseus. He must have been saying these words to himself. Hercules noticed that the dark horse turned out to be a funny guy. Odysseus asked if he could really consider this a gift. A group of armed hunters appeared on the path of Hercules and Odysseus. Demetrius was surprised. Were these the guy's accomplices? Apparently, he wasn't the only one who got so excited. The bruiser added that he was really starting to like it. Before long, all the armed hunters were finished off. Odysseus said that this guy really had a terrible hobby. George asked if Demetrius would at least use his weapon for the sake of propriety. After all, he was a fighter class. George didn't like Demetrius not only because he was incredibly strong. The bruiser replied that to fully enjoy the hunt, you had to feel the crunch of their bones with your own hands. A weakling like George couldn't understand that. Demetrius was a warrior with an endless thirst for battle and victory running through his veins. Once he entered the fray, he instantly became a maniac. In fact, George was worried about the clash between Demetrius and the Dark Horse. Li Junqiang and Zhang Yinchang moved along the established route, taking precautions. Approaching a small hill, they felt an incredible magical power. They suspected that they had ended up in the lair of the monster boss. Behind the hill, the young people saw hunters. Li Junqiang said that they were not enemies. He did not sense bloodlust in the air. The hunters asked our hero, was he really the Dark Horse? Wasn't he a little late? They had been waiting for him for a long time. Li Junqiang was, of course, surprised. One of the hunters asked if Asgard had sent the Dark Horse. Li Junqiang confirmed this. The hunter said his name was Iniv. He came from the lands of the Nile. They were waiting for the young man to help him, but it turned out that he didn't even know about it. It had long been decided that this battle in the dungeon would end in victory for Asgard. Li Junqiang thought, could it be the Egyptian Nile? Could it be a global guild like Asgard or Olympus? Iniv said that he didn't know if this problem was caused by Olympus, but with his appearance, everything became much more complicated. Therefore, they were waiting for the Dark Horse here to guarantee his victory. Li Junqiang realized that this was the reason why Choi Yong-su won this war. Iniv added that they would help the Dark Horse, so they needed to hurry up and destroy the monster boss. It would be difficult for the two of them to fight such a monster. Li Junqiang refused and said he would deal with Demetrius himself. The young man thought that defeating the boss would mean that he was nothing more than a puppet in Odin's hands, blindly following his orders. Zhang Yinchang did not understand why these people were so surprised. Li Junqiang explained to his companion that Asgard's victory in this war was predetermined by them. Therefore, their plan was to win by helping in the battle with the boss. Yinchang understood that avoiding the battle with Demetrius and defeating the boss was a guarantee of victory in this war. The girl agreed with Li Junqiang's decision and noted that in that case, they would still go together. She added that she would follow the plan developed by Li Junqiang. Li Junqiang looked into the girl's eyes and said that she could be relied upon. Some hunters said they would just sit on the sidelines. They weren't going to get injured in battle with Demetrius for no reason. The hunters did not understand why Asgard had sent such a fool. They needed to get out of these gates as quickly as possible. Iniv noticed that the monster boss was a lion, but much larger and stronger. Iniv added that he would not fight Demetrius, but was willing to share information. Inev's companion said that she would also stay out of it. Everyone else made the same decision. They would watch from the shadows. Zhang Yinchang noted that they were back where they started. The girl asked Iniv what might happen now. Iniv replied that it would definitely be difficult. But looking back at what this guy had already been through, one could conclude that he was extremely strong. The rising star of the country, who appeared out of nowhere, cleared the special gates of the Rhine River. And this super rookie single-handedly defeated the entire Northern Army Guild, even though the guild was quite strong. This hunter is very close to Heimdall, a key figure in Asgard. All it took for him to catch Odin's attention was a fleeting glance. Iniv said that if you judge his potential, he is in no way inferior to the leaders of shadow organizations. The young man added that this was why everyone decided to stay on the sidelines to better assess his abilities. Everyone is sitting on the sidelines with interest. Li Junqiang and Zhang Yinchang encountered the monster boss. which was indeed a beast resembling a huge lion. Preparing for battle with the monster, our hero told his companion that he was in charge of the left flank. The girl, in turn, took control of the right flank. It is also important to remember to conserve energy. Zhong In-chang said that she understood everything and was ready to take decisive action. The familiar announced that he would cover their backs. Such battles are never easy, so the young people had to make every effort. However, Lee Jun-kyung told the girl to conserve her strength and not overexert herself. They must not forget about the second phase, at the beginning of which Demetrius may appear immediately. At that moment, Demetrius was fighting in another part of the dungeon. Many hunters were destroyed. Gramila said that he continues to meet people in search of that guy's flame. George told Demetrius not to be so aggressive and not to go all out. The battle he so craved would begin soon anyway. Demetrius told George to shut up. The young man was surprised. Had this brute finally gone mad with bloodlust? In exchange for terrible power, bloodlust consumed him with each new destruction. George wondered if the Dark Horse knew about this peculiarity of Demetrius, and that was why he left these guys to him. However, no one knew about this, not even in Olympus. This secret was hidden even from Odin of Asgard. George asked Demetrius if he was sure he could remain sane. The Hulk repeated that there was no need to worry about him. He had only grown stronger and would no longer lose his head in a thirst for blood. Demetrius looked back and said that the main course was finally ready. George thought about how the hunter was one of the few S-class owners, and he also had the support of Olympus. The boss monster was immobilized and unable to move thanks to the use of fire magic. Zhang and Chang said that they had succeeded. Lee Jun-kyung agreed with the girl. Inev was surprised. Had these two really overcome the first stage of the boss? It was unbelievable. In response to Catalan's demonic energy, the Catalan lions began to surround him. However, usually everyone tries to deal as much damage as possible to the boss, while he is stunned during the transition to the next phase. Why did these two stop attacking? In-chang felt the demonic power with every fiber of her being. Was this normal? Were they doing everything right? Lee Jun-kyung replied that they were doing everything right and that the one he had been waiting for had arrived just in time. Demetrius assessed the situation and said that everything looked quite fun. Was the transition to the next phase beginning? Why then was the Dark Horse inactive? George arrived and said that they shouldn't start without him. Demetrius prepared for the next stage, namely, meeting the Dark Horse. However, Hercules was surprised by the behavior of the young man he had been eagerly awaiting. Why was this guy running away? Lee Jun-kyung and his companion did indeed turn around and start running away. Hercules did not understand what was happening, but he was extremely angry. The giant rushed after the young people, followed by the monster boss. Zhong In-chang said that Demetrius and Catalan were chasing them and were already close. But why wasn't Catalan attacking Demetrius? Lee Jun-kyung replied that they were the ones who were damaging the monster. But soon he would start attacking all enemies with demonic energy. They just needed to buy some time. The hunters saw a super rookie approaching them, followed by Demetrius and the monster boss. The monster roared loudly and began to show aggression towards everyone in the area, including the hunters. The boss, accompanied by other monsters, attacked everyone nearby. The hunters noticed that the boss monster had completely succumbed to demonic energy and lost its mind. Only Demetrius was happy about what was happening. He laughed loudly and turned all his power against the monsters attacking him. Lee Jun-kyung told his companion that they had managed to buy some time thanks to Demetrius, but it wouldn't last long. Our hero handed the girl a liquid and said that it would help them now. In-chang asked what it was. Lee Jun-kyung replied that it was their secret weapon. The young man poured the liquid onto his spear. The spear immediately sparkled and began to emit excess energy. For a brief moment, the spear became stronger, and the dragon stone absorbed the red ore. Lee Jun-kyung was, of course, surprised. How could the dragon stone absorb the red ore? What was going on here? In fact, the protagonist did not know what effect would follow. In-chang noticed that it all looked quite dangerous. The young man said that this was their only chance. The monster boss was attacked with a spear charged with red ore. Demetrius joined the attack on the boss and said he was using his special beast roar. Odysseus also took part in the attack on the boss. The young man reminded Demetrius that he had warned them. They needed to stock up on weapons. They shouldn't have ignored his words. The bruiser said he understood and would definitely take these words into account in the future. Odysseus noticed that the spear that attacked the boss looked different. The Dark Horse had anticipated something. Apparently, the spear had an effect similar to the beastly roar that Demetrius had used. Hercules noted that such an attack could not even come close to hurting him. The Dark Horse was nothing more than an annoying mosquito to him. Demetrius said that this is why he asked George to deal with this mosquito. In the meantime, he would take care of the real beast. George didn't like these words. He noticed that Demetrius was looking down on him. Zhang and Chang asked in surprise how a bully could say such a thing. The girl entered into battle with George, and their swords began to spark when they touched. George was surprised. How could someone concentrate so much chi energy from such a distance? Apparently, someone still lacked experience. George was surprised to see that his opponent had run away. But how was that possible? She should have used this opportunity to pierce him, but for some reason she struck the ground. And why did that skull shoot a sticky, sweet-smelling liquid at him? Could it be monster pheromones? George was right. Sensing the liquid, the monsters began to approach him. Had his rivals used a potion to turn the hunt into this trap? It turned out that he had fallen into a trap. Lee Jun-kyung was surprised. How could this hunter stand up to Catalan, who was overflowing with demonic energy? How strong was he? Thanks to his cunning and foresight, the young man and his companion were able to observe what was happening from the sidelines. He told the girl that she had dealt with Odysseus effectively. In Chang replied that Hyun-moo had helped her a lot in this. Lee Jun-kyung noted that they needed to finish everything before Odysseus returned. In Chang replied that she understood. Demetrius was still delighted and said that everything looked great. Everything was going very well for him. Lee Jun-kyung thought that it had begun. Apparently Demetrius was still able to control himself, but soon he would lose control. Hercules was in berserk mode. Lee Jun-kyung said that, as planned, Zhang and Chang should stop Catalan, and Demetrius should take care of himself. Lee Jun-kyung thought there was no need to destroy him completely. They just needed to strike while he was in this state. The confrontation between the two hunters began. Lee Jun-kyung asked Hercules why they didn't play together. Hercules replied that he had already started the game. Had his opponent not noticed? The bully's eyes lit up, and he said he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The game promised to be interesting and intense. Lee Jun-kyung prepared for the confrontation and thought that everything was going according to plan. Hercules said that this was unreasonable. Did the young man really think he could block him just by filling his shield with magic? Now he would show the Dark Horse how stupid that idea was. Enev was surprised. Did this guy know nothing about Demetrius's power? He had gathered an incredible amount of mana in his shield, but it would be difficult to block his special skill. Rhinoceros Strike. Demetrius looked around and couldn't find his opponent. At that moment, Lee Jun-kyung crept up behind him. As a result of the attack, the bruiser was wounded in the shoulder with a spear. Demetrius became angry, waved his arm, and threw his opponent far back. The bruiser said, "Did this guy really think he could fool me just by filling his shield with mana? This young man really turned out to be a dark horse. Is he ready to continue having fun like this?" Lee Jun-kyung was surprised. The damage was unimaginable. Why was he able to withstand the attack so easily? Demetrius said, "What does this guy think he is? That spear only scratched me. Sooner or later, the wound will heal on its own." However, the wound did not heal, and the situation worsened. Hercules realized that the spear was poisoned. That meant his body was now filled with poison. Lee Jun-kyung said that red ore had two names, Ore of Liberation and Ore of Madness. Demetrius screamed in pain and truly went mad. Red ore, which gave ordinary ogres strength surpassing that of bosses, awakened in humanity a tremendous ambition to study it. Animals could turn into monsters, and monsters gained powers comparable to bosses. Thus, the ore was given its first name, Ore of Liberation. It didn't take long for experiments on hunters to begin. The red ore exponentially increased their potential, but since people were literally sliding into madness and death, its use was soon banned. As a result, the ore was given a new name, Ore of Madness. Lee Jun-kyung thought that this ore possessed unimaginable magical power. It seemed as if the entire Catalona mountain was shaking. Demetrius asked, "What has Black Horse done?" Lee Jun-kyung said that George would die if he approached Demetrius. However, even knowing this, George rushed to Demetrius's aid. Lee Jun-kyung thought that this could happen again in the future. It must be prevented. In the future, the same thing happened. Demetrius lost his mind in his madness, and George, hoping to stop him, died at his hands. George approached Demetrius and said that since he had just descended into madness, he could still be brought back to his senses. However, our hero could not allow George to die in this way. Lee Jun-kyung stood in front of the young man, blocking his path and thrusting his spear forward. The protagonist stated that he had a plan specifically designed for this situation. George said he couldn't completely trust his opponent, but he was willing to hear the details of the plan. Lee Jun-kyung said he would only need 5 minutes. Meanwhile, the super rookie continued to restrain George, preventing him from approaching Demetrius. In the end, George calmed down and decided to listen to Lee Jun-kyung. George asked him to speak quickly because there was no time and something needed to be done urgently. Lee Jun-kyung said that it was necessary to hold Demetrius for a short period of time. George was surprised. Could the super rookie really hold Demetrius for 5 minutes when he had completely lost his mind? Demetrius was indeed furious, and it was clear from his gaze that he had completely lost control of himself. Lee Jun-kyung on one side and George on the other. Demetrius rushed past them, heading towards the monster. He approached the monster, seeing nothing else in his path. The collision was inevitable. Lee Jun-kyung thought that everything was going quite well. In Chang was distracting him nicely, and Catalan was now on their side. Demetrius could be restrained. George didn't understand what the super rookie was up to, but he had no other choice. Lee Jun-kyung understood that the time limit for Red Or's instability was only 5 minutes. If he could hold out for that long, Demetrius would come to his senses. Lee Jun-kyung thought that in that case, he would be the winner of this war. The hunters began to sense a monstrous demonic energy. Could it be coming from Catalan's second phase? However, it was not a monster but Hercules. In his berserk state, he was uncontrollable. Lee Jun-kyung was the only one who could restrain the berserker, and he rushed towards him with his sword raised. Jong and Chung also arrived and tried to restrict the berserker's movement by swinging her sword. The hunters were surprised. Was Odysseus also fighting Hercules? It was unbelievable. He was an absolute monster. The hunters decided that they did not want to die, and refused to participate in this operation. Enev's companion asked in surprise, "Why has the war in the dungeon descended into such chaos?" Enev replied that it was all because of the Red Or. Enev repeated that Red Or was somehow involved, and they also needed to intervene. At that moment, Jong In-chang was holding back the berserker, but Hercules was incredibly aggressive. Those were the longest 5 minutes of the girl's life. The kick landed in her chest and In-chang flew far back. George yelled at Demetrius to wake up and come to his senses immediately. Demetrius attacked George as well. The young man was disoriented and grabbed his arm. After another attack by the berserker, George flew far back. The berserker activated his energy beast, a fiery tiger. Lee Jun-kyung grabbed George by the arm and pulled him out of the danger zone. George was confused. How much longer would these 5 minutes last? Lee Jun-kyung knew that experiments had shown with absolute certainty that the maximum duration of Red Or's effect was 5 minutes. Why wasn't this monster exhausted yet? Demetrius continued to rage, causing extreme anxiety for George and Lee Jun-kyung. Water rage came into play. Enev and his colleague intervened, saying they would provide whatever support they could. Taking advantage of the respite, Lee Jun-kyung asked his companion if she was all right. In-chang replied that she was fine. However, our hero understood that Jong In-chang would not last long. Suddenly, Lee Jun-kyung began to cough and noticed that blood was coming out with the cough. The blood, absorbed by the dragon bloodstone, reversed the flow. The hero's body began to transform and he screamed loudly. Enev looked at the super rookie and concluded that this guy was in the same condition as Demetrius. Lee Jun-kyung noted that 5 minutes had already passed. Why hadn't Demetrius been freed from his madness yet? It seemed that Demetrius was becoming crazier with every passing second. Why hadn't the countdown started yet? Lee Jun-kyung, who was in a similar state, felt a flow of mana. The young man understood how it worked. The protagonist decided to fill his legs with mana, and his movement speed increased significantly. Lee Jun-kyung directed his power at the monster boss and destroyed it. As a reward, he received the achievement, Enemy of the Beast. After that, the hero was weakened by demonic energy, and his body began to deteriorate. It was necessary to get rid of this energy. An unimaginable and enormous flame burst out of Lee Jun-kyung's body. The flame spread and engulfed the entire Catalonia mountain. The surviving hunters managed to reach the exit of the dungeon, but the flames sucked the mana out of them. Through the smoke, the outline of Demetrius became visible. Still burning with fire, he approached the hunters. George shouted that Demetrius's arm was damaged. What happened? However, Demetrius activated his unique abilities, and his arm appeared as if from fire. George thought that Demetrius's body was regenerating itself using excess mana. What was the Dark Horse experiencing now? Lee Jun-kyung completely restored his body with excess mana. However, the regeneration process was still in full swing. George thought that the blue flame that covered the entire gate was to blame. Despite his wounds being much deeper, he was regenerating faster than Demetrius. In Hercules' body, the rage of the beast continued. George thought that Demetrius wanted to take advantage of this, even though his arm had not yet fully recovered. This did not bode well. Hercules and Lee Jun-kyung, in roughly the same condition, approached each other at great speed. The battle proved to be extremely energy-consuming. George and the other observers wondered, had the Dark Horse won? The protagonist thrust his spear into the Hulk's body. Demetrius staggered. Hercules stopped showing unusual activity and fell to his knees. Lee Jun-kyung stood next to him with a spear in his hand. A message appeared that Lee Jun-kyung was ceasing to exist. The red ore affected the dragon bloodstone. The instinct for survival, the desire to destroy, the blood of the monsters he hunted, and the blood of Catalan. All of this mixed with demonic energy to form a hybrid crystal. Just like the red ore test subjects mentioned earlier, Lee Jun-kyung would spill everything inside him and die. Suddenly, one of the 12 goddesses, Athena, appeared. The woman ordered the berserker to kneel. The young man could not resist. His body stopped obeying him, and he fell to his knees. George bowed his head and said that it was a great honor for him to behold Athena. The goddess asked why there was such disorder here. Now she was indebted to Zeus because of this. Athena looked at Lee Jun-kyung kneeling before her and asked who he was. George replied that he was the Dark Horse. Athena thought that all the changes inside the gate were the work of this guy. How did he manage to break through her shield? Did he really cover the entire Mount Catalona and start painting it with mana using the sinister flame? Athena naively thought that the newcomer was just lucky and somehow managed to get into Asgard. Who would have thought that he could defeat Hercules in pure strength? Athena declared that she would finish this man off here and now. The spear reappeared in her hands. Suddenly, another person appeared. He told Athena to stop and not do it. Athena turned around and was surprised. What was Heimdall doing here? What had he forgotten in a place like this? Heimdall said he wanted to ask Athena the same question. The goddess asked if Heimdall had followed her lightning bolt. Heimdall stood in front of Lee Jun-kyung and protected him with his body. Athena shouted for Heimdall to step aside immediately. The bald man said that if Athena dealt with this guy, he would take it as a declaration of war on Asgard. The goddess was surprised. Was this guy really that important to Heimdall? She believed that there was nothing in the world that could be important to this man. Inev said he wanted to join the conversation. He gave his name and added that he was from the Nile. Athena said that this man was the leader of an Egyptian group and that she knew about him. Inev said that it was an incredible honor for him that Athena had heard of him. Inev said that the Nile was asking Athena for the protection of the Dark Horse. Inev showed the Eye of Osiris on his palm and added that Athena should know about it. It proves his right to represent Nile's wishes. He hopes that Athena will guarantee that this request will be fulfilled. Lee Jun-kyung opened his eyes and realized he was in bed. Jong In-chang noticed that the young man had woken up and immediately approached him. The girl said that Lee Jun-kyung's body was still in terrible condition. She said she would call someone. The young man wanted to say something, but realized that his vocal cords were not working. Lee Jun-kyung noticed the round shield and 2 swords above the door. He realized that he was with the Knights of the Round Table. Not all powerful hunters create organizations to control the world from the shadows. There were numerous secret organizations with more noble ideals. The Knights of the Round Table were one of them. Lee Jun-kyung thought that the Knights of the Round Table had not lifted a finger in this situation. They simply hid their heads and acted in the shadows. They only had to act when England was on the brink of destruction. Even with their powerful strength, they did not change the course of events. The young man felt that his body was truly destroyed. His ligaments did not work, his legs did not move. Lee Jun-kyung noticed that his familiar was asleep. There was nothing Hyunmoo needed right now. The young man checked the status window and realized that his level had dropped to almost 50. Fortunately, all the fallen stats were just a temporary effect of the red ore. However, he was still unable to speak. The protagonist gained skills that were as powerful as unique ones. Heimdall expressed his hope that in the future they would walk side by side with the Lord, the fallen angel. Heimdall heard that the young man's body was decomposing under the influence of demonic energy. This is a very rare case, so there are no methods of treatment or rehabilitation. However, looking at his condition, it can be assumed that there is no cause for concern. Lee Jun-kyung thought that with the support of the fallen angel and the flow of mana, getting rid of the demonic energy would not be a big problem. Heimdall said that for now, Lee Jun-kyung should focus on his recovery. Questions could be asked later. The representative of Olympus said that Lee Jun-kyung's power was too dangerous and abnormal. Olympus requested an investigation into this man's abilities. Heimdall replied that he saw no reason to reveal the abilities of any of his hunters. Instead, Olympus should investigate what happened at the gate. The Bald One asked if Olympus had not terminated the secret agreement between them and Asgard. Asgard was supposed to win the battle at the dungeon, and the hunters were supposed to act accordingly. If they had known in advance that Hercules would violate all agreements, then they would not have sent Lee Jun-kyung there. In this situation, the hunter simply did what was required of him. Heimdall added that he saw no particular reason to explain anything. He hoped that Olympus would clarify all its actions. The representative of Olympus said that Lee Jun-kyung's power was extremely dangerous. He covered the entire area inside the gate with blue flames and absorbed the mana of other hunters. They had never encountered this before. The woman noted that this is why they are requesting the transfer of the Dark Horse. Otherwise, Olympus is ready to go to war against Asgard. Heimdall understood that absorbing the mana of other hunters with flames was dangerous. It was an ability that had previously been unknown. However, didn't Olympus think that the hunters themselves were dangerous? Heimdall said that before this phenomenon appeared, they were unknown people, and the hunters' abilities still inspire fear and danger in everyone. Therefore, Olympus, trying to start a war over this, is a bunch of degenerate hunters who deserve to be held accountable. The Olympus representative said that it was all because of him. What was Heimdall doing there anyway? Every time she encountered him, she was filled with rage, and her mind became clouded. Once all this is over, she hopes they will never meet again. Information came in that the mana flow had been activated. Now Lee Junkyung could sense it and use it. The young man managed to understand this by observing the movement of mana inside Demetrius. To achieve such power, he used all the surrounding mana. Lee Junkyung thought that if he used it to attack, the blow would be much stronger. If he used it for defense, it would become much stronger. This is the power of the mana flow. Now he needed to use the flow for his recovery. The synergy with regeneration was at a high level. The speed of recovery increased exponentially. However, at some point, there was a breakdown. The young man began coughing up blood again. Lee Junkyung thought that these were impurities from the Dragon Blood Stone, rejected by his body. Now he could heal the areas that had previously been blocked by impurities with the flow of mana. The protagonist determined that the black ball in his back was blocking the movement of mana and interfering with its flow. The young man realized that he needed to change the flow and redirect mana. At that time, George and Zhang and Chang were intensively practicing hand-to-hand combat techniques with weapons in their hands. George said that the girl was doing well. Attacks by humans and monsters are different, and it is important to understand this. After intensive training, he announced that it was enough for today. In Chang thought that she had been useless throughout the battle at the gates of Catalonia. The fact that she did not yet have a title meant that her patron had not yet recognized her. The girl regretted that she had not even been able to protect Lee Junkyung in a difficult moment. The patron, the beautiful prince, looked at the girl with pity. She couldn't believe she was receiving such words from her patron. Until she improved at least a little, she had no right to call herself even a comrade of Lee Junkyung. Lee Junkyung asked George for another round. The young man thought that In Chang was like his reflection, regretting that he could not protect others. George agreed, but only for one round. Back in the gates of Catalonia, he had sensed glimpses of her potential, and it seemed incredible to him. Every time she crossed swords with him, she became much stronger. The progress was evident. George noticed that it reminded him of Demetrius in the past. The young man's intuition told him that Demetrius would not like this. Besides, the Dark Horse had already come to his senses. George told the big guy to hurry up and get himself together. It was time to wake up. Lying in bed for so long was not like Demetrius at all. When the head of the Major League Guild came to our hero, the young man assumed that he had not appeared here for no reason. Sun Guyan was surprised. Could Lee Junkyung already move? This guy was full of surprises, as always. The guild leader asked what Lee Junkyung knew about the lightning bolt. The young man replied that it was a sacred artifact of Olympus, imbued with the power of Zeus. Song Guyan noted that there were not many abilities in the world that could compare to Zeus's lightning. Such skills were always sought after and studied. Lee Junkyung asked, "Is it something like Bifrost?" Song Guyan asked in surprise how the young man knew about it. The bald man noted that this was not the best place for such a conversation, and suggested they follow him. The young people passed through the gate, and found themselves in a huge park, designed in an ancient style. Lee Junkyung said it was simply amazing. Heimdall explained that this was his sphere of influence, Bifrost. Sun Guyan asked his companion if he was a prophet or a regressor. Lee Junkyung replied that he had read a book about Heimdall and his friend. The book told the story of those known as the Demon King. Sun Guyan was surprised. Was Lee Junkyung asking him to believe all this? Who and what destroyed him? Lee Junkyung stated that it was not destruction. Song Guyan understood that this action would be followed by everything that was happening now. Sun Guyan was surprised. Did Lee Junkyung even know that he and Athena had once been together? He had no choice but to believe the young man. After all, the book says that all of this is true. However, the book is still unfinished. Lee Junkyung added that everything described in the book was only the beginning. What happened next would depend on his actions. Most of the information about the future had been lost, and only a little was known. Song Guyan thought that this was indeed not a lie, and asked what Lee Junkyung's intentions were. Lee Jun-kyung replied that he wanted to change the hellish future he had lived in. From this moment on, many things would take a different path. Bifrost is unable to distinguish between lies and truth. He only understands whether a speech is harmful to Heimdall. Lee Jun-kyung apologized for not being able to tell everything. Changing the future is not his only goal. Inev, sitting on a tree branch, saw that Lee Jun-kyung had indeed come to his senses and awakened. Lee Jun-kyung was surprised. Had a representative of Nile really infiltrated the round table? What had happened? Inev apologized for his rudeness. He had taken a risk by coming here on orders, but he wanted to ask the Dark Horse for something. The protagonist had heard that this man had used his veto power to protect him, but he did not think that they could have common interests. Inev asked Mr. Dark Horse to go to Nile. That was his request. Lee Jun-kyung was surprised. Was the head of the Nile really asking him for something while kneeling? They had met by chance at the gate and had only helped each other a little. It all seemed very strange. Lee Jun-kyung asked, "Why is this necessary?" Shouts were heard. An intruder had been discovered. Iniop said anxiously that he had been spotted and added that the request was related to red ore. He asked Dark Horse once again to go to the Nile. Lee Jun-kyung suggested that this person knew something about the madness caused by red ore. Had this phenomenon been studied in Egypt? After the alarm was sounded, In Chang rushed into the room and asked if Lee Jun-kyung was okay. The young man replied that nothing serious had happened yet. He added that he had just climbed to the top of the cliff, but he felt that there was a higher peak ahead of him. The round table meeting ended. Athens was found guilty of starting the war. This was not surprising, as Olympus had violated all agreements. Now they must take responsibility for starting the war. Lee Jun-kyung said with relief that now they could go home. The young people were called out. Jong and Chung looked back. Could it be George? The girl told Mr. Lee Jun-kyung to stay behind her because he was still very weak. George looked strange. There was an excess of dark energy around him. Lee Jun-kyung told his companion that he was fine and there was no need to worry. Our hero added that George might look a little hostile, but he just wanted to talk. Lee Jun-kyung approached George and asked if he had any more questions. George stated that since Lee Jun-kyung was already on his feet and Demetrius was not, it meant that Lee Jun-kyung had complete superiority. George thanked him and said he had learned a lot from this lesson. However, he was sure that Demetrius would not lose next time. Lee Jun-kyung said that he was not the kind of person who left things unfinished. George suggested that his words would not reach the girl. He asked Lee Jun-kyung for help in conveying them. George told the girl that she definitely had potential and was capable of becoming stronger. The young man suggested that In Chang was trying to earn himself a title. It should be remembered that her reputation and her patron's favor are extremely important, as well as who her patron is. George waved to the young people and said that they would definitely see each other again. Lee Jun-kyung told George that Hercules would become a much stronger monster than before and would definitely get back on his feet. Our hero hoped that they would be on the same side and fight shoulder to shoulder. George thought it would be wonderful, as Lee Jun-kyung said. However, Demetrius was in a critical condition and needed to be sent to Olympus urgently. Lee Jun-kyung aimlessly threw stones into the water. Suddenly, a woman appeared from the water and said that it was a bad joke. She did not understand who had told the young man how to find her, and it seemed extremely tactless. Lee Jun-kyung assumed that she was Merlin. The woman was surprised. Did this guy really know who she was? But he looked like a completely ordinary person. Merlin said that she was the true leader of the Round Table. The woman asked who the young man was. Lee Jun-kyung expressed confidence that Merlin already knew who he was. Merlin said that he was the man who had defeated Hercules, Dark Horse, an extremely arrogant hunter. Apparently, he also knew who she was. What was the young man trying to achieve by deliberately provoking her? Merlin turned into a young man. This young man was sure that all the members of the Round Table knew that it was better not to mess with him. Who was this guy standing in front of him? Lee Jun-kyung said that he was the one who knew where Excalibur was now. While at the airport, Lee Jun-kyung looked at In Chang, who was sitting in the waiting room nearby. The girl asked where he had been. The young man replied that he had met with someone he needed to see. Jong and Chang noticed the necklace on his chest and asked what it was. Could it be that Lee Jun-kyung had been seeing a girl? In Chang began to get nervous and said that now she understood what Lee Jun-kyung was hiding. It seemed that he was hiding many girls in England. Song Gu-yeon asked if all the preparations were complete. Lee Jun-kyung asked the guild leader if he had taken care of everything. Song Gu-yeon replied that he had taken care of everything and that they could now return. The young people were called over. The stranger asked them to wait a minute. The man said that Merlin had told him that this guy would definitely be waiting for him here and asked him to deliver a message. The young man must repay his debt for the necklace. Son Guyon asked in surprise how Lee Junkyung knew about Merlin. Lee Junkyung said that they had made a deal and showed him the necklace. The guild leader asked if it was Merlin's necklace. Lee Junkyung admitted it was, and added that he almost died because of it. Lee Junkyung told him about the young man who had taken the woman's place. He wanted to know the whole truth. Lee Junkyung said that meeting them face to face was still too difficult, but he needed the necklace, so he had to push himself a little. The plane took off. There were no other passengers in the cabin except for the three young people. Song Guyon moved aside and decided to take a nap. In Chang said there was something she still didn't understand. The girl explained that her question was about George. Even though they were enemies, this young man helped her with her training and even gave her advice. In Chang added that if Hercules had done to Lee Junkyung what he had done to Hercules, she would have been consumed by a thirst for revenge. The girl also said that she couldn't understand the nobility of high-ranking hunters, how George treated her, and how he treated Lee Junkyung. Lee Junkyung suggested that it could have been intuition. Most likely, George simply understood that he was not going to fight Hercules. It was announced that the plane would be landing soon. All passengers were asked to return to their seats and fasten their seatbelts. There were many journalists at the airport wanting to interview Dark Horse. Posters welcoming the Dark Horse, who had defeated Hercules, were hung everywhere. Sun Guyeon explained that they had been told that Hercules had challenged Lee Junkyung, but the young man had defeated him. Lee Junkyung wondered why the guild leader hadn't told him about this earlier. Song Guyeon replied that it was a surprise. Didn't the young man want this? This is fame. Jong In-chang asked Lee Junkyung what he planned to do now. The young man replied that he had too much to do. First of all, he needed to repair his equipment. His spear had been damaged by the dragon bloodstone and the side effects of the red ore. Hyunmoo still hadn't recovered. It was very difficult without his familiar. In addition, urgent matters had arisen in Nile. However, the young man said that his first priority was to move. Since childhood, he had dreamed of having his own home. In-chang was surprised. Was moving really the most urgent matter? The girl assumed that her help would not be needed in the near future, but she wanted to say something. Jong In-chang declared that from now on she would act independently. She added that clearing the gate with Lee Junkyung had been fun and valuable experience for her. But after George's words, she needed to find something she could do on her own. Lee Junkyung looked at the girl as she walked away and thought that she had finally begun to reveal herself. Jong In-chang would soon become much stronger. The phone rang. Kim Soo-yeon, a representative of the association, said that the head was summoning the hunter. He would arrive tomorrow morning to accompany him. Our hero thought that he had forgotten the most important thing. He had forgotten about Odin. The time had come for Demetrius to come to his senses. He immediately began training. George did not expect this big guy to immediately start putting strain on his body and making up for lost time. George asked Demetrius what had happened when he came to his senses. Demetrius asked in return, was this the first time George had seen a defeated hunter? George noted that Demetrius had never lost before. He looked at Demetrius and thought that now his soul seemed to have found peace. Although he had always been aggressive before, George asked again what had happened. Demetrius suggested that the Dark Horse had never intended to be their enemy from the start. Demetrius said there was no need to worry. He had completely subdued his madness and could now use this power without any side effects. Gromala said that Lee Junkyung had handed him this gift on a silver platter. Our hero had said earlier that Hercules would become a monster, much stronger than before, and would certainly rise to his feet. Lee Junkyung hoped that they would be on the same side and fight shoulder to shoulder. The aftermath on the battlefield was horrific. Many destroyed monsters lay around. Jong In-chang continued to move forward, clearing the dungeons one by one on her own. At one point, a huge monster armed with a sword appeared in front of the girl. In-chang thought that 3 days had already passed. The girl was surprised. Where did this monster-like guy come from? It seemed as if she was facing Hercules again. The monster's expression spoke of his aggressive intentions. The patron, Prince Charming, slightly restored the girl's health points. In-chang thought that she was barely holding on even with the patron's support. However, this monster was also at the limit of its strength. The monster attacked In-chang, but she managed to jump aside at the last moment, preparing a counterattack. Yin-chang jumped high into the air and delivered a devastating blow to her opponent. She continued to strike and shouted that she would not let him leave. Victory would be hers. The monster lost its balance and fell to the ground. Jong In-chang swung again and delivered the finishing blow. The huge monster, like all the previous ones, was destroyed. In-chang was exhausted and couldn't move any further. She couldn't stay on her feet and fell to the ground. The girl thought she had run out of potions, but she didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. Was she really going to die next to this monster? Suddenly, A skeleton in a cloak appeared in front of her and asked if the hunter wanted a potion. In Chang was surprised. Where did this black warrior come from? The patron Prince Charming gave the girl the title Siegfried. In Chang opened her eyes and saw Li Junkyung in front of her. The girl asked where she was. Li Junkyung replied that she was still at the gate. Ying Chang noticed that her body felt much better. It was a rather strange sensation. Where did Li Junkyung get the elixir? Li Junkyung said that In Chang could accept his congratulations. The girl was surprised. What congratulations was he talking about? And she asked where her sword was. Li Junkyung replied that he was close to destroying the monster, but limited himself to just thinking about it. He added that he had just thought about it, but he was not a monster to do otherwise. In Chang thanked the young man once again, because she was finally able to get her title. Suddenly, a powerful beam of green light shone down from the sky. The young people were caught in its glow. In Chang received information that her patron was a girl, the ogre prince Siegfried. The ogre prince jumped onto the girl's shoulder and settled there. Li Junkyung said that now he belonged to In Chang. Zhong In Chang now did not know how to behave when she had a real ogre prince on her shoulder. Li Junkyung said that he was like a black warrior. Now that the girl had a title, she had become a real hero. Zhong In Chang thought that she had already grown attached to him since the moment they fought. He turned out to be quite cute. Li Junkyung asked the handsome prince to protect the princess. The young man asked if In Chang had chosen a name for him. The girl replied that she hadn't yet. Everything was too confusing. Was she really a prince? And this little ogre a princess? The little ogre said, "Gong." In Chang realized that was his name. The patron Prince Charming smiled satisfactorily. The patron Fallen Angel laughed at this absurd situation. Li Junkyung thought that the girl had won the one-on-one duel against the ogre mage. Zhong In Chang kept up with the black warrior. In Chang asked Li Junkyung how he ended up here. The young man replied that it was a long story. Clearing the gate usually took the girl no more than 2 days. But he began to worry. It had already been 3 days since she appeared inside. Li Junkyung said he wanted to discuss something else. But first they needed to deal with the monster approaching from the northwest. A two-headed monster did indeed appear nearby. Li Junkyung reminded them that they were clearing the gate, so they first needed to make sure that all the previous monsters had been defeated. In Chang thought that the heroic power she had gained along with her title was filling her body with mana. The boss of the ogre village was a two-headed ogre. The girl decided that this ogre was an excellent opponent to test her heroic strength. Zhong In Chang didn't stand on ceremony and immediately attacked the approaching monster, jumping high and swinging her sword. Gon jumped off In Chang's shoulder and flew swiftly toward the two-headed monster. The two-headed ogre didn't even have time to blink before it was attacked by little Gons. In Chang barely had time to notice as both of the monster's heads flew off. Li Junkyung looked at Gons and thought that she didn't need a prince at all. The gates were completely cleared. Zhong In Chang said that it was over and asked again what had brought the young man here. Li Junkyung said he needed to go to China. Was Zhong In Chang willing to accompany him? Odin's test was successfully passed. Our hero was curious to see if their taboo would work, but he got around it with the help of Merlin's pendant. Li Junkyung found himself in Asgard. The young man infiltrated a shadowy organization that pulls the strings around the world. Hyunmoo grew up and formed the perfect body. He has not yet reached the level of the sinister king of the undead army, but he can now control up to 7 skeletons. Li Junkyung noticed that another skull had appeared on his bracelet. The skeleton's soul was not yet active. The spear was restored by the blacksmith Park Jae-hyun. However, it now had the characteristic of a demonic spear that consumed its own user. Therefore, Li Junkyung is forced to go to China, one of the most dangerous regions in the world. Due to their inability to contain the huge number of gates opening everywhere, China has turned into a kingdom of monsters. It is there that a man capable of cleansing the black marble is located, in a place that will soon become the center of an impending catastrophe. Northern Front. Armed monsters are moving in an organized manner towards the enemy. The hunters noticed that a horde of snow orcs was approaching them. They had been there for over 3 hours. At the right moment, the orcs were attacked and set on fire. The hunters looked around in confusion. Who was behind this attack? Young men appeared on a nearby hill, Li Junkyung and Zhong In Chang. The local hunters approached the visitors. Song Gu Yan brought up the rear of the delegation. The hunters thanked the young men for their help and asked if they were really going there. Li Junkyung replied that he should thank the hunters for protecting this country. And he did have one thing to do. One of the hunters had heard that this young man had defeated Hercules, but there was something else. There was a kind of barrier there that ordinary people could not pass through. That would be a problem. Lee Jun-kyung replied that there was no need to worry about that, because he had already found a solution. Song Gu-yeon said he was curious how Lee Jun-kyung was going to travel without Bivrist's help. In Chang asked what it was. Lee Jun-kyung explained that it was a gate. Literally, the entire territory of China was one continuous gate. He added that the girl would understand everything as soon as she saw it with her own eyes. Song Gu-yeon told his companions that they needed to step back first. He himself stood directly at the gate. Whatever happened, he would not be able to help them inside, so he would wait for them here every 2 months. The guild leader added that if they couldn't get out by then, he would return here in a month. And so it would be month after month. Lee Jun-kyung noted that if everything went well inside, he would be able to get out on his own. The guild leader hoped that would be the case. Song Gu-yeon watched the young people disappear through the gate. He thought that this young man was doing his best to save everyone he could. Song Gu-yeon decided to lighten their burden as much as possible. It was very cold. Jung In-chang, despite her warm clothes, said she was cold and asked if anyone actually lived here. Lee Jun-kyung also noticed that it was much colder here than expected. This meant that everything was happening faster than in the original time formation. Snow orcs appeared directly ahead. The girl activated her sword and said she would deal with them. She needed to warm up anyway. Jung In-chang swung her sword and engaged in combat with the monsters. The forces were unequal, but the girl demonstrated her superiority and mastery of the sword. The snow orcs redeployed and surrounded Jung In-chang. The girl did not give up and increasingly scattered her efforts. Now she no longer felt the cold. The battle ended as expected. In-chang warmed up and destroyed all the orcs that approached her. Lee Jun-kyung noticed that it looked as if the snow orcs were running away from someone. Ice trolls appeared, immune to cold and with high regeneration similar to that of orcs. Lee Jun-kyung told In-chang to be careful, because these were ice trolls. Together, the two young people defeated all the monsters that had approached within dangerous range. Jung In-chang asked in surprise what was going on. Everything seemed strange to the girl. There were many powerful monsters around. Lee Jun-kyung noticed that it had become more difficult to control his mana. In-chang noticed that the monsters' movements and tactics were very similar to those of humans. Lee Jun-kyung thought that her words made sense. Apparently, the process of absorption by the gates was going faster than expected. The young people decided to move on. In-chang asked how far they needed to go. Lee Jun-kyung replied that at this rate, it would take them about a month. The young man added that they should not waste any time, so they needed to find transportation. Their first destination would be Heavenly Lake at the top of Mount Pektu. To keep warm, the young people built a fire. Gons enjoyed warming his hands by the fire. Lee Jun-kyung told his companions that he would go to scout the situation. In-chang didn't mind staying by the fire, while Gons preferred a warmer place. To move faster, the protagonist got 2 reindeer. Saddling the animals, the young people increased their speed and reduced their travel time. In-chang noticed that the road was going uphill and asked if they were climbing to the top of Pektusan. Shouldn't the temperature drop as they climbed? However, it was rising instead. The girl noted that they had not encountered any monsters on the way. Lee Jun-kyung replied that the Lord of the Mountain was protecting it. In-chang asked who the ruler was, a human? Lee Jun-kyung replied that the ruler of the mountain was not a human, a monster, or an animal. He didn't even know how to answer that question. The young man added that the girl would soon see everything for herself, and that it was better to leave the animals here. Lee Jun-kyung said that now they needed to break through the barrier. The president of the association, standing on the roof of a high-rise building, thought that after the appearance of the gate, the world had plunged into chaos. Awakening powers superior to all others, he decided to find Asgard and devote himself to the people. But, using his powers in the name of humanity, he realized something. Naturally, those who cannot use magical power are left behind. Hunters who can survive disasters are the people he is responsible for protecting. The president of the association was disappointed that Lee Jun-kyung had gone to China without living up to his expectations. The climate had changed, and monsters were rampaging across the country. However, this did not satisfy him. The president thought that perhaps the young man, who did not possess the strength of a hero but managed to defeat Hercules without it, would be able to find it, which he had once failed to find. The president laughed and said that this was becoming quite interesting. He should enjoy it slowly, because Lee Jun-kyung was the best appetizer to satisfy his insatiable hunger. Lee Jun-kyung said that they had finally arrived at their destination, the Heavenly Lake. The young people were greeted by the locals, armed hunters. In-chang was surprised. Did people really live in the land of monsters? Did Lee Jun-kyung know about this? The young man replied that they were survivors from the ancient lands of the northern region of the country. One of the hunters asked the stranger how he knew about them. Lee Jun-kyung said that he needed to meet with the ruler of the mountain. The local hunters were surprised. Did this stranger even know about the King of the Mountains? He could be dangerous. One of the hunters shouted that these young people were intruders, and that everyone should prepare for battle. Lee Junkyung said he would like to avoid unnecessary fighting, but it seemed there was no choice. A little girl appeared on the hill. She waved her hand and said she had to take the guests to the King of the Mountain. The northern region of the country had disappeared from the face of the earth long ago. Due to unsuccessful nuclear experiments, this region had become a wasteland even before the gate appeared. After that, many refugees moved to the southern region or to China. The hunter asked Lee Junkyung again how he knew about the survivors. The young man replied that it was a very difficult question. The girl turned to the hunter. Had her uncle really decided to do this to the guests of the Mountain Lord? If they knew about the king, then they knew about them too. The hunter said that these two might be accomplices of those scoundrels. The girl asked her uncle not to take it personally. A long time ago, bad people came and tried to destroy the Lord of the Mountain. They dealt with these invaders, but now the people are on edge. Lee Junkyung told the girl that he was not an old man, so she should not call him uncle. The locals saw the guests and thought that it had been a long time since anyone had been here. Had the outside world not fallen yet? Lee Junkyung estimated that there were about 200 people here, most of them hunters. These were people who had survived in such harsh conditions. An armed guard blocked their way and said that strangers were not allowed here. Lee Junkyung was surprised. Was this how guests were received here? Our hero inquired whether the owner of the mountain had not personally asked to be taken to him. The guard replied that he would not let them pass under any circumstances. The girl ran up to the guard and told her uncle not to do that. The guard replied that the girl herself knew what condition the master was in. Lee Junkyung heard these words and thought that something had definitely happened to the Lord of the Mountains. However, the guard's opinion did not matter to him. The armed man said that this stranger was extremely insolent and ready to use force. The girl's expression changed, and she declared that in the name of the village chief, Cheonji, she ordered the guard to get out of the way. The guard bowed his head and humbly said he would obey. The girl turned to the guests and told them to follow her to the Lord of the Mountain. The young people followed the girl and found themselves in a cave. The young man asked his companion if she knew anything about the myth of Tangun. There is a forgotten folk myth called the myth of Tangun, about how Hwanung descended from the mountains and founded Korea, creating a people there. In Chang was surprised. Why did Lee Junkyung suddenly remember this? The young man suggested that the local people clearly knew something about it. Following the girl, Lee Junkyung and In Chang arrived at the ruler of the mountain, the white tiger. Lee Junkyung approached and asked the animal if it was the master of the mountain. The tiger replied that it surpassed all his military forces and knew about him. In any case, these young people were his honored guests. The beast added that it was the protector and master of Mount Paektu. What had brought these people to it? Zhang In-chang felt a terrifying aura. Lee Junkyung told the Lord of the Mountain that the power with which he protects this place will soon disappear. The young man thought that the tiger was dying because the sources of his power, Mount Paektu, were gradually being destroyed. The protagonist added that he could help the Lord of the Mountain, but he did not want to meet him. The young man clarified that he was interested in the true master of the mountain. The beast roared loudly and said that the man was being very insolent. Lee Junkyung said that they could detain the intruder, but it was not right for the master of the mountain to die. He wanted to be taken to the intruder. After that, he would save the village of Cheongji and the tiger. After the meeting, once they were outside in the fresh air, In Chang asked her companion who the master of the mountain was. Lee Junkyung said that it was not a monster. The young man added that the girl could think of him as a reindeer harnessed to a sleigh, but he was a much more advanced being. Simply put, after absorbing the magical energy emanating from the gate, their personality and appearance changed. In Chang noted that this did not explain his ability to communicate with people, absorb vast amounts of magic, and his behavior. Lee Junkyung said that the girl was right. Even before absorbing magical power, he was different from other animals. Does In Chang know who the alphas are? Alphas are larger, stronger, and smarter than other animals. Over time, they can become the main characters of legends and fairy tales. However, the master of Mount Paektu is even more special. The young man added that this was thanks to his patron. The girl found this strange to hear. Lee Junkyung said that he was a hunter like them, but now he was wounded by an intruder who had entered Mount Paektu. Therefore, now the target was not only them, but also the intruder himself. The girl, performing the appropriate manipulations, shouted that it was necessary to open the world. Lee Junkyung and his companions witnessed the process of opening a portal to another world. The young people, taking advantage of the window of opportunity, jumped off the cliff. The girl performed the necessary manipulations and closed the world. She said that these people must return safe and sound. Our heroes entered the temporary gate of the sealed territory. Zhang and Chang was surprised, wondering what this was. Li Junkyung had already encountered a similar situation, and explained that these were gates appearing inside other gates. The northern region of this country and the neighboring country are themselves gates. So technically, all the gates in them are temporary. In Chang said that it was terribly hot here, even though a few minutes ago she was freezing. Li Junkyung suggested that they think of it as a test of endurance. This way, they could become stronger and more resilient. The patron saint, the beautiful prince, blessed the girl with heat resistance. Li Junkyung thought that, as expected of a hero who inherited the title of Prince Siegfried, the patron saints were not so conservative when it came to blessings. In Chang dealt with the monsters that appeared in her usual manner. She dismembered them into several pieces. Li Junkyung looked around and said that all the monsters were finally gone. In Chang also breathed a sigh of relief. The level of control over fire had been increased. Li Junkyung said that he had thought so. The gates of Cheonji, with their strong flames, were ideal for increasing the level. In Chang asked her companion what kind of child that was from the village. Could it be that she was the one who created this sealed territory? The young man replied that the girl had not sealed the area, but had lured the intruder into it. This place is the center of Mount Paektu, the place where all forces are concentrated. The source of the Mountain Lord's power is also located here. This girl is the bear from the myth of Tangun, and she can use the energy of the mountain. She is the one who grants this power to the Mountain Lord. In Chang concluded that the strongest here is not the master of the mountain, but the head of the village. Her name is Unnyo. Li Junkyung said that the intruder who was locked up here is even stronger. He is more powerful than any monster they have encountered before. In Chang asked again, "Is Unnyo really her name? It's quite unique." Li Junkyung replied that he did not know her name. It was just a pseudonym. This child is a hero. Ancient writings stated that Cheonji was the best place to grow. Our hero thought that everything was turning out just as it was written in the Demon King's autobiography. It was not easy to find hunting grounds like this. It was necessary to become as strong as possible in order to be prepared for any changes in the future. His level of power over fire increased again. In Chang said that the young man's patron was incredible. He had bestowed so many blessings if Li Junkyung had become so powerful. Li Junkyung suggested that the girl's patron, the Prince Charming, was much better. The young man thought that he was only becoming stronger because of his player trait. The girl approached the master of the mountain and asked how he was feeling. The tiger replied that everything was the same. The lord of the mountain was dying because he had used his powers to protect Mount Paektu and the village of Cheonji while sealing the invader. His life force was melting away before their eyes. The girl said that they had to deal with the forces of Mount Paektu, but the lord of the mountain was immediately wounded. She asked if she should take back her powers. The tiger replied that she should not even mention such a thing. The lord of the mountain noted that these young people were certainly strong, but the invasion was much more powerful. The girl asked why the mountain lord had sent them to Cheonji. The tiger replied that he had not seen their power, but had noticed what was behind them. It was the same thing he had seen behind the invader. The young people found themselves in a place where there was nothing but unbearable heat and clumps of energy floating in the air. Suddenly a child appeared before our heroes. The girl asked indignantly if this child was the invasion. Li Junkyung replied that she was mistaken. The young man added that it was not a human being. One should not judge a book by its cover. In Chang asked what he meant. The next moment, a huge energy beast appeared above the child. It felt as if the earth itself had shaken. The warrior girl immediately asked if they could defeat it. The child showed aggression towards the strangers, baring his teeth. Zhang and Chang drew her sword, and Organs also prepared for battle. In Chang approached the child with her sword raised. She was ready for battle. The child initiated an explosion accompanied by a release of excess energy, and In Chang was thrown back by the shockwave. The girl was surprised. What was this unimaginable force? Our hero decided to join the fight next. Wielding his spear, Li Junkyung approached the child. Li Junkyung struck with his spear, and the ground beneath his feet cracked. However, the child managed to jump aside. Li Junkyung continued the confrontation and prepared for a new attack. Using fire magic, the protagonist rushed at the intruder again. Everything around him was engulfed in flames. The ground beneath the village of Cheonji shook. Was it an earthquake? The girl shouted that all the villagers needed to be evacuated. They had to try to find shelter for those who were exhausted. One of the hunters approached the girl and asked her what she thought. Would everything be okay? The girl replied that there was no need to worry. Even if things didn't go according to plan, She and the Lord of the Mountain would manage. They just needed to hurry and help with the evacuation. The girl thought that if they lost, she and the Lord of the Mountain would not be able to cope on their own. Cheonji's fate was in the hands of these young people, so it was important that they return safe and sound. After a fierce battle, Gons lay on the ground, showing no signs of life. Chang was also not in the best shape. The girl was exhausted and had difficulty standing on her feet. The child used his unique energy abilities to deactivate our hero and render him immobile. The child's appearance clearly indicated that he was extremely aggressive. His strength was unimaginable. Lee Jun-kyung held on with all his might, resisting the onslaught that the child unleashed on him. Lee Jun-kyung thought that the growth of his magical powers was blocked. However, before that, they had grown significantly thanks to the flow of mana. The flow of mana was still at the first level. His power over fire was not growing either. It would not increase any further in Cheonji. To solve this problem, our hero activated his reserves and used all his internal energy reserves. However, even in this state, it was not difficult for the child to inflict damage on the protagonist. The young man grabbed his chest and said that it was very close. The mana flow is activated in situations on the verge of death, but it was difficult to feel something like this when encountering the monsters he had encountered before. Lee Jun-kyung activated his spear again. He thought that, as expected, everything was different with this child. Unfortunately, the young man realized this a little too late. The protagonist felt the mana enveloping the cells inside his body. It was as if he had been reborn. The boy looked increasingly aggressive, filled with dark energy. Lee Jun-kyung swung his fiery spear and said it would hurt a little. A huge amount of experience points were earned for the achievement. The ability Sunburst was used. Chang, watching the young man's actions, was surprised. Was his spear absorbing mana from the air? The space around the young man seemed to be distorted. The level of control over fire was increased to 10. By spreading the fire throughout the surrounding area, our hero was able to subdue the child's energy beast. The protagonist approached the beast through the blazing tongues of flame. Now this beast would not be able to resist his will. It was just a wounded beast. Its eyes, filled with anger and pain, changed to eyes full of sadness. Soon it would meet its master. The patron fallen angel watched the player closely. Lee Jun-kyung approached the beast at a close enough distance. The fallen angel blessed the player with bonds. The young man placed his hand on the beast's head. The beast obediently closed its eyes and did not move. Despite its current docility, it was once a demon who had thrown the world into chaos alongside the Demon King. He was an ally and follower of the Demon King, and was considered his own son at the time. He was the Snow King, the King of Beasts, the saber-toothed god, nicknames given to him. Lee Jun-kyung named him Fenrir. The bonds were turned into submission. The girl noticed that the vibrations had stopped. Was it really over? She saw that the young people had returned unharmed. Moreover, the young man was carrying a child in his arms. The girl thought they were carrying an intruder and called out to the master of the mountain. A huge tiger immediately appeared and followed the girl. The girl asked menacingly what it all meant. Lee Jun-kyung replied that he had kept his promise. The tiger was surprised. Had these people deceived him? They had said they would destroy the intruder. Lee Jun-kyung pointed out that he had not mentioned destruction. He had only said that he would save the Lord of the Mountain and the village. The young man noted that this boy was no longer dangerous. The child opened his eyes and jumped to the ground. The boy bowed to the astonished girl, paying her his respects. The girl was extremely surprised. Lee Jun-kyung smiled and said that now they had seen everything for themselves. The protagonist tried to teach the boy to pronounce his name. However, at this stage, it was impossible. His pronunciation was poor. Lee Jun-kyung realized that the child could not speak. Jung In-chang approached and clearly pronounced Lee Jun-kyung's name. The boy became angry and growled at the girl. In-chang told Fenrir that she was not an enemy. Fenrir turned his attention to the little ogre and ran up to him, grabbing him in his arms. Lee Jun-kyung said that this was not allowed, but the boy paid no attention. Lee Jun-kyung noted that it was normal. They were children after all, so let them play a little. In-chang suggested that was not the issue. The girl asked why Lee Jun-kyung had called her here. The young man replied that he had promised the Lord of the Mountain to deal with the intruder and help everyone with the restoration. The young man added that if he succeeded, he would be able to take her away. The protagonist noted that it would not be now. He would come for her as soon as he had dealt with his business in the neighboring country. In any case, the girl had to prepare herself. Lee Jun-kyung stuck his sword into the ground on the shore of the lake and asked the girl to look after it until he returned. It would be nice if she performed one of her rituals right here. Lee Jun-kyung added that it was very important. He wanted to give this sword to someone. The young people and their little companions were met on the narrow road by local residents. The hunters apologized for the previous incident. The foreigners who had come to them before had only tried to rob them. Lee Jun-kyung replied that he understood everything, so it was all right. The girl asked if the young people were already leaving. Lee Jun-kyung said that he didn't have much time left, but he would definitely come back soon and take her away. The girl asked in surprise what that meant. Lee Jun-kyung thought that she did not remember yesterday's conversation, and that her side effects had intensified. The young man told her to ask the owner of the mountain for help. The protagonist also advised the master of the mountain to take care of his health. The young people and their little companions found themselves back in the snowy territory. In-chang said that she felt heavy-hearted. It was difficult for her to leave them all there. Lee Jun-kyung reassured her and said that they would definitely return. The young man thought that this girl was very compassionate. Lee Jun-kyung announced that as soon as they finished his business in the neighboring country, they would visit this village again. In-chang asked in surprise. Wasn't Lee Jun-kyung here to deal with the problems at the gate? That way, it would be easier for them to return by plane or ship. Jong In-chang noticed that Lee Jun-kyung was constantly performing incredible feats. Earlier, he defeated Hercules and tamed Fenrir. Wasn't the young man going to the neighboring country to deal with the gate? Lee Jun-kyung realized that he would not be able to stop the gate on his own. No one in this world is capable of dealing with the gate in the neighboring country alone. In-chang wondered why they had returned then. Of course, she liked Mount Paktu, but only until it got cold. The girl added that Lena had long since left. What should they do now? Lee Jun-kyung called on Fenrir for help. The young man asked the boy to do them a favor. In a moment, a huge snow beast stood before the young people. Lee Jun-kyung told his companion that they would ride on it. The young people climbed onto the beast's back, held on tight, and the beast rushed forward with all its might. After a while, the beast stopped on a hill. Below, at the foot of the hill, orcs were fighting trolls. Lee Jun-kyung told Fenrir to deal with it as quickly as possible. The young man suggested that Fenrir must be hungry. He also said that he needed to teach the girl something. Lee Jun-kyung said he was curious to know how the girl's unusual power and increasing speed worked. The young man said he would teach her about mana flow. Thanks to this, she would be able to become a hunter capable of raising her level on her own. In-chang was surprised. Was that even possible? Could a hunter really level up without blessings? Perhaps that was the secret of Lee Jun-kyung's power. Lee Jun-kyung noticed that Jong In-chang already had a particle of mana flow. The girl thought that now she could really become stronger. A glowing core appeared in our hero's palm. It looked like a concentration of mana. Lee Jun-kyung knew that In-chang was definitely a genius. The girl could see mana if she focused. The young man noted that, to be more precise, they see and feel the flow of mana and try to accumulate it within themselves. Jong In-chang said that it was difficult to understand but easy to remember. The young man replied that she didn't need to understand it. It was something that couldn't be comprehended by the mind. Lee Jun-kyung announced that he would forcibly seal the flow of mana in In-chang. The young man warned her in advance that it would be extremely painful. Lee Jun-kyung replied that there was no need to worry. She wanted to become stronger and did not want to be a burden. Night fell. The protagonist lit a fire to warm himself and think in silence. In-chang felt tired and fell asleep in her sleeping bag. Lee Jun-kyung thought that this girl was truly incredible. It was difficult to endure the entire painful process. Lee Jun-kyung approached Fenrir and asked what the boy was staring at so intently. Down below, at the foot of the hill, a huge monster had appeared. That was what Fenrir had noticed. The child licked his lips, and the protagonist noticed. Lee Jun-kyung asked if Fenrir wanted to hunt it. The boy replied clearly that he did. Fenrir's favorite food was such ducks, as mentioned in the Book of Scriptures. The protagonist thought that Fenrir was not in the best condition in Paektusan. In addition, Lee Jun-kyung had subjugated Fenrir, so the boy was even weaker. Would he be able to handle this duck? Lee Jun-kyung decided that it had to happen anyway. Fenrir's current level of strength had to be accepted. The young man gave permission to hunt. The boy rushed down, and the huge snow beast went out hunting. The drake was finished. Lee Jun-kyung was no longer sure that Fenrir had become weaker. It was not so easy to defeat a drake of that size. Traveling further, the young people saw the aftermath of the tragedy. The bodies of the dead lay on the shore of the frozen lake. The girl asked if this was the result of the disaster Lee Jun-kyung had mentioned. Could the whole world end like this? Lee Jun-kyung replied that things could be much worse, but at least they could minimize the damage and save many people. The young man added that there were many hunters and heroes who belonged to organizations like Asgard. they would do everything in their power to protect themselves and survive. Lee Jun-kyung promised to do his best, so there was no need to worry. In Chang replied that this reassured her. Besides, she was ready to do everything in her power. Lee Jun-kyung said that the ice is strong, so they will be able to walk safely across the icy surface. As soon as they cross the river, they will immediately reach their destination. In Chang asked where their destination was. Lee Jun-kyung replied that the destination was in Guangdong province. They needed to find someone there. The girl asked if there would be any survivors there, given the environment. Lee Jun-kyung expressed confidence. The young man thought that he was holding back the black marble with a stream of mana. But at the same time, he felt the power of the black marble growing stronger. Was this his limit? And would he no longer be able to hold back the black marble? Lee Jun-kyung looked at the opposite bank and suggested crossing the river quickly on the ice. The young man said that they would not be able to travel any further on Fenrir. It was not worth attracting unnecessary attention. In Chang noticed that it was much warmer here and there were no monsters at all. Lee Jun-kyung realized that meant they were moving in the right direction. Fenrir drew the young people's attention to the outline of an armed man emerging from the fog. In Chang noted with surprise that there was someone ahead. The young man warned her to prepare her weapon. Lee Jun-kyung explained that in places like this, people don't just happen to catch their eye. Something was wrong here. As they approached, the young people realized that they were facing an armed giant. Skillfully wielding her weapon, In Chang showed what she was capable of and dealt with the giant. Yin Zhang noted that it looked very strange. He appeared on the horizon like an ordinary person. The girl added that as he approached, the giant behaved like a starving beast. Lee Jun-kyung suggested that this giant had broken away from his group. Those who are usually expelled from the group due to weakness or illness often end up this way. This giant must be one of them, which is why he was weaker than the others. In Chang said that she was afraid to even think about what a group of giants might be like. The young people stared into the distance. The young man said that there was clearly more than one giant ahead. They weren't even given time to catch their breath. Giants riding monsters, giant ducks, were indeed approaching our heroes. Yin Chang thought it was incredible. Giants riding on ice geese. One of the giants asked the young people who they were. Lee Jun-kyung looked at Fenrir and asked in surprise, "Does he really want to taste a drake in this situation?" The next moment, a net appeared above the young people's heads. In Chang immediately noticed it. The girl activated her sword and prepared to cut the net. Lee Jun-kyung told In Chang to calm down. He felt no thirst for blood. The young people found themselves trapped by a huge giant. The giant said they would go with him. The squad of giants riding snow geese continued on their way along the established route. Lee Jun-kyung, Zhong In Chang, Gon, and Fenrir found themselves in a cage where the giant had placed them. The giant asked the prisoners if they were locals. Lee Jun-kyung said that they had come from distant lands. The giant said that they had been captured with the special one, so there was no need to worry. Lee Jun-kyung noted that these giants were different from the giants in stories. Unlike the records, which described them as simple monsters from legends, these were very intelligent. The young man asked if they were being taken to Utgard. The giant was surprised. Did this stranger really know about their city? He confirmed the route and repeated that they had no intention of harming strangers. The giant said his name was Shachi. Shachi added that he was a proud warrior of the great tribe of ice giants. The protagonist also gave his name. A clash ensued, and Shachi skillfully dealt with his enemies. After that, Shachi said he would ask a few questions, and depending on the answers, he would let the people go. Shachi added that these people would be free to make their own choice, and he would not harm them regardless of their decision. Lee Jun-kyung suggested that they would be able to reach their destination much more easily than they had planned, because they were now heading there. Shachi announced that they had arrived in the city of Utgard. The gates swung open and Shachi rode his snow goose into the city. The locals rejoiced. Shachi had finally returned. In Chang said that she felt as if they had ended up in the Middle Ages. They couldn't have traveled through space and time, could they? The locals saw the prisoners and were surprised. Why were these people locked in a cage? Had they done something wrong? The locals noticed Fenrir and said he was special. Could Shachi have captured someone special? After all, he was a werewolf. Shachi announced that they wanted to visit the chief and that he needed to make way for them. Lee Jun-kyung said that they were feeling fine and there was no need to worry. Fenrir also showed no aggression or discontent. At one point, Fenrir sensed an accumulation of excess energy on the upper floor of the building and said that there was an enemy there. Shachi, with the cage in his hands, approached the guards and announced his arrival. Shachi was allowed to pass and entered the throne room. At the back of the room, the king sat on his throne. The king asked if Shachi had brought another uninvited guest. Lee Jun-kyung thought, had Fenrir called him an enemy? Fenrir must have fought him before he ended up on Mount Pektu. Shachi knelt and informed the chief that he had brought the werewolf and his companions. There is a suggestion that the werewolf wants to stay with them. The chief was surprised. Could these people really have subdued the werewolf? Shachi confirmed this. The chief told the warrior to leave the uninvited guests and return. Shachi told the chief that he had given these prisoners his word as a warrior. They must not be harmed. After all, they must return home unharmed. Shachi asked the chief to preserve his honorable name as a warrior. In Chang grabbed the bars on the door and said that they were locked. Although if she wanted to, she could easily break them off. Lee Jun-kyung said that in that case, she would turn the tribe of giants against her. Even if she was confident in herself, she was still in the heart of their domain. In Chang was surprised. Weren't they already in trouble? She didn't believe that the chief had good intentions towards them, the girl added, especially after Fenrir's reaction to him. She was sure that Fenrir felt his pressure. What should they do? Fenrir and Gons silently warmed themselves by the fireplace. Lee Jun-kyung said there was no need to worry. After all, if they wanted to, they could leave this place at any moment. Right now, they needed to rest after their long journey. The young man suggested that they would stay here for a long time. The protagonist imagined the scene. The city set on fire, armed giants in an aggressive mood. In the records of the Demon King, the war with the giants was described as one of the most terrible. The young man did not understand. Lee Jun-kyung was sure that their king was incredibly strong, but individually, the giants were inferior to humans in strength. How did they manage to corner humanity? A girl appeared at the door with a tray in her hands. She said she had brought tea and cookies. Lee Jun-kyung asked the girl if the chief treated everyone this way. She replied in the negative. The young man was surprised. What had they done to deserve this? The girl did not dare to answer. She was afraid. Lee Jun-kyung noticed the eavesdropping and peeping device. He had not paid attention to it before. The hero had a necklace on his chest, a magical tool for observing the room. If he had been alone, he would not have been able to notice the device. After setting up a barrier to prevent video and audio recording, the young man asked the girl if her name was Suin. Now she could speak freely. However, when leaving the room, they had to keep their conversation secret. Swin said she had been here for about a year. Most of the others said they had been here longer. Lee Jun-kyung thought that more than a year had passed since Utgard was discovered. He asked again why they were treated differently. Swin replied that it was because of their strength. Giants like strong people, and among them there is a special one. Swin added that Utgard had recently fallen. It was the Nars, but at that moment, the child turned into a monster and destroyed many giants. Then the king fought the monster. He stood shoulder to shoulder with other giant warriors and won, and the monster ran away. Lee Jun-kyung thought that for some reason Fenrir had come into conflict with the giants, which is why he ended up on Mount Pektu. Lee Jun-kyung asked Suin for a favor. In return, he promised her lots of sweets and chocolate, dark or milk, whichever she preferred. The girl replied that she didn't need any because she was watching her acid-alkaline balance in her mouth. Swin noted that if the young man had some iron, she would be willing to take it. If she sold the iron, she would be able to buy medicine for her mother. Lee Jun-kyung agreed, but asked her to find someone in return. He had heard that this person's name was Manhwa. Several days had passed since their arrival at Utgard Castle. During that time, Lee Jun-kyung's group had done nothing. They were brought food at the same time every day. From time to time, they were also allowed to leave the castle for a walk. In Chang wondered why all this was necessary. If the giants didn't need anything, why didn't they just let them go? Lee Jun-kyung replied that this allowed them to get some training in. Jong and Chang agreed. But she said she would rather die than spend her whole life in a cage. Lee Jun-kyung said not to worry. He wouldn't let her get bored. The protagonist suggested staging a demonstration of strength to show what they were capable of. In Chang was delighted. Could they really raise everything to the ground here? The young man thought that this girl was the embodiment of kindness. She was smiling as she sought to raise everything to the ground. He said that he understood how much she disliked this place. In Chang confirmed that she really didn't like it here. After all, they hadn't seen any people here, only giants. She didn't like the local chieftain. Something about him upset her. Lee Jun-kyung said that In Chang was definitely right. Moreover, they should stage a show of force. They could start with one round. Armed with a spear, the protagonist reminded her that they had never fought seriously before. In Chang agreed. Lee Jun-kyung asked the girl not to disappoint him. Was she really so unsure of herself? Ying Chang replied that Lee Jun-kyung would regret those words. Even if she didn't win, she wasn't going to give up easily. Lee Jun-kyung swung his spear and said that if he won, he would mourn for In Chang. The girl swung her sword and said that the same applied to her opponent. The giants laughed amicably as they discussed their past exploits. Suddenly, the castle was in ruins. Shachi laughed even louder when he heard that the people he had brought with him had destroyed half of the castle gardens. Shachi thought it would be nice to see the chief's face. It was good that he had brought these people here. Shachi noticed that, by uniting the tribes, the chief had begun to change. He demanded to be called king instead of chief. As soon as he began mining iron, he immediately began to assemble his own army. No one knew who the chieftain was going to wage war against. Pride and honor were what drove Shachi, and fighting for noble reasons, he could not understand the chieftain's motives. Shachi, watching the castle from afar, hoped that the chieftain would choose his enemies wisely. The assistant told Shachi that the path was closing and they needed to move forward quickly. The huge giant was having a leisurely conversation with Zhong and Chang. They sat opposite each other at the table. The giant said that causing such damage to the castle gardens was a great sin. But it was also their fault, because they had not taken people's rights into account. In Chang lowered her eyes and apologized. The girl did not know how much the giants knew about people, but they had a tradition of running around the forest and training. In Chang said she was really sorry for the damage to the castle gardens. They'd be much more careful from now on. The girl added that she wanted to make amends and asked what she could do to do so. The giant asked if the girl could tell him about humans as compensation. Given what had happened, it could be concluded that the giants did not know enough about humans. More information was needed. In Chang agreed. After that, the training continued. The protagonist, spear in hand, performed the impossible using fire magic. Yin Chang faced the young man and saw no weaknesses in him. She decided she had to be faster and more accurate. During the next attack, the protagonist was again stronger, and the girl lost the fight again. Li Junkyung acknowledged that it was a good duel. After the fight, the young man asked if In Chang would do what he asked. The girl agreed and asked what he needed. Li Junkyung asked her to pretend to cooperate with the giants and gather more necessary information. At some point, the giants noticed that the castle gardens were on fire. It became clear that Li Junkyung was responsible for the incident. It was necessary to urgently call a doctor and treat the man. The doctor examined the wounded man. Li Junkyung was able to talk, even though his body had suffered. The doctor announced that he saw no serious injuries, only minor scratches and abrasions. Li Junkyung thought that the doctor did not believe this performance. However, giants may react differently. The young man asked the doctor to treat him. After a brief examination, the young man realized that the doctor had not only stopped the bleeding, but also completely healed all his wounds. He thanked him. Li Junkyung added that it was a great honor for him to meet Hwata. Suin stood nearby and smiled silently. The doctor was surprised. How did the young man know about him? Li Junkyung replied that he didn't know. The doctor suggested that the young man probably learned about him from Suin. Li Junkyung said that it would be good for both of them to learn more about each other. Hwata turned and headed for the exit. He thought that this young man was a little slow-witted. Li Junkyung said that he was still sick. Did the doctor really want to abandon a patient he hadn't cured? The doctor suggested that the young man was not sick at all. It was all insinuations. The young man said that his wound was not external. Why would the doctor make such a diagnosis without even examining his internal organs? Hwata apologized and took the young man's hand to check his pulse. A minute later, the doctor said he saw no problems and left. Li Junkyung was sure he was right. He definitely felt magical power coming from the doctor. This meant that he was a hunter. However, he himself had not yet awakened his abilities. Li Junkyung was surprised. After examining his organs, the doctor hadn't noticed anything. Could this really be Hwata? Hwata was one of the few surviving hunters from China, the one who healed many heroes and the Demon King himself. The Demon King activated the flow of mana in the lands of the giants. It was said that he experienced a powerful surge of mana at the moment of activation. It must be something similar to the side effect of the Dragon Bloodstone, and Hwata was able to get through it. Li Junkyung thought, did he appear too early? Maybe Hwata had not yet reached his former power due to lack of time. In Chang approached our hero. The young man thought she would be in trouble because of the commotion with the garden, but it seemed that nothing like that had happened. In Chang said that everything went well, and now she was being asked to become a mercenary. The girl added that the ice giants, called Nars, are building a city nearby and looking for an opportunity to attack Utgard. The locals want to protect Utgard and the other monsters, but they don't have enough warriors, so they are asking for help. Li Junkyung said that there were far fewer giants here than he had expected. Because of the Nars, their numbers continue to decline. Apparently, This is why it will be difficult for them to harm humanity. Zhang and Chang added that he asked a lot of questions about the outside world, about the population, culture, characteristics, and armed forces. Li Junkyung noted that In Chang, as always, did a great job. The girl thanked him and asked if he had any new information. The young man replied that he had not learned anything yet, but that was still to come. Li Junkyung remarked that they should have returned as soon as they found the people they came for. Was there a reason why In Chang decided to stay here? In Chang said that the giants did not oppress people, but if people left Utgard, they would die. Perhaps that was why they were staying here. The girl added that she wanted to find a way to help them. Li Junkyung thought that he had planned to take a few people with him after finding Hwata and escape from Utgard. He noted that In Chang was much kinder than he was. Li Junkyung thought that it all sounded good, sacrificing the minority for the majority. But in doing so, he almost did the thing he hated most. By signing a contract as a mercenary, the young man was able to stay here with the others. The hunters looked at the protagonist and whispered, "Could this be the owner of that wolf? What is he doing here?" Our hero thought that the people here clearly did not like strangers. In Chang agreed. They were not welcome here. Swin approached Li Junkyun and thanked him for helping her mother. She was feeling much better now. Dr. Hwata asked the young man how he was feeling. Li Junkyung replied that he felt much better, and it was all thanks to the doctor. Hwata told the young man to come to him if he felt worse again. Li Junkyung thought that he had deliberately diverted his mana flow in the presence of this man. However, the doctor did not notice this, although he should have. Something was wrong here. Li Junkyung was puzzled. Had he misunderstood something about the old man Hwata? In Chang asked again if everything was okay. The young man shook his head. In Chang said not to worry. They would definitely find the person they were looking for. Li Junkyung suggested gathering all the necessary information. One of the hunters asked, "Does the young man really want to know how many giants there are here? Maybe about 1,000. Another man objected that there were tens of thousands of giants here. Li Junkyung asked another question. Who are the Nars? The man said that there had always been several times more giants in Utgard. However, at one point, skirmishes began, and one of the chiefs took part of the tribe and left. They called themselves Nars. Li Junkyung asked what happened to those who did not leave and did not become Nars. The man replied that they died fighting each other. Some were struck by a strange disease. They simply could not adapt to these lands. Li Junkyung asked if there were any strangers here besides him. The answer was yes. The young man thought, could this stranger have been the Demon King? The diary said that he had visited China and arrived in the City of Giants. Perhaps it would be possible to find traces of his stay. The man said that the strangers had already left these lands. No one had seen them with their own eyes. These were only the words of the giants. They claimed to have found several intruders, but they immediately disappeared. Li Junkyung decided that he would need to ask the giants for more details. He added that he could share information with people about what was happening outside. After talking to the people, the protagonist decided that the meeting had been fruitful. There was clearly someone here who was able to stop the spread of the infection among the giants. Someone who was often summoned to the castle. Most likely, it was Hwata. Li Junkyung met Shachi on the way. The giant recognized him. Could this be the same man who burned down the castle gardens? Shachi thanked him for his help, even though they were barely acquainted. Dwarves, for example, hated humans. Shachi noted that he had to go outside today. He added that the Nars' attacks were becoming more frequent. Would the man like to help them? Shachi and Li Junkyung left the castle to stop the Nars' attack. However, on the way, they encountered a very unexpected guest. It was the leader of the Nars tribe, Shrim. The two warriors dismounted and approached each other. Shrim and Shachi exchanged greetings and looked each other in the eyes. Li Junkyung thought this could be dangerous. It was no coincidence that this giant was called Shrim. Shrim was extremely strong and possessed dark demonic energy. The protagonist understood that Shrim was much stronger than Shachi. Perhaps he was even on the level of the king of giants from the castle. Maybe it was worth learning their language? It was difficult to understand what they were talking about. The fallen angel blessed the player with knowledge of the language of giants. Shrim asked why Shachi did not want to change his decision. Shachi replied that he saw no reason to listen to a traitor. Shrim was surprised. Was Shachi really going to continue listening to this foolish king? What a pity that his tribe had fallen so low. Shrim added that Shachi was dishonoring the name of a warrior. They were not traitors. They simply did not consider themselves the masters of Utgard. Shachi shouted for Shrim to be quiet. He no longer wanted to listen. An axe appeared in the giant's hands. Shrim agreed that they handled things differently. He was also ready for a fight. Shrim saw a man standing aside and thought, Could it be that the special one obeys people? Shrim said that this was very interesting and suggested meeting again next time. Shrim added that next time he would meet not only with Shachi, but also with the special one and that man. The assistant asked Shachi if they really weren't going to pursue the traitors. Shachi replied that Shrim was with them. They would only lose warriors if they started a battle now. The chief had said that skirmishes should be avoided. Lee Junkyung thought that the warriors looked depressed, but Shachi was actually right. Maybe the giants were hostile and enjoyed fighting, but there was too big a difference in their strength. Lee Junkyung thought that the leader of the Nars and Shachi looked as if they had been close before. Like close friends or brothers. Lee Junkyung saw a man. The giants must have noticed him, but they didn't seem to care. What was that man doing there? The young man asked Shachi who he was. Shachi explained that he was also a mercenary in the service of Utgard. Shachi asked the mercenary if he was still looking for medicinal herbs. The young man nodded in response. Shachi said that Narses roamed nearby. It was dangerous. Did the mercenary want to return with them? The young man said he was just about to return, but who was that with Shachi? Shachi replied that it was Lee Junkyung, Utgard's new mercenary. Shachi added that the young man's name was Hwata. He was a doctor and also a mercenary. Lee Junkyung thought, finally, he had found him. In Chong met Lee Junkyung and noticed that he looked pleased. The girl said that she had achieved something today. While hunting, she was ambushed by Nars, but they ran away from her. Lee Junkyung said that he had a completely different picture. They did not fight, but he saw the enemy leader, who turned out to be very strong. In Chang suggested that the young man was tired. She noticed that there were people among the Nars who had attacked her. Among them was a Chinese man, and he was able to deflect her sword, protecting everyone. The Chinese man also used a spear, but it was longer and had a strange shape. Lee Junkyung thought, a Chinese hunter who is good enough to easily block In Chang's attack. Could someone else have survived? Zhang In Chang asked what was wrong. Lee Junkyung said he wanted to go and talk to him, but was worried that something might go wrong. The young man asked if In Chang would go with him. The girl agreed, but noted that she would not understand their language. Lee Junkyung asked for a favor. He handed the girl Merlin's necklace and added that it would help her understand their language. The doctor was brought a wounded man. He examined him and asked him to hold on a little longer. Hwata checked him with his energy abilities and said that he would recover soon. Lee Junkyung thought that in China, successful doctors are called Hwata. Now he understands why. But why are there so many patients here? Lee Junkyung approached the young man. Hwata said he was very busy right now. The protagonist handed him a bag of herbs and said that it should help. The young man could use them as he saw fit. Hwata thanked him and said that it would be more than enough. Thanks to the potions brought by Lee Junkyung, Hwata was able to cure the patients. After that, the young men were able to talk. Hwata asked if he could check his companion's pulse. Lee Junkyung was surprised. Why was that necessary? Hwata said that he couldn't shake the feeling that he had sensed something strange after they shook hands. Hwata checked his pulse and said he wanted to try something else. Lee Junkyung agreed. Hwata took the protagonist's hand and activated the flow of energy from one hand to the other. Hwata told his interlocutor that even if he did it consciously, the flow of another person's mana through him was not an easy process. That's why the girl had to go through all that pain. Lee Junkyung thought, using mana, Hwata checks his pulse and overall condition. However, there is no discomfort. It's different, as if it were his own mana. Hwata wondered if his interlocutor had also studied cultivation. Lee Junkyung asked if the young man had studied the flow of mana. Lee Junkyung asked how the doctor had come up with the idea of mana flow. Hwata replied that they call it qi cultivation. Our hero asked if anyone other than the doctor knew about qi cultivation. Hwata replied that the people on the side of the Nars knew about it. The people Zhang and Chang met. There was definitely something fishy going on here. Lee Junkyung decided that the first thing to do was to deal with the black marble. He asked the doctor if he had noticed anything when he checked his pulse. Hwata said that his blood was very thick and his internal energy flows were unnatural. His conclusion was not perfect, as he had only observed his interlocutor. However, it can be concluded that Lee Junkyung was clearly troubled by something. Lee Junkyung thought that he was standing before the one who had cured the Demon King, which meant he could be trusted. The young man admitted that he had had problems while cultivating his internal energy. A huge amount of demonic energy released by monsters flowed through his body. This demonic energy mixed with other energies of different origins inside the body and transformed into black marble spheres. These spheres began to emit powerful energy, and the protagonist's body experienced unbearable pain. Lee Junkyung said he didn't understand what these spheres were. Cultivating internal energy was completely useless in this situation. Hwada asked if he could examine the young man again, but this time properly. Lee Jung-kyung stripped to the waist and lay down on the medical rack. Hwada noted that the young man had endured the process well, even though it must have felt as if his organs were being torn apart. The black spheres inside turned out to be quite unique. Usually they absorb all of a person's life energy until they die. But the spheres inside Lee Jung-kyung were completely different. On the contrary, they stimulated the flow of mana in the body. Lee Jung-kyung asked what all this could mean. Hwada explained that the spheres did not cause their host much harm. The reason the young man was in pain was because of the forced change in the energy flows inside him. Hwada added that this is extremely dangerous. The spheres become stronger along with the person. The doctor warned that if at some point the spheres become more powerful than the person himself, they will suppress him as an entity. Lee Jung-kyung could go mad, becoming a psychopath consumed by the desire to destroy. However, thanks to his extraordinary mental fortitude, the young man is able to suppress all of this. The hero wondered if this was the psychopathy that the doctor had said haunted the Nars abandoned in the ice. The people on the side of the Nars are psychopaths consumed by a thirst for destruction and the cultivation of inner energy. The protagonist gathered a lot of new information that he has not yet been able to figure out. But one way or another, it will be useful to him. The black spheres turned out to be safe, and they also help to improve oneself. The protagonist thought that it was only natural to improve oneself by facing danger. So everything is great. Perhaps the Demon King was able to comprehend the flow of mana by studying cultivation? If so, then thanks to Qi cultivation, it will be possible to improve one's own flow of mana in the future. Lee Jung-kyun asked the doctor. After all, these patients had not even participated in battles. Why were they sick? Hwada replied that there was too much energy in these lands. Hunters under the protection of powerful beings can benefit from such places if they are accustomed to the energy. However, ordinary people are unable to cope with such a volume, which is why they start to get sick. That is why there are so many sick people here. With the appearance of the gate, lands unsuitable for human life began to appear all over the world. Hachiro noted that before China's gatification, he studied medicine in Europe. He returned to his homeland when he learned about everything, hoping to be useful. Outside these lands, everyone called them irredeemable hellish territories, the realm of monsters. Hwada wanted to know why Lee Jung-kyung had come all this way. Wouldn't a rescue team be sent after him? Lee Jung-kyung thought that there was no mention of a rescue team in the book. He said bluntly that there would be no team. Lee Jung-kyung added that the rescue team was already there. Hwada replied that it was not worth talking about. Then Lee Jung-kyung clarified that there were only 2 of them. Besides Fenrir, there were 2 others who had managed to defeat the giants. One of them was not a human, but rather a skeleton. Hwada asked what difference that made. The problem was that they needed to save everyone. Would they be able to do it? Lee Jung-kyung admitted that he couldn't do it alone. The protagonist asked the doctor to tell him about the people on the side of the Nars. Perhaps their help would be useful. Hwada said that sounded ridiculous. The young man knew nothing about them. Lee Jung-kyung replied that this was precisely why he was asking. The number of surviving hunters living in Utgard was critically low. This meant that most of them had gone over to the side of the Nars. Hwada said that when he went out to gather medicinal herbs, most of the hunters had just left Utgard. Lee Jung-kyung wondered who could lead all these hunters. But no one came to mind. To take the people and leave, he would need the hunters' help. He needed to prepare for the coming cataclysm by becoming stronger. Lee Jung-kyung said again that he had a request. He wanted to learn Qi cultivation. He thought that if he could master it, he would be one step closer to the power of the Demon King. Lee Jung-kyung and his companions watched Utgard from afar. The city was covered in snow, as always. However, that was not the main thing. Hwada had completed the construction of a barrier around the territory. Not a single stream of mana would leak out. Even if Lee Jung-kyung trained inside, no one would suspect anything. The protagonist was surprised. Was such a measure really necessary during training? Hwada said it was undoubtedly necessary. Internal changes require the absorption of external energy, and in the process, there may be surges that the giants will notice. The doctor noted that gathering energy in one place is not an easy task. To begin with, they need a barrier that will allow mana to flow freely around it. Lee Jung-kyung said that he really felt and gathered energy flowing around him naturally. Hwada was extremely surprised. Did his interlocutor really collect energy from outside without any special technique? Who was his teacher? What school of internal energy did he study? This is impossible, even hypothetically. Lee Jung-kyung asked what was so incredible about it. Hwata suggested that Lee Jung-kyung had an incredible predisposition to controlling internal energy. He exceeded all expectations. The doctor added that although the young man's technique was impressive, after listening to him, it was clear that, in principle, it was possible. This meant that they would be able to solve the problem together. At the winter camp, the hunters discussed pressing issues. One of them asked in surprise if there were really no strong fighters among them. His interlocutor confirmed this. The young man thought, had a rescue team finally been sent? The senior hunter said that was not the case. If it were a rescue team, the Nars would have spotted them long ago. Most likely, it was a small team of less than 10 people. The hunter thought that he had been too careless before, and now he had no idea where all this would lead. The young man asked how quickly the hunters could become stronger. The bearded man replied that they were making progress. Having gone over to their side, they had also gathered a decent supply of provisions. The hunters told the young man that this certainly applied to him as well. The young man acknowledged that they all needed to become stronger. The process of learning chi cultivation was in full swing, and Hwata was doing everything he could. The protagonist never thought that a stream of mana could radiate such pleasant warmth. When he created the stream of mana, it felt as if a storm was rising inside him. Hwata told Lee Jun-kyung to focus on his rhythm. They were almost there, and now it had to hurt as much as possible. Hwata warned Lee Jun-kyung not to make any sounds. Hwata realized that the destructive energy was stronger than previously thought. It not only absorbed the mana inside a person, but also literally devoured their body from within. The doctor knew that he couldn't stop now. If he had already started, he had to take responsibility and complete the process. A powerful beam of light shot through the protective dome toward the sky. The observers saw it clearly. Shachi clearly sensed a dense source of energy in the frozen lands. Who could it be? Kawada, the chief. Even those two would not have enough power. The only one capable of releasing such an amount of mana was Shrim. Shrim unexpectedly appeared nearby and demonstrated his abilities to his former comrade. Shachi understood everything, and called on all the warriors of Utgard to prepare for battle. The warriors were surprised by the call, because the chieftain would not approve of it. Shachi asked the warriors how long they would put up with this. How long would they hide and tremble at the enemy's attack, waiting for the chieftain's orders? Where had the pride and honor of the ice giants gone? Shachi added that all responsibility for further actions would lie with him. Today, they would restore the honor of the ice giants. The warriors bowed and said they would obey Shachi's command. Shrim heard the horn and was surprised because Shachi was not capable of such a thing. Shrim thought, could it be the head of Utgard, the chief himself? He also thought that the chief must be busy with other matters. What was really going on? Was this a trap? Shrim rejoiced and decided that he would not have a better chance. He must take advantage of this. A general assembly was announced, and Shrim shouted that today they would capture Utgard. The opposing forces approached the territory surrounded by a protective barrier. Shachi said he understood. It turned out to be Shrim's doing. Was the same thing happening? Shrim thought the same thing about his opponent and asked himself the same question. He also assumed that the leader was present. Fenrir stood at the edge of the protective barrier, ready to engage in battle. Jong and Chung thought that Fenrir's reaction could only mean one thing. Lee Jun-kyung was inside the barrier. Shrim declared that he no longer trusted his opponent, let alone a truce. Shrim regretted that the leader was not there. However, he intended to put an end to everything. Shachi said he had no choice. Each of the giants was fully armed. Shachi and Shrim called on their warriors to attack, and the giants rushed at each other, wall to wall. At that moment, Lee Jun-kyung jumped to his feet. Hwaja said that the young man had finally regained consciousness. The aging doctor noted that this was not all. Powerful technique and enormous energy had been demonstrated. Lee Jun-kyung rushed to the exhausted doctor. Hwata fell to the ground. The young man checked his pulse and thought, the doctor is still alive, so everything is fine. Hwata sacrificed his youth to save him. An energy-charged apple appeared in the hero's hand. Lee Jun-kyung declared that he would not let the doctor die. The Demon King used the elixir to save Hwata, but now there was no such elixir available. The only option left was the Apple of Eden, which was called the Elixir of Edgard. Our hero took it from Odin just in case. Lee Jun-kyung said he would absorb all the energy inside the device, as Hwata had instructed. He placed the apple on the doctor's chest and said that he must absorb the Apple of Eden. A stream of mana spread throughout his body. Jong and Chung took part in the confrontation between the giant factions. She decided that Shachi was certainly strong, but he lacked power. One of the giants told the girl that they had met again and that she was still as strong as ever. In Chang looked at the hunter and assumed that he was definitely stronger than the giants. In Chang's pet, the ogre Gonza, rushed to her aid. The ogre took on his natural size and became much larger than In Chang's opponent. The opponent realized that he was facing a monster. Yinchang told the ogre that she would fight the man, and Gonza had to make sure that no one interfered. The ogre made it clear that he would fulfill her every wish. The girl prepared her sword and said she was ready to begin this extremely interesting activity. Her opponent said with a satisfied look that he was beginning to like this girl. During the battle between the two groups, Shrim had to admit that Shachi had become much stronger. Shachi replied that Shrim had not changed at all during that time. Shachi added that he had trained a lot since their last battle, but the difference in strength was still great, as expected of the strongest warrior of the giants. Shachi asked loudly, "Why did such a revered warrior betray his people?" Shrim replied that he could no longer bear to see the chieftain playing king. Perhaps Shachi did not know this, but the chieftain had destroyed everything that was dear to him. Shrim added that it was the chief who had destroyed his friend and Shachi's father, Ovaldi. Shachi was so surprised that he even stopped fighting. Shrim repeated, "That scoundrel Loki destroyed Ovaldi." Li Junkyung continued to look at the exhausted Huatu. The hero noticed that Huata's condition had improved, but things were not going as planned. The Apple of Eden was a treasure many times more powerful than the elixir, but it looked as if it had barely survived. There was no flow of mana. Li Junkyung assumed that it was all because of him. Most likely, he absorbed the effect of the Apple of Eden while collecting mana. Perhaps that was why he was now feeling such a huge flow of mana. The young man thought that right now, he could defeat even Hercules. The protagonist did not understand what was happening. What was this flow of mana around him? An armed Zhang Yinchang approached the young man at close range. The girl asked if the young man was okay, and added that she was glad to see him. However, the fallen angel expressed contempt. This was very surprising for the hero. His rivals said that he was just a human being and that this was their chance. A call to attack was heard. Hyunmu's skeleton appeared on the battlefield. He said he was waiting for his master's instructions. Hyunmu added that his master could trust him with anything. Right now, he was capable of destroying those giants. Li Junkyung admitted that Hyunmu had changed a little. The young man ordered Hyunmu to take Huata to a safe place. Hyunmu smiled and said he would carry out his master's orders. The protagonist thought that the doctor would definitely be fine now, and he could focus on other tasks. At that moment, Shrim approached and prepared to deliver a devastating blow to his opponent, Shachi. Li Junkyung was faster and punched the giant Shrim in the jaw. The blow was quite powerful. Shachi, watching the hero, wondered who Li Junkyung really was. The young man had become incomparably stronger since their last meeting. The giants, representatives of the opposing sides, continued their bloody battle. Gonza took an active part in it. Li Junkyung told Fenrir to do as he pleased. A huge ice beast appeared behind the hero. After that, the protagonist suggested negotiations. The mercenaries fighting on the side of their rivals lowered their weapons and thought about it. Maybe this was their chance. The protagonist thought that they should not be underestimated. After all, they were all heroes. Li Junkyung said he had an urgent question. Who were they? One of the mercenaries replied that his name was Yubi. The hero did not know anyone with that name, but someone with such abilities must have been mentioned in the Demon King's records. Li Junkyung asked why Yubi had betrayed the people. Was it because they weren't hunters? Yubi shouted that he hadn't betrayed them. It was their destiny. Everything was done for the greater good. Li Junkyung attacked his opponent and said that it was all a lie. How great was this good that it justified betraying people? The mercenary said that he and Shrim had an agreement. If King Utgard was defeated, they would help restore China. Li Junkyung said that Yubi could have made the same agreement with King Utgard. At the same time, the hero approached his opponent, thrusting his spear forward. Yubi knew he would never side with King Utgard because he had destroyed countless people due to some kind of infection. It was pointless to work with such a person. Li Junkyung realized that he was referring to an incident known only to hunters. It happened after Wanhua's death. This explains why there were so few survivors in Utgard, and why the hunters betrayed him. The young man noticed that Yubi was talking about rebuilding China, but at the same time he betrayed people. Yubi shouted again that he did not betray them. The protagonist thought that there was still much that was unknown. First, they had to defeat them, and then listen to the story. Shrim said that Shachi's father had noticed that the chieftain was plotting something. Shrim added that Loki wanted to turn these lands into Jotunheim. Shachi asked what he meant. Shrim replied, to clear the lands and make them the lands of giants. He wanted to destroy all creatures except giants, and Ovaldi tried to stop him. Shachi gritted his teeth and asked why Shrim was only mentioning this now. Shachi was extremely angry and attacked his opponent. He asked again, why didn't Shrim say this earlier? Shrim replied that he could not lose Shachi. After all, Shachi was too loyal a warrior of the giants. Could he betray his leader, even knowing that he had killed his father? Shrim counterattacked and deactivated Shachi. The warrior noticed that even though Shachi had learned the truth, his body still spoke for itself. Shrim left his former comrade lying on the ground and told him to sleep until it was all over. Suddenly, a voice from the other side ordered Shrim to stop. Lee Junkyung appeared nearby with a fiery spear in his hand. Shrim said that this was getting interesting. The giant decided that this special man was now more dangerous than Shachi. He was as dangerous as Loki. Shrim thought he was saving his strength for the battle with the king. But now, apparently, there was nothing he could do. Lee Junkyung raised his spear, raised his hands, and said he was surrendering. Yubi and all the wounded received packets of potion to help them recover. Lee Junkyung suggested they drink them. The young man declared that he no longer had any reason to fight. The protagonist thought that Commander Utgard was now deactivated and unconscious. The hero also understood why people had chosen the side of the Nars. Lee Junkyung added that now he, a simple mercenary, was leaving this battle. Shrim said that in that case, it was wonderful. He accepted the surrender. Shrim's followers celebrated their victory. Shachi's followers were depressed by their defeat. Shrim said that now no one should fight anyone else. There was already enough blood and ice giants in this civil war. Lee Junkyung said he would follow their exploits and hoped they would not let him down. The giants and humans said they would advance towards Utgard and deal with King Loki. The protagonist did not understand what was going on, but the fallen angel was extremely dissatisfied. Perhaps this was because he heard the name of the king of Utgard, Loki. Shrim asked why this man had retreated. Lee Junkyung explained that, first and foremost, he was just a mercenary. If Shrim paid him well, then perhaps he could help. In Chang asked her companion if he was really all right. Lee Junkyung reminded the girl of what he had said from the beginning. Most of them are not on anyone's side. They had already achieved the goals they had set for themselves before coming to China. Hunters like those present here would help the people remaining in Utgard. Wasn't that the best outcome? The girl replied that she understood. The Nar's attack went smoothly, as most people lost the battle against the giant warriors. Because the Nars retained most of their strength, they easily penetrated the city. After Mr. Wanhua regained consciousness, Lee Junkyung asked the doctor if he was okay. Wanhua angrily asked if Lee Junkyung had been a traitor from the beginning. He had no idea. Lee Junkyung was surprised. What was the doctor talking about? They had discussed this topic before. Although it was a little late, the rescue team had arrived. Lee Junkyung turned to Mr. Yubi and asked him to gather Utgard's people. If they saw a way out, it would be worth leaving the fortress. The protagonist asked the doctor to go with these people and help them. If they had someone they trusted with them, gathering people would be no problem. Wanhua thought that Lee Junkyung really wanted to help. The doctor said he didn't really understand what was going on, but he agreed. Lee Junkyung said that in that case, he would return to his duties as a mercenary. The doctor asked the protagonist how he was feeling. Lee Junkyung replied that he felt great. His appetite and sleep were excellent. He had even gained muscle mass. Wanhua went with the hunters to gather people from all over Utgard. The doctor thought that Lee Junkyung should be careful, because the king was very strong. However, Shrim and his men arrived at the throne room to see the king. The king asked how a dirty traitor dared to enter the castle. Shrim replied that now it was Utgard Loki's turn. Shrim declared that Loki should have dealt with him when he had the chance. Lee Junkyung thought that this giant was calm despite the 100 opponents in front of him. The king's aura was very strong. Probably not everything is known about him. Shrim asked if Loki regretted not being able to deal with him as he had with Ovaldi. Loki said he knew that Ovaldi was the reason for Shrim's betrayal. Shrim became angry and was ready to pounce on the king at any moment. Loki said that it looked quite good. At that moment, the crypt in the throne room shook. The lid of the crypt burst open, and a red giant with glowing eyes appeared. His face showed complete determination. There were many such crypts, and from each one jumped out a similar giant. Within minutes, an entire army of these red-skinned giants appeared before Loki. Lee Junkyung thought that these were real giants without self-awareness, like the ones he had encountered here for the first time. He gloated and smiled. Now he no longer felt vulnerable. Shrim cursed loudly. How dare this scoundrel treat them this way? Lee Junkyung had heard that most of the giants had died from an infectious disease. Was that not the case? They were simply on a different level than those the young man had seen in the world of ice. They were too strong, they had no consciousness, and when they fell into a frenzy of destruction, they became obedient to the king. Lee Junkyung thought that the pieces of the puzzle had finally fallen into place. The king sacrificed his own people to create such an army. Loki said he needed an army that obeyed only him. These giants became that army. This is the highest reward. Loki ordered his loyal soldiers to tear the rebel apart. Shrim was thrown back with a single blow and flew to the side, breaking through the castle roof. The giants, without self-awareness, rushed to carry out the orders. The warriors were frightened. What should they do now since even Shrim was gone? However, Shrim survived and, overcoming obstacles, began to return. Shrim shouted that the Nars should not be afraid and should put up a worthy resistance. The warriors rejoiced that their leader had returned and rushed into the attack. In Chang traditionally did not understand what was happening. The young man explained that the local king needed a personal army, so he had localized some giants for this purpose. Zheng In Chang was surprised. Had Loki really destroyed his own people and conducted experiments on them? Li Junkyung admitted that he was a mad king who saw people only as tools. He was a real monster. Li Junkyung thought that the reassembled giants had no consciousness. That's why they attack like mad berserkers. If this continues, the Nars will definitely not win. Loki declared that he would tear all traitors apart so that others would not be tempted to follow suit. The protagonist charged his spear with mana and prepared to attack the king. The young man swung his spear and declared that he would destroy this king. Loki said that he had been watching this man and realized that his power surpassed that of the others. The king also prepared for battle. Li Junkyung thought he would not be able to dodge his opponent's blow. The king was surprised. Had this man suppressed his release? Who was he anyway? Shachi appeared in the room. He passionately desired to destroy the king. Li Junkyung shouted for Shachi to exercise extreme caution. Shachi declared that he would set the giants on this man. Shachi was attacked by the king and fell face down. Loki said that Shachi was weak. Why was he even asking a human for a favor? When this battle was over, he would turn him into a soldier. Li Junkyung called on Fenrir for help. The ice beast appeared immediately. Loki noted that the ice beast had become weaker than before. In Chang noticed that the enemy was very persistent. Li Junkyung asked to delay him for at least a minute. Shrim shouted loudly and rushed at Loki. Li Junkyung said that Shrim alone would not be able to handle it. He needed Young In Chang's help. The girl said she would try to delay the enemy for an hour. Li Junkyung thought that this would not be enough. More time was needed. Loki was attacked and wounded in the arm. The protagonist's spear increased in power due to the high temperature, but the young man felt that it was still not enough. He had to finish it off with one strike. The spear reached the maximum temperature it could withstand. It began to break apart. Li Junkyung swung and threw the spear at the enemy with all his might. The mission was accomplished. The fallen angel was satisfied. There was a huge hole in Loki's chest, made by the spear. The doctor and the hunters said it was an incredible job. The sun, which had disappeared during the Ice Age in China, once again illuminated the city of Utgard. Under the incredible light of the sun, Loki perished. The king and his castle were burned to the ground and disappeared without a trace. The giants under the king's influence were destroyed by the Nars. The four leaders gathered at the ruins of the castle. Shachi and Shrim were there. Yubi and Li Junkyung were also present. However, the battle was not yet over. Shrim told the mercenary that he would keep his promise and asked Shachi to deal with him. Shrim added that whatever the reason, Yubi was a traitor and had the blood of his people on his hands. His revenge was complete. Shrim expressed his hope that Shachi would spare the Nars who had followed him. Shachi agreed. Li Junkyung asked the giant if he hated him. Shachi replied that he was grateful to this man, because thanks to him, he was able to make the right decision. After surveying the territory from a high tower, the protagonist said that the restoration was going smoothly. Yubi replied that it was all thanks to Li Junkyung. Yubi added that they had done everything in their power, but ordinary people would not be able to survive long in these inhospitable lands. The mercenary added that they were considering going beyond the wall. Could Li Junkyung help them with that? Li Junkyung said he could help, but he didn't think it was a good decision, as many things were about to change. The protagonist noted that it was better not to go beyond the wall. It was a bad decision. It was better to settle here because the whole world would soon become a gateway. Li Junkyung held out a fruit and said it was a monster called a Purimora. It could be used as a source of food. Li Junkyung said that they can be fertilized with monster bones, and in the future, there will be no need to worry about hunger. Yubi was surprised. How does the young man know all this? The protagonist noted that he would most likely be able to help in the fight against the cold. Shrim asked if the new leader of the giants was doing well in his duties. Li Junkyung replied that if he was interested, it would be better to ask him about it personally. Shrim was surprised. Would he really be happy to see his enemy? Li Junkyung said that he should try it and then draw conclusions. Someone who has shed the blood of the people cannot become a leader. Therefore, he rejected Shachi's proposal and decided to lead the Nars. For the ice giants, who are aggressive and skilled in battle, growth is only possible in the presence of an enemy. Shrim added that when monsters are just prey, the only ones who can be enemies are humans. Lee Junkyung suggested that because of their attention to humans, there would be heavy losses on both sides in the future when they became enemies. Lee Junkyung said that the reason he was here was to learn from the giants. Shrim replied that if that was what Loft Loki wanted, he would give it to the man. After all, he was the one who saved the giants. Lee Junkyung asked who Loft Loki was. Shrim explained that in the ancient language of the giants, it meant the one who destroyed Loki. The young man said he would like to learn the technique of release. Shrim said he could grant this request, but he wasn't sure if it was possible. Release is a technique that allows one to maximize the dormant abilities and power of mana in the body. However, it requires a tremendous amount of mana. Without the physiology of giants, who have enough mana to sustain their bodies, others are unable to learn this technique. Sachi looked away and wondered in surprise, what kind of enormous amount of mana is that? Could it be Lee Junkyung? In Chang noticed that Lee Junkyung made her wonder, was he really human? The protagonist, now possessing a large amount of concentrated mana, got what he wanted from the giants. He was sure that he had more mana than Shrim. From a nearby hill, with a bird's eye view, our hero looked out over snow-covered Utgard. The mission was accomplished. Loki turned out to be a foolish king who used his own people in experiments to create an army. The famous villain used the knowledge of Chinese hunters to turn the giants into mindless machines of destruction. Lee Junkyung wondered how the king had made the giants obey his orders and gained complete control over them. Based on the words of Shrim and Shachi, the king was an amazing warrior, but he was not the type to do such a thing alone, which meant that someone had helped him. The intruders who came to the giants' fortress did nothing and simply left. It seemed that any stranger who appeared here could be the Demon King. But if it wasn't him, then who was it? Lee Junkyung wondered if this person could be the stranger in the black hood. Who was he really, and what did he want to achieve? Jong In-chang told the hero that the people were holding a festival. Why not go there? Without waiting for an answer, the girl grabbed Lee Junkyung's hand and pulled him along. She said they were already waiting for them. The young people came to the center and looked around. Now it was clear how people lived here. Things might not be very good, but isn't life itself complicated? We should be grateful just to be alive. In Chang said it was a wonderful sight. Besides, the festival was taking place near the gate. Lee Junkyung noted that this gave him hope. The young man suggested that his companion finish participating in the festival. The protagonist climbed onto a hill, an improvised pedestal. People wondered, who is this? Could it be the one who defeated the king of the giants? Loft Loki, as the giants called him. Lee Junkyung initiated an increase in the flow of mana, increasing the level and amount of magical power. The young man was literally covered in fire. The entire population in the vicinity moved to the square to see Loft Loki. Shrim said that this man was truly amazing. Lee Junkyung raised his hand to the sky and sent concentrated energy in the right direction. The locals were surprised to see that the sun had appeared. Was a human being capable of such a thing? The magical power concentrated, forming a core. Thanks to the dragon bloodstone, a weak dragon heart was formed, an unimaginable achievement. Yubi asked if Lee Junkyung was ready to leave. He received an affirmative answer and added that he had infused warmth into all the supports outside the settlement. Using the magical power of infusion, which he had studied by observing Park Ji-hyun, he also applied the protective magic of Merlin's necklace, stopping the flames from spreading. As long as the supports did not break, the flames would remain stable. Yubi wondered if it was really necessary to go. He was upset that he had not yet been able to repay his debt. Lee Junkyung reassured him, noting that they would see each other again. The protagonist successfully jumped off the observation tower and found himself in front of In-chang. The girl called him the one who raised the sun. He had finally arrived. The young man said that now there was no need to worry about the people. He made sure that they could keep themselves warm even after he left. Lee Junkyung thought that this girl was truly very kind. Lee Junkyung turned to Fenrir again with the same request. A moment later, a huge ice beast appeared before the travelers. Lee Junkyung expressed his hope that the next time they met, he would be better. Yubi truly believed that they would meet again. Night fell while the young people were still on the road. They had to spend the night in the snowy terrain. Fenrir and Gon slept comfortably in their sleeping bags, while Lee Junkyung and In-chang had a leisurely conversation by the campfire. In-chang said that it had been stressful, although the trip had not been so bad. The young man admitted that after such a difficult journey, he did not want to repeat it again. In-chang noted that she hadn't heard him joke around in a long time. Gons got out of his sleeping bag and said that he liked it too. Lee Junkyung asked seriously how her internal cultivation training was going. He had warned her earlier that it would not be easy, Chang reported that she had found a clue for internal cultivation and the flow of mana. The young man said that she needed to hurry. Lee Junkyung added that there was little time left. Even now, the dragon's heart, located not far from his own, continued to charge. Although he did not want it to, it continued to saturate his magical power, increasing his development. Everyone was becoming stronger without even realizing it, a sign that everything would soon change. The young man thought that everyone was indeed becoming stronger, even monsters. The whole world was changing. The saturation of China with mana was only the beginning. Chang turned her attention to the top of the mountain. Mount Paektu was burning. Bloodthirsty monsters took advantage of the situation and approached the burning settlement. Peaceful residents fled, while armed hunters prepared to fight back. The monsters fell under the hot hand and were destroyed by the brave hunters. However, this was only the beginning. The hunters noted that all the peaceful citizens had managed to get to safety. Now they could descend from Mount Paektaesan. A huge giant appeared before the hunters. Something was wrong with him. He was emitting a huge concentration of mana. The hunter assumed that they would have to risk their lives. Suddenly Fenrir, a huge snow beast, appeared in front of the giant. The hunters saw the beast and realized who could help them. Lee Junkyung appeared nearby with his friends and asked if everything was okay. The hunters sincerely thanked him for his help. Lee Junkyung asked where the Mountain King and the female bear were now. He did not sense their presence. A local hunter reported that the chief had gone to the village of Heavenly Lake to seal the Mountain King. Lee Junkyung asked Chang to take care of this place together with the doctor. At that time, the bear woman was at the appointed place in front of the Mountain King. The Mountain King was displeased. The tiger roared loudly and behaved irritably. The girl said she couldn't stand to watch it anymore. The girl said that the Mountain King was like a father to her, having grown up without parents. She couldn't hurt him. The big beast did not want to listen to explanations. He had a completely different goal. The girl suggested that the Mountain King destroy her instead and threw the sword on the ground. She said it was time to end it, and that she was too tired. The tiger flew into a rage. His eyes lit up and he roared loudly. Suddenly, Lee Junkyung appeared between the girl and the beast. The young man asked if everything was all right. Without waiting for an answer, the protagonist picked up the girl and moved her to a safe place. Once they were in a safe area, he put the girl down and asked what had happened to her appearance and what had happened in general. Eungnyo said that the man in black was to blame for everything. After he made contact with the Mountain King, Mount Paektaesan took on this appearance. Lee Junkyung immediately understood who she was talking about. It was the man in the black hood. Eungnyo noted that it had been several days since his disappearance. She believed that the Mountain King had become like this because of this man. Lee Junkyung suggested pacifying the Mountain King first. Eungnyo said that they would not be able to do that, as they had already tried everything. They had sealed him away and even completely extracted his demonic energy through exorcism. The Mountain King's energy was too strong, so it was impossible. Lee Junkyung asked if the only way was to destroy him. He received an affirmative answer. The protagonist activated his fire spear and told Eungnyo to go rest. He added that he might have another way. Lee Junkyung decided to use shock therapy. He attacked the Mountain King with his spear, firing small bursts of fire. Eungnyo couldn't believe her eyes. Had he really become so strong in such a short time? In just a few days, he had changed as if several years had passed. The Mountain King continued to be aggressive, and no therapy helped. Lee Junkyung did not give up and continued to attack the huge beast. Eungnyo couldn't hold back and shouted loudly, addressing the Mountain King. Lee Junkyung said not to worry. He was not going to destroy the Mountain King or do anything illegal to him. The dragon's heart, made of dragon bloodstone, was the best source of power. It combined the power of the Mountain King, the magical energy imbued with the spirit of Mount Paektu, and much more. With its help, one could feel all this magic. Our hero was going to absorb all these powers into his body, the very madness that made the Mountain King behave so wildly. However, not everything went according to plan. Lee Junkyung realized that this was bad. The spear was slowly turning into a demonic weapon, absorbing the Mountain King's life force. He tried to focus, believing that he would succeed. He had to return the beast's life force and energy. The purification was activated. The protagonist couldn't miss such a chance and sped up his actions. The beast was immobilized and lay on the ground. The young man thought he had done it. Eungnyo screamed loudly and rushed to the tiger. With tears in her eyes, she cried out that she would cure the mountain beast. It just took a little patience. She begged the king not to fall asleep and to open his eyes. Time passed, but nothing changed. Eungnyo continued to cry and ask for forgiveness. A doctor appeared nearby, having rushed here on a huge ice beast. The doctor was relieved, thinking he had not arrived too late. After a while, The protagonist stood before the seated Mountain King. He noted that the king had regained consciousness, but despite being freed from his madness, the beast was still losing strength, and it seemed that this was irreversible. Lee Junkyung wondered who this man in dark clothes really was, and why he had done such a thing to the king of the mountain. Our hero could not understand why a mystical creature like the Mountain King had met such a suspicious man and accepted his power. The tiger said he would tell everything in no hurry, and asked if everything was okay with Ung-nyo. Lee Junkyung replied that the girl was fine, but she was very tired, worrying about the king. The doctor said that he had taken care of the Mountain King's external wounds, but the internal damage was too serious, and any further treatment would be pointless. The beast told his interlocutor that he would indeed die soon. Would the man keep his earlier promise to take Ung-nyo with him? The beast told him about a man in a dark hood. Despite his sinister appearance, he had a familiar power. This man did not come to him. The beast himself approached him, in the village of Heavenly Lake. He stood motionless, watching the village. The Lord of the Mountain said that he slowly approached this man. The tiger could not remember the encounter clearly. He had seen him in Cheongju, but had forgotten an important part. Lee Junkyung thought that this way he would not find out where this man came from and why he had come. In Chong addressed the local people, informing them that she was ready to give them a choice. The people could choose what they thought was more interesting. The first option was to rebuild this place. It would be difficult, but they would be able to stay in their homeland. The second option was to go with her to Korea. Permission from the government would be needed, but shelter would be found. In Chang added that the speech was planned for 3 days later, so a decision had to be made before then. Ung-nyo turned to the hero and called him uncle again. She was still worried about the king of the mountain. He always trusted uncle. Could they go and see him now? Lee Junkyung took the girl to the tiger. Ung-nyo approached the king of the mountain and knelt down. The girl told the king to wake up and added that he was an important member of her family, a friend, and a father. She began to cry again. The girl thanked the king for everything and promised never to forget him. The spirit of the mountain lord left his body and soared upward. Ung-nyo thanked him again. All the inhabitants saw the spirit of the mountain lord soar into the sky. They knelt down and bowed their heads. The locals looked around the city and wondered, was it right to leave this place in ruins? Someday they would definitely return. In Chang brought the necessary number of reindeer ready to become racehorses. The girl told the old people and children to go ahead. She added that as soon as they left the mountains, it would get quite cold, so they needed to dress warmly and climb onto the reindeer. Lee Junkyung appeared with Ung-nyo. The girl was holding a small tiger cub in her arms. In Chang was surprised to see the animal. Ung-nyo lifted the tiger cub up and said that Sangun would now always be with her. Lee Junkyung added that the same thing had happened to the huge Gon. The patron, the big man, placed the deceased king of the mountain in Ung-nyo's family. However, he was reborn with multiple memory loss and without strength. Lee Junkyung told his companion that they would soon return to Korea. The girl was already happy at the mere thought of it. In Chang asked what their plans were after their return. Lee Junkyung said that there was a lot to do, and a new glowing sword appeared in his hand. In Chang asked with interest what kind of weapon it was, because its magical mana was incredible. Lee Junkyung thought that Ung-nyo had done a good job. He added that it was a real gift. In Chang felt sad. She didn't have such a gift. She asked again what they would do after they returned. The girl wondered if Lee Junkyung was going to give gifts to some secret girlfriend. The young man was surprised by his companion's reaction and wondered what she was thinking. The residents of Mount Paektu stopped on the snow-covered surface, looking hesitantly at the wall in front of them. Lee Junkyung boldly approached the wall, following a specific algorithm of actions. The protagonist remembered that he had promised to open this wall in a month. A little more time had passed. Lee Junkyung used his unique abilities and pressed against the wall. He thought he had progressed much further than he had expected, so he would manage without outside help. His current actions were not enough. He had to activate the flow of mana and use the dragon's heart, which had absorbed the powers of the Mountain King. There were changes on the northern front. The guards on the watchtower observed the territory with the naked eye. The guard noted that this had not been common lately. After that man went to the front, they rarely saw monsters. His colleague said that if we're talking about the loser, then it's probably just a coincidence, although it was possible that he had indeed gotten rid of all the monsters in the northern region. His colleague added that even if he was an outsider, it would be impossible to repeat such a feat. Other heroes had tried to do so in the past. The sentry suddenly called his colleague to look in the right direction. Observers noted that the barrier was changing. The structure and outer contours of the barrier were indeed undergoing changes. What would this lead to? After returning, In Chang happily drank a cup of hot coffee and thought, has it always been this delicious? The guard informed the young people that their companions were in the neighboring auditorium. But who were they? Lee Jun-kyung responsibly stated that they were trustworthy survivors from the northern region of the country. The protagonist added that all these people were indeed hunters. Yoongnyo and Yubi told their people to be patient. It would be quite comfortable here now. Lee Jun-kyung looked at Eungnyo and thought that the curse probably hadn't reached its final stage yet. The energy of the curse, which gave her strength and turned her into a child, no longer worked here. Lee Jun-kyung asked Eungnyo if she could spare him a few minutes. The protagonist told the people that he would steal her for a few minutes. Lee Jun-kyung took the girl aside and explained that the curse had been cleansed, which is why her appearance had changed. The young man decided to check the condition of her body with the help of the mana flow. The girl was immobilized, and the flow of mana was passed through her. Eungnyo was indignant. "What are you doing?" Lee Jun-kyung noted with surprise that she had become weaker. Eungnyo did not believe him and decided to check for herself. She immobilized her body again, closed her eyes, and increased the circulation of mana throughout her body. The girl admitted that she had indeed become weaker. But how was this possible? Lee Jun-kyung suggested that she was only strong in the vicinity of Mount Paektusan, where she controlled her energy. That was why she looked like a small child near the mountain. The young man said there was no reason to worry. He was a hunter and could help. Eungnyo asked what exactly he wanted to talk to her about. Lee Jun-kyung said that representatives of the government and the association would find her soon. They would have many questions for her and the people of Cheonji. He added that her people were much stronger than expected. If all these people were accepted into the association, everyone would be happy. The problem, however, was not that. Eungnyo asked if the problem was whether they should be trusted. Lee Jun-kyung agreed. There was a risk of being expelled from the country or signing an unfair contract with the government or the association. The young man knew that the president of the Asgard Association, Yang Hyojin, would most likely come in person to take control of their power. Lee Jun-kyung said he wanted to offer them a good option, but the choice would be theirs. A white SUV parked near the building. A young man wearing dark glasses got out, greeted Lee Jun-kyung, and said it had been a long time. He welcomed the young man back. Lee Jun-kyung admitted that he hadn't seen him since their school days. The man in glasses said he was impressed by Lee Jun-kyung's actions. He had successfully completed a dangerous mission, returned safe and sound, and brought back the surviving northerners, who turned out to be hunters. Lee Jun-kyung thought that the association had approached them first. His interlocutor noted that there was a problem. Could these people be trusted? The president of the association wanted to offer them something. The young man thought that Asgard was finally making its move. The man with glasses added that the president wanted to sign contracts with all the hunters. Lee Jun-kyung clarified that he was talking about many contracts and received confirmation. Signing such a contract allows people to be controlled like slaves, using penalties specified in the documents. Lee Jun-kyung noted that these people had already signed a contract with him. The protagonist added that he had brought them here of his own free will and could not take any risks. Everyone signed mana contracts, but a person can only sign one such contract. The man in dark glasses said he would inform the president of the association and asked them to wait a moment. Our hero was curious to see how Odin would react to this. Soon, everything would be revealed. Yubi tried on the uniform and said that it was really comfortable and easy to move in. The residents of the northern region also liked the food in the local canteen. In Cheongjin, there are only potatoes. Is this really paradise? In Chang admitted that the food was really not bad. Lee Jun-kyung agreed and added that they didn't get to eat properly in the neighboring country. The girl admitted that she missed the workload and couldn't just sit around doing nothing for long. Lee Jun-kyung realized that In Chang already wanted to resume hunting. The young man promised that they would find something to do as soon as they returned. Standing on the top of a nearby mountain, Lee Jun-kyung looked around at the quiet place. He thought that the world was about to turn into hell, so it was better to enjoy the peace while he could. Lee Jun-kyung turned around and saw a girl in front of him. She introduced herself as Choi Yoon-sung. The young man replied that he would remember her name, but wondered how she had managed to hide her presence. The protagonist did not notice her until she came close, even though he could sense most of the mana flows. Lee Jun-kyung thought that if she had been an enemy, he could have already been killed. Choi Yoon-sung explained that it was her talent. The young man asked why she had come here. The girl replied that she was interested in Lee Jun-kyung's future plans. Because of the mana contracts, they had no choice but to follow him, which frightened some of them. Lee Jun-kyung stated that they were heading to the capital. The protagonist thought that Odin must already know that these people had signed a contract with him. As long as he was bound to Asgard, the hunters from Cheongjin would follow him, and the association would not be able to interfere. Choi Yoon-sung asked what would happen after that. Lee Jun-kyung replied that he would like to entrust them with something. The young man explained that he would not force them to do anything. With such power comes responsibility. He just wants the hunters to fulfill their duties. The girl left, and the dragon's weak heart stabilized. The young man thought that the ability was finally ready to be used. How strong was it now? The protagonist surmised that he could now defeat Hercules in his berserk form. Lee Jun-kyung noted that he was definitely getting stronger. A guard approached him and said that a man from the association wanted to meet him. That person turned out to be an old acquaintance, the bald hunter, Song Gu-yeon. They met and greeted each other. Lee Jun-kyung said that if he succeeded, he would try to return. The work was hard, and this could be considered his reward. Yuru asked what the association had decided. Song Gu-yeon replied that almost all the members of the association had already returned to the country. The hunter's words shocked Lee Jun-kyung. The opening of a special gate was a sign of rebellion. Special gates spawn much stronger monsters, and their appearance has serious consequences. Such gates appear not only in the country, but all over the world. Because of this, most hunters return to their countries after their raids. Even Odin, not knowing what the special gates were, summoned the heroes. Sun Gu-yeon added that the meeting lasted several days. Of course, they also discussed Lee Jun-kyung. The bald man noted that they were expecting his return, but not with such a treasure. The young man thought that the hunters from Cheongjin were truly worthy of being called a treasure. The number of hunters at his disposal was incredibly large. The bald man added that the problem was that this treasure belonged to Lee Jun-kyung. Song Gu-yeon explained that the purpose of the mana contract was to force a person to serve. Lee Jun-kyung had brought many hunters, and they all now belonged to him. The head of the High League Guild noted that the young man would make many enemies. Everyone would see him as a rival, because mana contracts and guilds are diametrically opposed. Lee Jun-kyung replied that everything would be fine because he was a member of Asgard. The young men hugged each other. Song Gu-yeon said he was glad his friend had returned safe and sound. The protagonist announced to the Northerners that this trip would be their last. The hunters agreed to travel some more. They ate, slept, and did nothing, but they rested well. Lee Jun-kyung said that they would soon be very busy, so they should rest while they had the chance. Sun Gu-yeon asked who this woman was. The hunters called her a goddess. Lee Jun-kyung didn't go to China for her, did he? In-chang replied that it was definitely a joke. Lee Jun-kyung did not go to Cheongjin for Eun-yo. Jong In-chang said that Lee Jun-kyung already had many women, even if Eun-yo was the one he was hiding. In-chang herself was surprised by her words. Could he really have girlfriends abroad? How many rivals did she have? Lee Jun-kyung couldn't understand what was going on with In-chang. Song Gu-yeon thought he could literally hear the girl's thoughts. The residents of Mount Paktu found themselves in the city center and looked around. Their surprise knew no bounds. Lee Jun-kyung thought they had simply lost their speech. The young man told Eun-yo to take care of her people. The girl was also extremely surprised. Lee Jun-kyung thought that Eun-yo was just as shocked as the others. This was understandable. She had grown up in the mountains and was probably in a modern city for the first time. He asked Jong In-chang to escort the people from Cheongjin. The young man added that Fenrir should listen to In-chang and not quarrel with anyone. Lee Jun-kyung and Fenrir sensed the presence of the association president in the building, even though he was on the top floor. Lee Jun-kyung said that from now on, Fenrir had something to learn. He should not growl at people or use his fangs. He should show prudence. Fenrir promised to follow these rules. The association president greeted the guests and noted that Lee Jun-kyung had brought many interesting people with him. He noted that more than 100 hunters had arrived, 2 of whom were at the hero level. In addition, there were 3 strange things. Lee Jun-kyung suggested that the president considered Eun-yo and Manhwa to be heroes. In that case, were the strange things Fenrir and Sangung? But why 3? The president explained that Lee Jun-kyung was the 3rd. Now it was necessary to discuss this trip. But before that, something had to be done. Song Gu-yeon said that today the young man will be introduced to Asgard and a conference will be held. Lee Jun-kyung will be of interest to them, so all the heroes of Asgard have arrived. One of the heroes in the conference room wondered why such a strange guy should be accepted into Asgard. Other heroes said that this man's skills had grown significantly in a short period of time. And he had also been to China. Was he really that crazy? One of the heroes sensed 3 streams of energy entering the hall. Heimdall, Odin, and another person with enormous energy. Could it be the newcomer? The heroes were surprised. Was the newcomer that strong? The doors opened, and Lee Jun-kyung appeared on the threshold. He greeted everyone and said he was pleased to meet them. His name was Lee Jun-kyung, the failure. Representatives of the association, including Mr. Kim, an old friend of the hero, were waiting for people at the gate. They were about to return. The hunters from Mount Paektu were also standing in front of the gate, but on the other side. Mr. Kim greeted the White Tigers group and noted that it was a job well done. The young man thanked the hunters for their patience, as they had quickly dealt with the gate. Now it would be easier for the citizens to deal with the consequences. Kim noted that this group was different from the others. They had pleasant personalities and good skills. Eunyo asked if there were any more gates left. She was ready to move on to the next ones. Mr. Kim said he didn't mind. But didn't these people need a break? There was no need to deal with all the gates today. Eunyo replied that there was no need to worry. They were ready to move on to the next gates. In the special gate, Zhong In-chang was engaged in a bloody battle with the winged monsters attacking her. The patron Prince Charming supported the girl with his stats. The ogre Gonza also demonstrated his hand-to-hand combat skills. Hyunmu kept up and skillfully eliminated one monster after another. The doctor used his magical abilities to literally tear the monsters to pieces. The patron, the great doctor of the East, enhanced his abilities. Lee Jun-kyung swung his spear and immediately took on several monsters at once. In-chang noted that they were succeeding because they were top-class hunters, and their patrons were much more interested in them than in the others. The protagonist agreed that these were special gates with S-rank monsters, but they handled them easily. Lee Jun-kyung noted that the stronger they became, the more special gates appeared. The world was overflowing with magic, and a cataclysm was coming soon. The young man said that until now the doctor and In-chang had done a great job, but now they needed to put in much more effort. In-chang asked where Lee Jun-kyung was going. Was he giving them a farewell gift before leaving? Lee Jun-kyung replied that he was planning to travel around the world a bit. The girl was surprised. He had warned of a cataclysm with a serious expression on his face, and now he was talking about a trip around the world. Of course, he had the right to rest. In-chang agreed that rest is important and understood the young man. The young man said that from now on, the two of them would join the White Tiger group. Fenrir was also part of the group. Lee Jun-kyung asked Fenrir to take care of the group. They will be of great help in the future. The protagonist informed his friends that he was going on vacation. However, this is his duty. As a man from the future, he simply has to do it. It's time to meet Odin. A few days later, the young man borrowed the right to use Bifrost from Song Gu-yeon. The bald man reminded him to be careful. He did not expect Odin to approve of this. Lee Jun-kyung said he had made a deal with him. He gave him what he valued most. Usually Odin does not allow anyone to use Bifrost. However, Lee Jun-kyung received permission because of the deal. The subject of the deal was the man in black. Upon returning from China, Lee Jun-kyung told Odin something that differed from the information provided by the survivors. The young man told the president that someone called the man in black was planning something. He had turned China into a wasteland and destroyed a village on Heavenly Lake. This information was enough to spark Odin's interest in his search. The president said it was necessary to find out who this person was and what he was planning. Asgard would provide all the necessary support. This meant that the whole of Asgard would cooperate with the loser. When they met, the knight told the hero that he had been waiting for him. Lee Jun-kyung replied that it was a great honor for him to meet the lone knight Lancelot. This was beyond all expectations. He thought they would send a simple manager from the council. Lancelot said he sympathized with the young man, and noted that it was a great honor to see the loser with his own eyes. Lancelot was one of the Knights of the Round Table. The Round Table Council is a secret British organization with a unique view of the world. While other organizations manipulate humanity, claiming that people's lives depend on them, the Council of the Round Table remains on the sidelines and observes. They have power, but they do nothing. They are neither good nor evil. The main source of the Council's power is Merlin, who is at the epicenter of the organization. Even without Merlin, the Council is quite powerful, as they have the Order of the Knights of the Round Table at their disposal. Its members are much stronger than the heroes, and they have always played an important role in overcoming crises in English history. Lancelot said that Merlin herself is interested in Lee Jun-kyung, and everyone is curious about who this loser is. Lee Jun-kyung thought that Lancelot's gaze was full of hostility, probably because of Merlin. Lancelot was known for his love for Merlin, but she did not reciprocate his feelings, and their relationship was ruined. Lancelot was not a traitor or a bad person, he was just too dependent. Most of the council's questions were about Lancelot. Lee Jun-kyung said he wanted to keep the promise he made to Merlin. He added that he had come to Merlin on an official visit, and understood that Lancelot was trying to mentor him, but that he was crossing the line. If a knight is unaware of his own rudeness, does he have the right to call himself a knight? Lancelot became angry. How dare this man insult him? Lee Jun-kyung thought that Merlin was most likely watching the situation. The only place she cannot see is the council's living quarters. The knight said he didn't know how bad the loser's reputation was, but he couldn't allow disrespect. Suddenly, Merlin appeared in the room and told Lancelot to stop, noting that he was being disrespectful to her guest. Lancelot became angry and challenged the loser to a duel. Merlin was outraged. What was Lancelot thinking? Lee Jun-kyung agreed and suggested they go to the training hall. The knights were not surprised to see Lancelot again, but they had not seen such a fight in a long time. Lancelot, as usual, would probably win. Who was his opponent? Could it be the loser from Asgard? The opponents were already standing opposite each other in the training hall. Lancelot thought that his opponent also fought with a spear, but the loser's technique was much worse. He thanked those present for their attention to the duel. Lee Jun-kyung asked in surprise, "Is Sir Lancelot a knight or a comedian? Judging by his actions, he looks like a comedian. Is it appropriate to address him as Sir Lancelot?" The protagonist had heard that in local duels, it was even permissible to take the life of one's opponent. The young man asked if this was true. Lancelot confirmed this and added that in this duel, the young man's life was in danger. He was going to show mercy and not destroy the loser, but there was no reason to do so. Lee Jun-kyung noted that, judging by his opponent's words, he was a very egocentric and arrogant aristocrat. A false knight, Sir Lancelot. The knight cursed and rushed to attack his opponent. Lee Jun-kyung thought that Lancelot was known as a lone knight who could defeat his opponent with a single blow. The rumors were true. His attack was incredibly powerful. Regardless of his character, he was truly a hero. In battle, the spears collided head-on. The energy component was incredibly great. The knights watching the duel were extremely surprised. Had the loser blocked Lancelot's attack simply by putting up his spear? No one had ever done that before. Lancelot was surprised. Why couldn't he move? One of the knights decided to stop the fight and said, "Enough." The knight introduced himself, Gawain, Knight of the Round Table. Lee Jun-kyung thought that Gawain was a man of elegant speech and gestures. He was truly a green knight. After awakening the power of the hunter, Gawain began to defend the gate with terrifying force. His entire body was covered in the blood of monsters, for which people nicknamed him the Green Knight. Lee Jun-kyung thought that there was no reason to be hostile towards this man. He raised his spear, signaling that the duel was over. Gawain said that Lancelot should learn to assess his own strength, and that of his opponent wisely. Lancelot replied that the loser dared to disregard him. Gawain ordered Galahad to help Lancelot after the duel. Lancelot bowed his head and admitted defeat. Lee Jun-kyung thought that Gawain was indeed not someone to be taken lightly. He had assessed his opponent's abilities from the very beginning. Gawain thought to repel Lancelot's magical attack with a single blow was amazing. Another star lit up in Asgard, so the rumors that he had defeated Hercules were true. When he met Merlin, the protagonist said, "Only this once." He agreed to the duel because he wanted it too. There won't be a second time. Merlin completely controls the Round Table Council, including the Order of Knights. Therefore, they obey her orders. If Merlin had not wanted this duel, he would never have faced Lancelot. Only because she gave her silent consent did the protagonist agree to the battle. Of course, the hero had his own goals as well. Lee Jun-kyung said he was doing it to repay a debt. Merlin noticed that the hero was straightforward. He agreed to the fight because he himself wanted to fight Lancelot. Lee Jun-kyung replied that he agreed only because he was a proud man. In fact, he did it to test his skills after his trip to China and to repay his debt to Merlin. The young man asked, "Did Merlin get what she wanted?" That means the debt is paid off. Moreover, the situation will clearly teach Lancelot something useful. Merlin already knew about the hero's progress and allowed the duel, knowing that he would not lose. This suggests that she wanted Lancelot to lose. Merlin noticed that the young man was much smarter than previously thought. She really wanted Lancelot to lose this battle. Merlin noted that Sir Lancelot had incredible potential, but at the same time was arrogant and obsessed. He needed to be given a reason for personal growth. The young man was to be used as a stepping stone for Lancelot. Merlin agreed to accept this as payment for the debt. The next moment, Merlin turned into a boy. The boy told the hero that Lee Jun-kyung still owed him a promise. Did the young man keep his word? Lee Jun-kyung realized that Arthur was standing before him. A sword appeared in the protagonist's hands, which he held out. Arthur became angry. Was Lee Jun-kyung mocking him? Was this Excalibur? Lee Jun-kyung said that Arthur must first take the sword in his hands. The boy took the sword and asked in surprise if the young man was claiming that this decorative sword with magic inside was Excalibur. How dare he look down on him? Arthur added that it was a pathetic trick. Did Lee Jun-kyung really think it would work? Suddenly, Merlin appeared before Arthur. The boy was naturally surprised. Arthur looked at the sword differently. Could it really be Excalibur? The curse was lifted. Merlin also noted with surprise that they had separated. Li Junkyung smiled and said he had kept his promise. Arthur said in surprise that it really worked. Li Junkyung added that unfortunately it was a fake, created to deceive their patron, the Lady of the Lake. Patron saints only see what they want to see. As long as they are pleased, everything is fine. Merlin and Arthur asked in surprise what he was talking about. Merlin noted that the Lady of the Lake had instructed them to obtain Excalibur, even though they knew nothing about it except that it took the form of a sword. Merlin added that the young man knew about the existence of Excalibur and created something similar to deceive the patron. Li Junkyung confirmed this. The Sword of the Lake, Excalibur, had been in the lake for centuries, absorbing its magical powers. Knowing this, the protagonist was able to partially restore the sword. Arthur admitted that it was a fake, but they parted ways. Merlin stated that this was probably temporary. Merlin added that when the Lady of the Lake realized the deception, the curse would return. Hearing this, Arthur became angry again, but Merlin stopped him. Even if it was a fake, they had a little time. Li Junkyung noted that it was not a matter of time. He was able to deceive the patron, and even if the truth came out, the sword would retain its value. The curse would not take effect until they left the round table. He added that the patron had cast the curse hoping that they would find the real Excalibur, but his work was already done. Arthur said that was not enough. He suffered from the curse much more than Merlin. He was forcibly placed in the body of a child, while Merlin possessed the body. Now it was clear where his character came from. Li Junkyung replied that in that case, he would tell them something else, the location of the real Excalibur. Hercules, using his restored strength, fought with complete ferocity. His opponent was calm and confident. He held a magic sword in his hands and claimed that Hercules was moving very slowly. Hercules predictably lost the sparring match and knelt down after the fight. His opponent stood majestically in front of him with his sword. Hercules asked what kind of sword it was. His opponent replied that he had picked it up very recently. Hercules was surprised that someone could pick up something like that. After being wounded, he lost control of his magical power. The man said that Hercules had achieved enough to be forgiven for breaking the agreement. Hercules realized that there would be no disciplinary action. His interlocutor clarified that the forgiveness applied only to him. Athena planned to hold Hercules accountable. Hercules looked back and saw Athena standing nearby. How long had she been there? He hadn't noticed her presence earlier. Hercules' opponent asked Athena, "Is something wrong?" Athena said she had come to tell him something. Athena reminded him that she had recently been asked about the loser. After returning from China, this man had gone to the United Kingdom. Athena added that the reasons were unknown, but he had met with the Round Table Council. The man said that the loser needed to be watched and told Hercules not to neglect his training. Athena and Hercules said they understood and would obey Zeus. Arthur asked if that meant Excalibur was now with Zeus. Li Junkyung confirmed this. Arthur noted that Zeus already had the lightning bolt of Olympus. Why did he need Excalibur? Li Junkyung was surprised. Where did people get such an idea about Zeus? What lightning are we talking about? Arthur wondered why they were addressing him so informally. The young man replied that Arthur was doing the same thing. Was that really a problem? Arthur asked what they were going to do with Excalibur. Li Junkyung was surprised. Why was he being asked this question? He told them where the sword was, and they would have to figure it out for themselves. Arthur was indignant. He had promised them. Li Junkyung reminded him that he had been asked to find Excalibur, which could break the curse. The job was done. Moreover, he was waiting for payment for it. Arthur did not think that Zeus would agree to negotiate the transfer of Excalibur. Li Junkyung suggested that Merlin would be able to figure it out, as she was a very intelligent girl. Arthur asked what payment Li Junkyung wanted for his service. Li Junkyung thought that Merlin was currently in a meeting about the return of Excalibur. There was no point in explaining to Arthur, who knew nothing but power. The young man replied that he would tell him about it when Merlin returned. At that moment, Merlin appeared in the doorway and said that they were ready to hear their wishes. Li Junkyung said he wanted both Merlin and Arthur to survive. He needed their trust. They had to follow his instructions. If they agreed, the debt issue would be settled. Arthur was surprised. Why was Li Junkyung asking for two things to repay one debt? The young man replied, "Did Arthur want to die? In that case, it would be a shame." Merlin agreed, but wanted an explanation. Li Junkyung stated that something important was about to happen. A special gate and strange mana. He was sure that Merlin and Arthur had sensed it too. Wasn't that why the Knights of the Round Table had been summoned? Merlin confirmed the assumption. The density of magical power is growing at a wild rate throughout Great Britain. It's all because of the special gate. Li Junkyung added that more such gates would appear in the future. Merlin asked if this was the important event the young man had mentioned. But what about the request for them to survive? The protagonist explained that the important event was the disappearance of all the special gates. It was necessary to prepare for this moment. At a remote training ground, Arthur said that he often trains here alone. Few of the council know about this place. He suggested starting training. It seems that Lee Jun-kyung has become stronger since their last meeting. Lee Jun-kyung agreed. He was very different from who he used to be. Our hero asked if Arthur had ever fought the guy with lightning. Arthur was surprised. How could he say such things just like that? Did he really want to die? Lee Jun-kyung said he was only interested in the answer. The answer was yes. Lee Jun-kyung declared that he would now launch a preemptive strike and rushed at his opponent, thrusting his spear forward. Arthur said it was too slow and dodged the attack. Lee Jun-kyung thought that the duel with Arthur was not just a test of his abilities. He had to use everything he had. The spear's firepower was enhanced. The flames under the influence of the Fire Monarch were on Lee Jun-kyung's side. Arthur said he was impressed. Lee Jun-kyung acknowledged that his opponent was strong, but he couldn't give up. He planned to land at least one blow. The protagonist prepared for a new attack, enveloping his spear in fire magic. Arthur was surprised. Was his opponent absorbing magical power? The dragon's heart released energy. Arthur asked what it was. Lee Jun-kyung replied that it was a solar flare. Arthur said that a flare was a magnificent technique. In response, the hero was attacked using his opponent's unique technique. Arthur apologized. He hadn't been so excited in a long time and couldn't control his power. Lee Jun-kyung was deactivated and fell face down. Arthur reminded him that Lee Jun-kyung was interested in white lightning. Well, he doesn't stand a chance. However, who knows? Maybe this guy will be able to defeat Zeus. Towards evening, the hero came to his senses. He needed rest. He realized that he had recovered only thanks to Merlin's abilities. Now he was fine. Lee Jun-kyung knew he had lost the fight, but he managed to land one blow on his opponent. The young man noted that the spear had reached the head of a huge organization. He had indeed become stronger. Gawain asked if Lee Jun-kyung was present. Gawain added that he had heard from Merlin about the young man's arrival to warn them of the disaster threatening Great Britain. Gawain apologized again for the rudeness of one of the knights, and thanked Lee Jun-kyung for his reliability and righteousness. Lee Jun-kyung said that everything was fine, but Sir Gawain had not come only for this reason, had he? Gawain said he knew about yesterday's battle with Arthur. To duel with him was his dream, which was never meant to come true. He asked if Lee Jun-kyung would agree to duel in Arthur's place. The protagonist replied that he did not mind. He was interested in assessing Gawain's abilities. Perhaps this is a characteristic trait of English knights. While Lee Jun-kyung was at the Round Table Council, Gawain, Galahad, and even Lancelot fought him. Realizing this, Gawain offered an informal apology and proposed a duel. Lee Jun-kyung thought he had come here for Excalibur, but instead he was fighting again. Merlin handed the young man a necklace and said that it would slightly enhance his skills. One day, it would definitely come in handy. Lee Jun-kyung thought that China had also helped him a lot and thanked Merlin. Merlin asked if he could visit the Nile if he had time. Lee Jun-kyung remembered the hunter who came from the Nile, Inaba, who caused a commotion. He wondered why Merlin suddenly remembered him. Last year, after Lee Jun-kyung was injured during the English Battle of the Great Warriors, Inaba found him and offered to take him to the Nile. Rumor had it that he was punished for this. Merlin noted that her interlocutor did indeed remember the desperate child Inaba. He asked her to persuade Lee Jun-kyung to meet him on the banks of the Nile. The ban has been lifted. Lee Jun-kyung thought that the Round Table Council was a neutral association and that they would warn the others about the impending tragedy. His business here was done, but there was something else to take care of. He replied to Merlin that he would think about it. Lee Jun-kyung looked at Arthur and thought that he would give his all during the cataclysm. The protagonist entered the shop to meet Park Yu-jin. The girl behind the counter asked who the visitor was. Lee Jun-kyung was surprised. Wasn't this Park Yu-jin's shop? The girl replied that the visitor did not look like a moneylender or a hunter who had bought a bad potion. The girl in the shop, through logical conclusions, came to the conclusion that she was dealing with a customer. Lee Jun-kyung said he was not a customer and asked again who she was. The girl replied that she was looking after the shop at Park Yu-jin's request. Yu-jin herself would not be coming here. The young man explained that he had come at the request of her older brother. The girl said that Park Yu-jin had told her about this young man. She asked her to convey something, namely that Yu-jin had joined Olympus. Lee Jun-kyung thought that the past had changed again. Park Yu-jin wasn't supposed to join Olympus so early. What prompted her to do this? The young man thought it was all because of him. History continues to change. The protagonist took out his smartphone and called the necessary number. Jong In-chang answered the call and asked what had happened. The girl was relaxing on the beach at the time. Lee Jun-kyung told her to get ready. The young man added that he needed In-chang to come there. Song Gu-yan will tell you more about everything. Everyone except the white tigers must come to Egypt. In-chang said she didn't mind because she was bored sitting in one place. In-chang contacted Bald and informed him that she was in Egypt. Song Gu-yan was surprised. What was she doing there? In-chang said she had something to do. Song Gu-yan asked if it was related to the cataclysm. In-chang replied that it might be related to something worse. Heimdall said that a sudden transition there would cause many problems. Egypt was already unstable. In-chang's arrival would only exacerbate existing diplomatic difficulties. Lee Jun-kyung stopped in the middle of the street in front of the armed men and raised his hands. The Egyptian asked why the Dark Horse had visited Egypt and what he knew. The Egyptian decided that he needed to ask for the help of an interpreter. Two Egyptians with painted faces approached and said that the visitor should be left to them. They were representatives of the executive branch. Neil made his move. A young man approached our hero. He introduced himself as a representative of the Egyptian branch of the Korean Association. His name was Yoon Kyung-tae. It was an honor for him to meet the hero of Asgard. Yoon Kyung-tae added that he had been contacted by headquarters. They said that Lee Jun-kyung was expected to arrive today. Lee Jun-kyung thought it must be In-chang, and the others warned him. Everything was done quickly. The hero said he was aware of the rumors about the unstable situation in Egypt. What was really going on? Yoon Kyung-tae replied that Egypt was currently under the complete control of the Nile, divided into 3 arms. Memphis is in charge of politics. Hermopolis controls the business sector. Heliopolis keeps an eye on hunters and the association. They are fighting for power and constantly trying to seize each other's spheres of influence. Therefore, the situation in Egypt is currently very chaotic. Previously, Heliopolis had the most power. But after the incident with Horus, they ran into big problems. Lee Jun-kyung remembered that Ineb had mentioned being a member of Heliopolis. But what incident was he referring to? Yong Kyung-tae replied that it was not known for certain. Even their sources were unable to get to the bottom of the incident. However, it is known that it happened during an attack on the gate and led to tragedy. Lee Jun-kyung remembered Ineb's words that it was all because of the red ore. Lee Jun-kyung said that he would like to meet with a hunter first. The young man added that this hunter's name was Ineb, an Egyptian captain and a hunter of heroic rank. At the airport, our hero met In-chang and told her that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The girl agreed and added that she had brought everyone here. Ogre Gonza, Fenrir, and even Dr. Wanhwa were present. The red-haired young man asked if Lee Jun-kyung was not happy to see him. It was Balder. He is one of the strongest heroes of Asgard. Balder noted that he had not been to the resort in a long time. He was Odin's right-hand man. Lee Jun-kyung asked why Balder was here. Balder was surprised. Was Lee Jun-kyung showing his true colors from the very beginning? He shouldn't disappoint him. Balder added that it was a joke. The president of the association had sent him here to help the Dark Horse successfully complete the expedition abroad. With the special gates that had appeared in the country, they would deal with it faster than expected. So there was no need to worry. Balder added that he was looking forward to working with the Dark Horse. Lee Jun-kyung thought that this trip would probably not be a pleasant one. Yong Kyung-tae reported that the young man had been denied a meeting with a hunter named Ineb from the Nile. Apparently, something had happened inside the Nile. Lee Jun-kyung wondered what could have gone wrong. Yoon Kyung-tae said that Egypt, like other countries, was recalling its hunters. The second commander of Heliopolis, Seth, had recently returned. If Horus was unable to regain his status, which had been damaged by the incident, Seth would take his place. The protagonist received this information with undisguised concern. Yoon Kyung-tae added that this hunter is currently the strongest in the Nile. Lee Jun-kyung thought that the Nile was the strongest organization behind Egypt and their strongest hunter. The young man thought that he had given his all in the duel with Arthur. All he could do was scratch his cheek. If Seth is the strongest in Egypt, how much stronger is he than Arthur? Lee Jun-kyung asked Mr. Yoon Kyung-tae to continue sending requests to meet with Ineb. They had to find a way to meet him. Heimdall met with Odin. Odin noted that he had not asked any questions so far. He does not know what kind of relationship Heimdall has with the Dark Horse and what secrets they keep. Odin added that the young man continues to pique his curiosity, but does not give a direct answer at all. The president of the association did not understand why Sun Guyan was overly kind to this young man. Odin found it strange that Heimdall showed such trust in him. It seemed as if they had known each other for a long time. Odin wondered what this underdog's goal was. It was completely unclear what he wanted. Heimdall said that Lee Jun-kyung was someone whose goals coincided with Odin's. Odin replied that in that case, he would take a look. Song Gu-yeon knew that in such a case, he had to respond. The bald man added that they had the same goal, to destroy the sponsors. The hunters sponsored by the one who rules beyond the river have all lost their abilities. This is the first time a hunter has lost his powers for a reason other than his own death. The bald man added that this happened after the underdog destroyed Gunther. Lee Jun-kyung and Baldur met in a separate office for a private conversation. Baldur asked what Lee Jun-kyung wanted to talk about. The hero asked which hunter from Nile was connected to Asgard. When the president of the association ordered Baldur to appear here, how highly did he rate the need for cooperation? Baldur replied that the president had ordered him to cooperate and assist in everything within his power. Lee Jun-kyung repeated the question. In that case, which hero of Nila is connected to Asgard? Baldur replied that he would contact his interlocutor about this. This is, in a way, confidential information. Lee Jun-kyung recalled Yoon Kyung-tae's words that they couldn't figure it out even using their sources. The protagonist thought that, based on the words of the manager of the Egyptian branch of the Korean Association, they really should be here. Heroic class hunters. That should be enough. After this conversation, Lee Jun-kyung and his team continued on their planned route. The doctor asked Lee Jun-kyung what his ultimate goal was. Jung In-chang said that she had not heard about his ultimate goal either. The doctor suggested that Lee Jun-kyung was always working toward some goal. Even if he knew his short-term goals, no one understood what his ultimate goal was. He couldn't be dreaming of world domination, could he? Lee Jun-kyung smiled and replied that he was indeed thinking about world domination. In-chang noted that when Lee Jun-kyung said things like that, it was impossible to tell whether he was serious or joking. The protagonist saw a group of people surrounded by dark, demonic energy. The young man told everyone to stop and remain vigilant. The leader of this group headed straight for Lee Jun-kyung. It was Seth, and he was much stronger than Arthur. Seth asked the protagonist if he was the underdog. The answer was yes. Seth said he was here to briefly discuss one issue. After Egypt became independent from the kingdom, it was named the Arab Republic of Egypt. Did Lee Jun-kyung know about this? Seth noted that Egypt was still part of the kingdom under the rule of the Nile dynasty. Everything in Egypt was under their control. Lee Jun-kyung asked if Seth was trying to become the successor to this dynasty. Seth answered in the affirmative and added that Lee Jun-kyung was smart enough to understand his goals. Seth asked if his interlocutor wanted to guess why he wanted to become Osiris's successor as head of the Nile, and what he needed to do when he became ruler. Lee Jun-kyung thought that before the meeting, he had assumed that Seth had staged the accident for the sake of the throne. However, if he did it not just for power, was he really trying to become king? After the conversation, In-chang asked how fruitful the meeting had been. Lee Jun-kyung said that Seth asked him to guess his intentions. In-chang asked what the young man had replied. The hero couldn't even imagine Seth's true goal. He thought Seth was simply seeking power. However, it turned out to be more complicated than that. Seth was dangerous, but not evil. In other words, he was neither black nor white. Rather, he was gray. Lee Jun-kyung added that he couldn't give an answer. In-chang understood everything. Baldur asked where Lee Jun-kyung was. It seemed that everyone had finished their business. Baldur noted that the underdog team was quite unusual. Everyone on this team was a Duke-level hunter. Why hadn't any of them joined Asgard yet? Hunters who weren't part of Asgard, but knew the organization's secrets. What could be more dangerous than that? In-chang thought that this guy wanted to test them. Lee Jun-kyung said that enough was enough with the jokes, and asked again for the answer to the question he had asked earlier. Baldur said again that Odin had ordered them to cooperate with Lee Jun-kyung to the best of their ability. Suddenly, there was an explosion in the air above the city buildings, and a portal began to form. Jong In-chang said that a special gate had appeared. Right in the center of the city, the girl was surprised. The gate had only just appeared, but its magical power was already growing. At this rate, the gate would open in the center of the city. That meant many people were in danger. Jong In-chang told the protagonist that they needed to be closed. Otherwise, they would open soon. Lee Jun-kyung told Miss Jong In-chang to calm down immediately. Deep breathing would help. The girl was surprised. How could anyone tell her to calm down when so many people were at risk? Something must be done immediately, Lee Jun-kyung agreed. The girl added that she was ready to act alone. She didn't understand why Lee Jun-kyung was delaying his response, because every second counted now. Jong In-chang looked up and saw that hunters were already heading for the gates. Seth was leading the resistance group. Lee Jun-kyung reminded the girl that this was Neil, and they had their own ways of dealing with such situations. However, what he saw came as a surprise to him. The young man did not think that Seth would appear in person. The special gate had already been cleared. As expected, they quickly dealt with these gates. It was obvious that the leader of the group had taken personal action. Even though these were special gates, they could not allow any damage. Lee Jun-kyung turned to In Chang. The girl asked the young man to stop joking with her. She already felt uncomfortable. Lee Jun-kyung, on the contrary, praised the girl. She behaved that way because she wanted to protect everyone. Strange sounds were heard coming from nearby. In Chang assumed that something might have happened and headed towards the source of the sounds. In Chang arrived at the scene and saw local hunters threatening a civilian. The girl asked what they were doing. The hunter was indignant. Did she really decide to talk to them in that tone? Lee Jun-kyung appeared nearby and asked what was going on. The hunters realized that he was the underdog. Was he speaking Arabic? The young man thought that Merlin's necklace had proven to be very useful. The hero asked what had happened, if these people had seized someone by force. A local hunter said that this was not a matter for a foreigner to interfere in. Lee Jun-kyung said that after seeing them attack a person, he couldn't just walk by. He was interested in what had happened. He noted that he would have to contact the association. It didn't matter why. A hunter had no right to attack an ordinary person. The local hunter said that in Egypt, the difference in strength between an ordinary person and a hunter is completely different. Here, hunters can punish ordinary people whenever they want, and they won't be punished for it. Suddenly, Seth appeared on the roof of the neighboring house. He said that Egypt also has its own laws. The local hunters were frightened when they saw Seth. Seth declared that hunters from the Nile could punish other hunters. This was followed by appropriate punishment, and all the hunters who had bullied the civilian were destroyed. In Chang asked if the hunter Seth was really a good person. Of course, he did it to save a person. But wasn't that going too far? Lee Jun-kyung thought that he was going to save the man without caring about the influence of the Nile. Seth must have understood that too. However, he still destroyed hunters who should not have died. Jung and Chang asked again if Lee Jun-kyung was sure that Seth was a good person. The young man replied that he didn't know. Ineb appeared nearby and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The protagonist asked who the girl next to him was. His companion replied that her name was Lamia. Her pseudonym was Bastet. The hero thought he wanted to meet with Ineb alone. However, as expected, Neil and Asgard were watching them closely. Ineb asked why Lee Jun-kyung wanted to meet him. The young man replied that he wanted to meet for no reason. The protagonist then announced that he had set up a mode in which only Mr. Ineb could hear him. If Ineb wanted to say something, he had to give a positive response, and vice versa. Ineb was surprised. Could this man really use magic? He said that he also wanted to meet Lee Jun-kyung. Lee Jun-kyung noticed that Ineb had lost a lot of weight. Was he being fed well? In a secret conversation, the young man said that he had come here because of the red ore. Was it connected to the power of Hercules? Ineb replied that Neil feeds him quite well. Lee Jun-kyung reminded him that last time, Ineb had asked him to save the city. Was the Goris incident related to the red ore? Ineb confirmed this and added that he was quite picky about food. Lee Jun-kyung asked if Numek, who had also helped him during the Battle of the Great Warriors, was doing well. In a secret conversation, the young man asked if the red ore had affected Goris in the same way it had affected Hercules. Ineb replied that Numek was doing well. Lee Jun-kyung said he understood. Baldur wondered what the two were really talking about. Lee Jun-kyung asked if Ineb liked Numek. In a secret conversation, the question was asked, is Seth to blame? Ineb said that Lee Jun-kyung was a real joker. He didn't know how Numek felt. Lee Jun-kyung realized that Ineb was unsure whether Seth was to blame. He said it would be great if the two of them worked out, and asked if he could help in any way. Ineb replied that it would be good if Lee Jun-kyung gave him a helping hand. Lee Jun-kyung agreed, and added that in that case, it would be necessary to set aside time for a meeting. After the conversation, Baldur was puzzled. Did Lee Jun-kyung really ask him to arrange a meeting just for such a conversation? If Lee Jun-kyung was using Asgard for something like this, Odin would be unhappy. Lee Jun-kyung asked if Odin was not a consistent person. The protagonist added that Odin would be satisfied later. Lee Jun-kyung must ensure that he shows the proper results. The protagonist stated that he had finished his business in Egypt and that they would return in 3 days. Lee Jun-kyung clarified that he needed 3 more days to settle all matters here. Lee Jun-kyung asked his interlocutor who the hero who infiltrated the Nile was. Baldur replied that Lee Jun-kyung had already met him. Away from the residential buildings, another meeting took place. Ineb admitted that he was late. The young man apologized and explained that he had been followed. Ineb suggested that many people were still following them. Lee Jun-kyung noted that it was worth paying attention to the situation on the Nile. The hero replied that there was no need to worry. A protective dome had been activated. Lee Jun-kyung stated that now they could not be observed. Space distortion had been activated. Eneb noted once again that his interlocutor knew how to use magic. Eneb added that this might not be enough. There was no place where the Eye of Osiris could not see them. Lee Jun-kyung thought that this might be true. Even with Merlin's power, could they still see everything inside? There was no complete certainty. Lee Jun-kyung suggested getting down to business. Why had Eneb called him to the Nile? Eneb replied that it was because of the red ore that Horus was currently unconscious. Red ore is a source of enormous power, comparable to that shown by Hercules in his previous battle with Lee Jun-kyung. It all started after Seth brought the red ore. Lee Jun-kyung was surprised. Had they already found the red ore? The past had indeed changed. This mysterious object significantly increases the monster's power and demonstrates a staggering level of enhancement. Everyone began to study the red ore, conducting numerous experiments. The research was successful, and they managed to increase the rate of enhancement several times over. However, the problem was that it was impossible to control this power. Eneb added that after that, all research was suspended. Lee Jun-kyung thought, madness is poison. Although this phenomenon cannot be fully understood through research, among the hunters, Hercules was the only one who could withstand it by controlling this madness. Eneb stated that Horus personally participated in the red ore experiments as a test subject. The successor to a large organization used himself as a test subject. Lee Jun-kyung asked if this was the same incident. Eneb confirmed it. Despite attempts to dissuade him, Horus was determined to participate in the experiments. Lee Jun-kyung asked why Horus was trying to obtain the power of red ore. Eneb replied that it was all because of Set. Even though Horus was the rightful heir to the Nile, Set wanted to control it himself. Osiris and Set often argued. Horus wanted more power to stop Set, considering him too strong a hunter to be ignored. The protagonist wondered if it was really dangerous for him to gain control of the Nile. From what he had seen, he didn't seem like such a bad person. Was he ostracized simply because he wanted the throne to belong only to him? If it was just a hidden struggle for the throne of the Nile, then everything was clear. Eneb replied that this was not the case. Gorus was a righteous man who planned to pass the throne to Seth. Suddenly, they heard Set's voice asking which of them he had visited. Set was approaching them. Lee Jun-kyung thought that Set had been following Eneb, but Merlin's barrier was still in effect. Lee Jun-kyung said that Seth had been there from the beginning. Seth apologized for accidentally overhearing them and added that he wanted to ask something. Seth said he knew that Gorus had tried to pass the throne on to him. Nevertheless, he was still trying to take control of this dangerous power in order to control it. But why? Eneb replied that Gorus had said that someone was controlling Eneb. Seth asked how many people had heard this. Eneb replied that only he had. Seth said he didn't believe that. Eneb added that he had mentioned this before the experiments with the red ore. Perhaps Gorus had already told someone else, but he did not know. Lee Jun-kyung thought that Seth had been relaxed all this time, but now he was acting anxious. It seemed that Gorus was right. Lee Jun-kyung said it would be better if Eneb returned now. As for Gorus's treatment, the protagonist said he would think about it. He couldn't guarantee the outcome, so it was best not to get one's hopes up. Seth also told Eneb to return. The young man replied that he would follow this order. Lee Jun-kyung thought that if Eneb had already made up his mind, it would be impossible to stop him. Seth said there was something they needed to talk about. He added that he had been watching Lee Jun-kyung. The young man replied that he knew about it, but did not suspect that Seth would be so close, and asked if Asgard was behind him. Lee Jun-kyung remembered Baldur's words that he had already met with a spy. Since Seth wants to take the throne, it is quite possible that he is working with Asgard to achieve this. Seth said that Lee Jun-kyung was not wrong. However, the young man was not entirely right either. Seth added that he was not a spy, they were just helping each other. Lee Jun-kyung replied that these were quite shocking statements. But who is behind Seth? Who controls him from the shadows? Seth agreed that the rumors are true and noted that Lee Jun-kyung is indeed brave. Lee Jun-kyung thought that Seth was working with Asgard. One can only judge by the way he holds his sword. But who is behind Seth? That means there is a person capable of controlling the leader of an entire organization. The protagonist thought he didn't stand a chance of winning. He would have to risk his life. Seth said that now it would be fun, adding that he did not get the red ore by accident. The duel was inevitable, and both opponents drew their weapons. Lee Jun-kyung thought that it was all thanks to the Knights of the Round Table. He had acquired a skill that allowed him to dodge Seth's attack. Seth said that his eyes had not deceived him. Lee Jun-kyung was truly amazing. The red ore really did come to him by chance. That man gave it to him on purpose. Seth said that now Lee Jun-kyung understood what he would do first when he became king. Lee Jun-kyung said that Seth was not real. It was a pitiful sight to think that Seth was even remotely similar to him. A hunter who was known for making others tremble. A hunter who tried to change the situation with his shame. When our hero saw Seth, he immediately thought that he was looking at a demonic king. Lee Jun-kyung said that the reason Seth wants to gain control of Neil and become king is because he wants to be a dictator. Seth laughed in response and confirmed that this was indeed the case. Later, the protagonist continued to wonder whether Asgard knew that someone else was behind Seth. If Asgard didn't know about it, he wouldn't have let him go here just like that. Or maybe they think Lee Jun-kyung won't tell. In-chang entered the room and asked why Lee Jun-kyung was still awake. She said that there was definitely something wrong with Seth. She didn't think he was a good person. Maybe it was just a feeling. The way he seemed and the way he really was were like two different personalities. It felt like he was just pretending. Lee Jun-kyung only realized this after their meeting last night. This girl really has unusual intuition. Balder still didn't understand what Lee Jun-kyung was doing. The protagonist said he didn't understand what she was talking about. Then Balder announced that the liberator of Asgard he had mentioned earlier was Seth. This morning, Seth announced that he was ending the exchange of information with Asgard. The reason he suddenly did this was because of the underdog. What is Lee Jun-kyung up to? Lee Jun-kyung said he was going to join Neil's debate. The welcoming party said that it was a great honor for them to meet the heroes of Asgard. Lee Jun-kyung greeted the hosts and said he was happy to see them again. Today he really came as a representative of Asgard. The girl replied that they had been notified in advance by Asgard. Lee Jun-kyung thought it was a really good idea to use Odin. So far, everything was going according to plan. Lee Jun-kyung easily penetrated the central part of the Nile. Seth appeared ahead on the course. Lee Jun-kyung wondered with surprise. What was wrong with this guy's expression? He had to carry out his plan before it was too late. Lee Jun-kyung asked Bastet where Horus was now. The young man added that he was going to try to cure him. Ineb also appeared nearby. He addressed Bastet with a request. As one of Goros's favorite assistants, Bastet must allow the underdog to heal Goros. Bastet agreed to the request and sped up. Ineb followed her. He expressed hope that this decision would not prove to be a mistake. Lee Jun-kyung and Balder also hurried over. Balder thought, if they didn't manage to save Horus, everyone would die. If necessary, he would have to use him and restore relations between Asgard and Neil. In-chang asked Bastet what the chances were that they would be discovered. Bastet replied that they had already been discovered. But could the Dark Horse really save him? Lee Jun-kyung said it was a little late to ask that question. He couldn't say for sure, but he was going to do everything in his power. Our hero could not guarantee anything. However, if he failed, they would not be able to stop Seth. Government officials blocked the road and demanded that the young people stop. It was reckless of them to try to invade the heart of Nile. Bastet told these people to clear the way immediately. She didn't want to hurt them, so they shouldn't force her to. One of the hunters asked why Bastet was here. It was not too late to make the right decision. Bastet drew her blades and deactivated everyone who stood in her way. In-chang was surprised. Why did she do that? After all, they trusted her and could help her. Bastet said that was exactly why she did it. Lee Jun-kyung replied that Bastet had been caring towards them. If they failed to save Horus, they too would be in danger. In-chang apologized and admitted that she had been short-sighted. Lee Jun-kyung thought again that Merlin's necklace was really useful. Lee Jun-kyung, his team, and the representatives of Neil arrived at the huge gate. Bastet said that Horus was right behind that door. She asked if Numek would be able to protect this place with her. If Numek didn't believe her, he could leave right now. Numek said that it was an honor for her to fight side by side with Bastet. Bastet thought that Numek was determined. Numek added that if they succeeded, she wanted Ineb to be with her. Ineb said that they would definitely succeed. In-chang declared that now they really couldn't fail. The protagonist thought the same thing. The young people moved through the tunnel, approaching the exit. Light was already visible. The woman standing near the sarcophagus said she knew these people would come to find her son. Ineb said that she was Lady Isis. Our hero had heard that name before. Osiris was the ruler of the Nile, and Isis was his wife and the mother of Horus. She was also one of the 3 most powerful people in the Nile. Isis ordered them not to approach. Everything around her lit up. Lee Jun-kyung realized that the barrier had been activated. Now they would not be able to get closer by normal means. A monster was hiding in the Nile. Isis said that her son thought highly of Ineb, and she had heard many times that he would find the person who could save him. Isida asked if Ineb really believed that this person could save her son. Ineb replied that he firmly believed so. Then Isis turned to the protagonist. Was he really capable of saving her son? The answer was no. Lee Jun-kyung explained that he was not sure if he could do it, but added that he would do his best to save him. Isida deactivated the protective barrier. The woman warned that as soon as the sarcophagus opened, the seal would be broken, and it would last for half an hour. After that, it would be impossible to seal it again. If they failed to save her son, no one would leave this place alive. Lee Jun-kyung declared that he had no intention of dying here. Seth thought that the Dark Horse must have already started treatment. Isida was probably there too. Seth considered Isida his first love. He still had a long way to go, but he couldn't believe he was wavering because of his feelings. Seth announced to his followers that today they would carry out the uprising. He added that today he would take the throne of the Nile. Seth turned to Anubis and ordered him to gather the jackals and lead them to where Horus was. Onobez asked what Seth was going to do. The rebel replied that he would cut the pharaoh's throat. Seth was sure that Osiris was already trembling with fear. The time had come to put an end to their ill-fated relationship. Anubis, exuding dark demonic energy, said he would reap the harvest, spreading destruction. Lee Jun-kyung ordered Mr. Manhwa to control this guy's power as much as possible. The doctor agreed and approached the sarcophagus in which Isis's son, Horus, lay. Balder asked the protagonist if he could really save Horus. The young man replied that he had to. Lee Jun-kyung said he trusts everything else to In Chang, Fenrir, and Hyunmoo. The hero's support group assured him that they would not let him down and would carry out his orders. Wanhua reported that all preparations were complete. Lee Jun-kyung thought he would leave Balder to deal with Seth. Once Horus's treatment began, he would be completely defenseless. The hero decided to trust his team to take care of everything else. He approached the sarcophagus. The protagonist understood that he now had a powerful ally on his side, equal to Seth. He was talking about Isis. Now there was no need to fight against the entire Nile. Many would be with him, all thanks to Isis. The next step was incredible. Lee Jun-kyung activated his fiery spear, swung it, and plunged it into Horus's body. Isis screamed loudly and rushed at Lee Jun-kyung. Her eyes blazed with rage. Eneb blocked her path and asked Lady Isis to stop. The woman ordered the warrior to step aside. Wanhua told Isida to calm down and look closely. At that moment, incredible transformations began to take place in her son's body. Mana gathered around the spear, enveloping Goros's body. Isis couldn't believe her eyes. Could the spear really absorb the red magical power? The dragon's bloodstone absorbed the madness, consuming its energy. Lee Jun-kyung felt the madness penetrating him. Everything was happening exactly as it had during the battle in England. Back then, the dragon bloodstone had caused the hero to lose his mind. However, now he had changed, absorbing the power of madness with the help of the dragon's heart. The heart absorbed the blood from the bloodstone. Goros bandages, previously stained red with madness, began to return to their original color. Madness penetrated every part of Lee Jun-kyung's body. It was not enough to simply heal Horus. To defeat Seth, he needed to take it one step further. By changing the flow of the stone's energy, the hero hoped to completely absorb the madness. Lee Jun-kyung decided that he needed to grow a dragon's heart. His body shuddered from the transformations taking place inside. Wanhua was amazed to realize that Lee Jun-kyung was completely absorbing the red magical power. Jong In-chang was worried about her colleague. Isida realized that the red magical power that had been eating away at Goros had now passed to the Dark Horse. This meant that Goros would finally begin to heal. Numek was defeated and deactivated. She screamed in pain. Eneb ran up to the girl and prepared a healing potion. After Numek drank the potion, the pain disappeared, and she said she was fine now. Then she asked how Bastet was feeling. At that moment, Anubis was holding Bastet by the throat, enveloping her in dark demonic energy. Isis screamed, demanding that Anubis stop his rampage. Anubis threw Bastet aside and turned his attention to Isis. Bastet fell to the ground and showed no signs of life. Anubis' jackals declared that they were ready to carry out any order from their master. Anubis ordered them to gather the harvest. Isis shouted that Horus and the Dark Horse must be protected. Eneb and Numek said they would carry out the order. In-chang and Wanhua were also ready for decisive action. Wanhua went to treat Bastet. Representatives of the administration rushed at Set, intending to detain him. However, Set cursed them and destroyed them. He said it was a great shame. These people did not recognize their new ruler, even though he was standing right in front of them. The rebel demanded that his brother wait, for he was the one most suited to be the ruler of the Nile. Odin's domain, Asgard. Everything in this territory is subject to ancient and immutable laws. Odin announced the start of the meeting. All those involved were at the meeting. He reported that Set had raised a rebellion. Even if the Nile were to burst its banks, everything must remain under control. Odin added that the topic of today's meeting was related to the Nile. Baldur joined them via video link and announced that they would soon begin the battle with Set. One gave his permission. Seth and Baldur were already facing each other. Set admitted that he did not expect to see Baldur in his path. Baldur replied that he had not thought about it either. Seth suggested that it was now clear what Asgard's intentions were. He would warm up a little before the main course. Seth activated his sword and rushed at his opponent. The rebel acknowledged that his opponent was strong. Baldur responded in kind. Anubis's jackals, armed with swords, continued to approach their victims. Jong and Chong, armed with a two-handed sword, prepared to meet her opponents. The girl demonstrated her skill with weapons. Her strikes were so swift that Anubis's jackals flew far back. Manhwa returned to help In-chang. The doctor noted that each of the attackers was a heroic class hunter. However, In-chang's skills were simply amazing. The girl said that, looking at these jackals, she did not consider it an appropriate moment for admiration. Isida easily scattered the attackers in different directions, setting them on fire and dealing with them in the most brutal way. Anubis approached and ordered everyone to disperse. He declared that he would deal with Isida personally, and asked if she really thought she could maintain the barrier while fighting him. Isida realized that she really couldn't maintain the barrier while fighting. Anubis's minions noticed that the barrier had fallen, and decided to seize the opportunity, all rushing to attack at once. In-chang said that the attackers were making a mistake. The place they were running to was a living hell. Fenrir was waiting for them. At that moment, a huge snow beast appeared, which came as a complete surprise to the jackals. Fenrir destroyed everyone within his reach. Eneb declared that their chance had come. They must destroy all the enemies who had survived. Seth continued his confrontation with Baldur. He said that even now his opponent was hiding his true power. Impressive self-control. Seth added that all of this was a waste of time. He was doing it for his brother. However, there was nothing he could do now. Seth began to transform. Demonic energy enveloped his body. Baldur thought that this could be dangerous. His goal was to buy time, but if he made a mistake now, he would die. One, however, wanted Baldur to join the fight. Asgard's orders were unconditional, so Baldur replied that they would fight. Set instantly rushed forward, and Baldur noted how fast his opponent was moving. He said that Set's weakness was that he did not control the territory. Now he would see the difference between those who had power and those who did not. Baldur shouted, "Breidablik!" and rushed into the attack as well. Anubis noticed that Set's energy had suddenly disappeared. Isis said that something strange had happened to Set. She added that now the balance of power had been upset. Anubis could give up. Anubis did not believe that anything could have happened to Set. He noticed that Isis was agitated and decided to take advantage of this. Anubis said that he did not intend to destroy Isis. He activated the Veil of Truth, filling the space with dark demonic energy. Isis was affected by this power, and it immediately affected her well-being. Anubis imprisoned the woman in a demonic cube and declared that she had lost her vigilance. Once locked up, Isida felt her body become heavy. She could no longer do anything. Anubis announced that Isida would remain trapped and become a source of his power. Eneb decided to destroy the barrier and rushed to Isis's aid, striking the demonic cube with all his might. However, his blows had no effect, no matter how hard he tried. The young man noted that it was like trying to hit a sponge. Then he changed his style and began to break through with a series of quick attacks. But again, he failed to achieve his goal. Moreover, the barrier began to grow in size. Bastet said that this was impossible. She could feel the power of Lady Isis and Inaba emanating from him. Anubis laughed and said that it was an incredible amount of power that was entering him. Jung In-chang asked Anubis what the dog was going to do. The girl noticed that all his subordinates had been defeated by the white snow dog. Only Anubis remained. Anubis replied that he was harvesting souls, and everyone would end up there. In-chang was amazed by what was happening. All those who had died were coming back to life. Anubis ordered the resurrected to destroy all his enemies. Bastet warned that caution was needed. Anubis's forbidden zone turned the fallen into his fighting toys. Yin-chang said she understood. After all, she had seen something similar before. It was exactly the same as in China with the giants. Back then, the monsters were spawned by the ruler's greed. Yin-chang thought that Set and Anubis were no different from the king of giants. They could not be let go. The girl was sure she could handle it. After all, she had already fought similar creatures. Baldur said that there was no point. Breidablik was shattered to pieces. Control over the territory was a space that gave its owner absolute power. Although his control was still in effect, Seth managed to break free, destroying the rules of the territory that hid him and escaping from the enclosed space. Baldur decided that Seth was just trying to scare him. He was puzzled. Why didn't control over the territory work? Was this the only means he had left? Baldur intended to continue and use it, but he needed Odin's permission. Odin ordered Baldur to retreat. This would lead to losses, so it was better to give up on Neil. They needed to take the dark horse and leave. Baldur obeyed the order. Set laughed and asked if this was Asgard's decision. So, should Baldur be brought back? Baldur felt humiliated, but there was nothing he could do. Asgard's orders were absolute. Seth said that it should not be considered a humiliation. Asgard had made the right decision. Seth appeared in the throne room before the ruler. The latter noted that his younger brother had finally come to him. Seth said that his older brother looked unwell. Judging by his condition, was this the result of his own decision? He asked why it had to end this way. The ruler replied that he did not regret his choice. Seth asked if it was because of him. Wasn't that why his brother had become obsessed with power, which had almost cost Horus his life? Wasn't it because he was determined to take the throne? His older brother told Seth not to be so presumptuous. There are many powerful people in this world, but not all of them seek the good of humanity. Seth was surprised. Had his older brother seen the man in black? He laughed and said that now everything was clear. After meeting this man, his brother felt defeated. To surpass him, he became obsessed with a power he could not possess. Despite the fact that his son was consumed by red ore and on the verge of destruction, his brother was still obsessed with power. He said that Seth was certainly stronger than Horus, but the red ore had robbed him of his youth and vitality. Seth replied that he was different from both his older brother and that man. He added that he would now show how different he was, and his body began to transform under the influence of demonic energy. The ruler realized with horror that this was the effect of the red ore. Seth said that this power was his older brother's dream. He just chose the wrong side. The black demonic dog, which had burst out of the shadows, pounced on the ruler after these words. Seth declared that he would follow this man and rule the entire world, not just this pathetic little Nile in Egypt. At the same time, Zhong Inchang continued her fierce battle with Anubis's jackals. Ogre Gonza was not far behind, demonstrating his hand-to-hand combat skills. Hyunmoo used his unique abilities to deactivate his opponents one by one. Anubis continued to devour the souls of the destroyed jackals, turning their bodies into obedient puppets. In Chang said with concern that they kept getting back up, adding that there was only one way to stop them. In the next second, icy flashes appeared, and the puppets were destroyed. It was the work of Fenrir, who skillfully attacked the enemies, leaving Anubis alone. However, it was Anubis who managed to wound Fenrir. The icy beast turned back into a boy and fell to the ground. Anubis was struck by an endless stream of power. Now he felt capable of defeating anyone, even Osiris himself. He declared that it was time to put an end to all this. Suddenly, the protagonist's voice was heard, announcing that the deed was done. At that moment, Anubis felt a new source of energy, and it alarmed him greatly. Horus rose from the sarcophagus. He was determined to punish the guilty and restore justice. Horus shouted that Anubis dared not do such a thing. He directed his power at the demonic cube to destroy it. Anubis could not believe his eyes. Could this man really destroy the veil of truth so easily? Isis was incredibly happy to see that her son had awakened. Gorus and Isida exchanged greetings, and the son told his mother to rest now. Horus, filled with determination, declared that he would return soon. Anubis, left alone, continued to concentrate demonic energy for further confrontation. Ineb thought that since the veil of truth had disappeared, Anubis could no longer control the dead. Horus and Anubis did indeed engage in a confrontation, using their unique abilities. After a short time, the rebel was deactivated and lay on the ground. He was surprised to find that he was still alive. Horus said that it was not his place to take the rebel's life. Horus asked Lee Jun-kyung if that would be enough. The protagonist thanked him and replied that it would be fine. Hyunmoo asked the master why his life had been spared. Lee Jun-kyung replied that Hyunmoo looked lonely. The young man added that he was thinking of making him a brother. In response, the skeleton smiled broadly and uttered words of gratitude. Suddenly, everything around them shook as if there had been an earthquake. Gorus's expression changed, and he said that his father had died. Nile's hunters knelt down and admitted defeat. Without Osiris, they could do nothing. The senior hunter shouted that all was not lost yet, for Horus had already awakened. In this regard, it was necessary to lend him their strength. Thoth, the leader of Memphis, said that Memphis would not join them. He asked what Hermopolis planned to do. Sekhmet, the leader of Hermopolis, declared that they would fight Set, for they were not cowards. He could not stand by and watch the Nile collapse. Thoth replied that in that case, he would also go to the Temple of Ra. He wanted to see the birth of the new king of the Nile. Sekhmet thought that Thoth was acting like a fox. He must be planning to join the side that wins. Seth and Horus stood facing each other on a huge platform. Seth said that Horus looked terrible. Horus noticed that his uncle looked like he was having fun. The hunters said that a new king of the Nile must be chosen in the name of Ra. They had to decide who Ra would choose and who would rule the Nile. Sekhmet and his men repeated loudly, "Rule the Nile!" Everyone present also took up the phrase, "Rule the Nile." Isis, Ineb, and the others also repeated, "Rule the Nile." Seth laughed and said that everyone had gathered here to witness the birth of a new king. The rebel admitted that the dark horse was simply amazing. He would never have thought that this young man would be able to awaken Horus, but everything happened exactly as that man had predicted. Lee Jun-kyung was surprised. He himself was not sure that he could cure Horus, but the man behind Seth was able to predict it. Lee Jun-kyung asked if Seth really wanted him to save Horus. The answer was affirmative. Seth said that the true king must be recognized by all. Lee Jun-kyung must also rise to the place where it is decided who will become king. Sekhmet and Thoth were surprised. What was this man saying? Did he really want an outsider to join the fight for the throne? Seth asked if Horus had sensed this. He added that his patron, the son of the desert, was also watching this man. Lee Jun-kyung thought that since Horus had awakened, there had been reports that the son of the desert was watching him. But why did the angel dislike this? What did it have to do with who would become king of the Nile? The protagonist thought that even though he had absorbed Horus's madness, he had just been freed from the seal. Horus had never been able to defeat Seth. Lee Jun-kyung approached Horus and said he would help him. Horus replied that this was encouraging. Seth suggested deciding whose patron would prove stronger, the wolf of the destroyed desert, or the son of the desert. Horus and Lee Jun-kyung were now on the same team. They prepared for a serious confrontation. Alone in his office, he was deep in thought. Neil would be the perfect place to absorb. However, Seth possessed a dark red magical power that destroyed control over the territory. Odin remembered fear, a feeling he had already forgotten. Then he experienced a strange pleasure as he activated the dark demonic energy. One thought he had found an opportunity. With the unknown power that Seth possessed, it might even be possible to destroy the patrons. He decided that he was done with Neil, but with Seth, it was different. As soon as this rebellion was over, it would be necessary to intervene. One turned around and saw a man in dark clothes in his office. How could he be here, on his territory? No one was allowed to enter without permission. Odin asked who he was and how he got there. The stranger held out his hand and said he would give Odin strength. Horus fought selflessly against Set, confirming his right to be king. He said that Ra would be his witness. Seth was forced to admit that Horus had become stronger, but was not yet accustomed to his new power. Seth summoned a sandstorm with unbearable heat. Horus was attacked and thrown far back. At that moment, Lee Jun-kyung got close enough and attacked his opponent with a spear. Seth caught the spear with his hand and neutralized his opponent's attack. Seth acknowledged that Lee Jun-kyung had become much stronger than before. The protagonist realized that he had no choice but to use the madness he had absorbed. Lee Jun-kyung activated this madness and began to prepare for a new attack. Seth was surprised. How was his opponent able to use the power of red ore? Apparently, when he was healing Horus, he absorbed some of that power. Lee Jun-kyung asked Seth if he wanted to reveal the identity of that person to him. Seth replied that even if he did, it would be meaningless. In any case, his opponent would die today. Seth attacked with a series of powerful blows, but Lee Jun-kyung blocked them using his spear and his unique abilities. Horus asked why Seth had killed his father. The confrontation continued, but there was no clear winner yet. Lee Jun-kyung said he had one proposal. If they could win, Seth would have to answer their questions. Seth said that would never happen. Lee Jun-kyung replied that he would not be so sure if he were in his opponent's place. Using the power of madness, the hero was filled with mana. Right now, he could use sun glare. An energy surge of a fiery nature was activated. Seth now understood why the Dark Horse was so confident. However, that was not enough. In response, he activated a sandstorm with an increased temperature. The hunters nearby tried to escape, but it was clear that it was too late. In Chang, despite everything, rushed towards the storm. The girl skillfully wielded her sword, deflecting huge fragments of rock flying towards her and the hunters. Zhong and Chang ordered everyone to retreat to a safe distance. She promised to hold the defense while the retreat was underway. The hunters thanked the girl and began to change position, retreating to a safer area. They understood that this was not a battle between ordinary hunters. Horus asked his partner if they had really defeated Seth. Lee Jun-kyung replied that even though his attack had hit its target, it wasn't enough. The enemy's magical power hadn't diminished at all. Set told his opponent that his attacks were beyond imagination. He did not think that the Dark Horse would be able to break through his sandstorm. Now the hero understood why Baldur had lost to Seth. Seth was amazed that his opponent was forcing him to use his true power. Sekhmet thought that the Dark Horse didn't stand a chance. What was this sinister mana that Seth possessed? This mana was more powerful than that of Horus and the Dark Horse combined. It was greater than that of all the hunters present. Everyone present understood that no one could defeat Set in this battle. Seth told Horus that his nephew looked exhausted. It seemed that the new Ra would be the wolf of the ruined desert, so he would allow his nephew to rest in peace. The hero understood why Baldur had fled. Anyone who saw this dark red aura would feel that they were facing an abyss of power that would never run dry. It was terrifying, and he wanted to run away immediately. But Lee Jun-kyung was not one to retreat. Seth had to admit that his opponent had the true spirit of a warrior. It was assumed that the Dark Horse would flee back to Asgard with his tail between his legs, like Baldur. But now it didn't matter. Even Odin couldn't defeat him now. Lee Jun-kyung thought that victory in this battle was impossible, but he could not retreat. Such is the duty of those who possess power. Suddenly the sun broke through the clouds in the sky. Its powerful and bright rays illuminated the earth. The patron of the desert sun watched over the people. Isida said that this was the true light of Ra. But how was that possible? The sun of the desert protected Lee Jun-kyung and Gorus. Lee Jun-kyung was surprised. What was happening? His wounds healed, and his body was filled with an incredible amount of mana. The patron sun of the desert supported both hunters. Lee Jun-kyung thought in amazement that this patron was helping them both. The fallen angel did not object. The hunters were amazed. Could it be that Ra's light had fallen on two people at once? Seth was also surprised. Was this Ra's desperate struggle? At one point, something incredible happened. Lee Jun-kyung gained wings. The dragon's weak heart was temporarily strengthened under the influence of the sun of the desert. Lee Jun-kyung flew into the sky and realized that his patron had given him his power. Now the hero could see mana floating in the air. The young man realized that thanks to this flow, he could use the mana from the air. Now he had to try to use the Demon King's signature attack and activate the decisive blow. The flow of mana accelerated. The weak dragon heart absorbed the magical power that filled the air. The activation process was in full swing. Despite the support of his patron, the hero was still inferior to Seth in strength. It was necessary to gather as much mana as possible. Lee Jun-kyung acquired the skill, King of Fire. It was truly an incredible achievement. Now he had become someone who forged his own path. A person who had grown up without a patron. All of his stats had increased significantly. The hunters looked up and saw two suns in the sky. Seth was surprised. Was that all? As he had thought, the true patron of Ra was not the sun of the desert, but the wolf of the destroyed desert. Seth continued to escalate the situation, trying to confuse his opponents and find a moment to attack. Lee Jun-kyung spread his wings and ordered Gorus to immediately step aside. The hero realized that he had managed to break free before losing control of his body. Set was now doomed. A dark sun appeared on the battlefield. Lee Jun-kyung began to be pulled into this sun, and there was nothing he could do about it. He gathered all his strength and activated the King of Fire skill. The hero had no strength left to break free. He felt helpless and began to sink into the abyss. What kind of place was this? There was no sky, no light, no warmth, no people. It was an abyss where nothing existed. Lee Jun-kyung felt himself falling. Was this how he would die? He gathered his will and decided that he had to pull himself together. At that moment, Baldur grabbed Lee Jun-kyung and headed away from the abyss. Gaining speed, Baldur managed to break free from the dark sun and carry Lee Jun-kyung out of it. Baldur continued to move away from the dark sun, but its energy was still expanding. Baldur shouted for Lee Jun-kyung to use Bifrost, otherwise he would explode. Soon, an explosion did occur, causing a huge amount of dark energy to be released. Baldur was furious. What had Lee Jun-kyung done now? They needed to use Bifrost to escape from here. Why did the Dark Horse use it as a barrier to protect the temple? Was Lee Jun-kyung willing to die with everyone else? Lee Jun-kyung replied that if he hadn't done so, the others would have died. In any case, nothing could be changed now. Manhwa realized that Lee Jun-kyung had erected a barrier around the epicenter of the explosion to protect them. However, no one could survive an explosion of this magnitude. Manhwa rushed to the barrier, intending to save Lee Jun-kyung. However, In-chong grabbed his arm and stopped him. The doctor was surprised. Why did she do that? Lee Jun-kyung was inside. He needed to be saved. Jong In-chong calmly said that there was no need. Manhwa had to get used to it. In a short time, he would return as if nothing had happened. The doctor understood what was going on. That was why all the other team members were just waiting calmly. Inchang added that he was just that kind of person, and the barrier was still intact, which meant that Lee Junkyung was alive. Goris and his mother waited anxiously to see how the situation would end. Seth had said earlier that Lee Junkyung must also enter the arena to be chosen as the new king. He thought that this was another candidate for the throne, because he was the one who received the light of Ra, the dark sun, which appeared briefly on the battlefield, and the explosive energy emitted by the explosion collided with the barrier of Bifrost and came under the control of Baldur's territory. This turned the once beautiful lands of Baldur into ruins. Lee Junkyung thought that at least it had worked, as it had managed to block the explosion. The protagonist realized that Baldur was in fact unconditionally loyal to Odin. Lee Junkyung realized that this situation was an opportunity to weaken Baldur. Baldur said that he might have saved the young man on a whim, but he would never forgive him. Lee Junkyung looked at the ashes and wondered in surprise. Had this place become like this because of him and the dark sun? Everything around him resembled a crater after a meteorite strike. Baldur suggested looking for Seth, although there was no reason to do so. Nothing could have survived in this place. The protagonist activated his mana flow to find Seth. Lee Junkyung thought that there was nothing left here but stones and dirt. Where could the piece of cloth have come from? How did it survive? He should put it in his inventory. Baldur agreed that there was nothing left here. Could Lee Junkyung have found something? The protagonist replied that he had found nothing. Lee Junkyung decided that in that case, the barrier could be removed. The barrier was indeed deactivated. Manhwa said that everything had happened just as Inchang had predicted. Yinchang was delighted to see that Lee Junkyung had returned and said with tears in her eyes that she knew it would happen. The doctor suggested that it was Zhong Inchang who was most worried. The girl couldn't hold back her emotions and, when the protagonist came closer, threw herself into his arms. After the disaster in Egypt, was everything really okay? The number of hunters was steadily growing. Ordinary people feared that they would soon be replaced by hunters. But who was the person who stopped Seth? The dark horse reappeared. Manhwa asked how Lee Junkyung was feeling. The young man replied that he was feeling fine, but would still like to be examined. The doctor doubted that Lee Junkyung was really okay. The sudden increase in strength after healing Goris and the unexpected support of the son of the desert clearly meant that his body was overworked. He needed to at least check his pulse. The doctor was surprised to find that the young man was indeed healthy. He even looked stronger than before. Lee Junkyung admitted that he wasn't sure, but apparently that was the case. Inchang said she had important news. The girl was holding a fresh newspaper. Everyone was talking about the dark horse. The article was about a Korean hunter who saved Egypt. Just a few days ago, the newspapers were full of news about hunters, but now there was not a single line. Instead, everyone was discussing the dark horse. Someone was probably deliberately trying to divert attention, and Chang said that ordinary people were shocked by this incident. Lee Junkyung agreed. They probably saw the true power of hunters for the first time. Yinchang noted that it's not just the power of individual fighters. Lee Junkyung replied that it still works. Now people will worry about hunters. The young man thought that in the future, hunters would rule over ordinary people, and people would become no better than livestock. Ineb, who appeared nearby, said that Goris had ordered the young man to be brought to him. After the battle with Seth, Lee Junkyung was unable to meet with Goris. Because Goris had been sealed away for too long, and had suffered many wounds during the battle with Seth, he needed medical treatment. He was under medical supervision for several days. This was the responsibility of the new king of Nil. Ineb said that Neil was grateful to the young man for his help. Ineb added that even though Lee Junkyung was a stranger, he had been blessed by the light of Ra. Lee Junkyung said he was not interested in becoming king. He did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. The young man added that the light of Ra would soon leave him, even though it was still indicated that the sponsor was the son of the desert. Lee Junkyung thought that the fallen angel was gradually beginning to complain. It seems that the son of the desert cannot sponsor two people at once. Obviously, he will choose Horus. Ineb said that in that case, there was nothing to worry about, and thanked the young man. Before entering the royal palace, the protagonists were met by Horus and his mother. Other officials were also present. Horus apologized for welcoming the dark horse so late. The young man saved his life, and also saved the Nile from destruction. Horus said that Lee Junkyung was the official savior of Egypt. Therefore, Egypt decided to repay him in kind. They would give the young man whatever he wanted. Horus added that the savior of Egypt could speak freely. What did he want? Lee Junkyung announced that he wanted them all to change. He added that he had heard that once upon a time, the rights of ordinary people were respected on the banks of the Nile. However, the Egypt he saw greatly disappointed him. Hunters violated the rights of ordinary people as they pleased. The protagonist repeated that he wanted Egypt to start respecting the rights of ordinary people again. Horus explained that this happened after his father fell and he himself was sealed away. They would make sure that everything returned to normal. In fact, they were ready to grant any request, because Li Junqiang was another king of the Nile. Horus proclaimed that even though this man was a stranger, he had been honored with the light of Ra. Everyone knew this, and no one could deny it. Li Junqiang admitted that the light of Ra would soon leave him. Horus replied that he knew this. However, this does not change the fact that the dark horse was the one blessed by the light of Ra. Even if this light disappears, a particle of it will remain inside him forever. It turns out that they are bound together forever. Horus added that Li Junqiang was once a stranger, but now he has become the hidden king of the Nile. The young man must accept the title of Amun, and together with him, as the bearer of the title of Ra, they will lead the Nile to a new system of Amun-Ra. Horus said that, as Amun commanded, they would change the course of the Nile. They would no longer tolerate discrimination between hunters and ordinary people. The law allowing hunters to destroy people whenever they wanted would be abolished. All those present lowered their eyes and confirmed that they would follow Ra's orders. Horus and Li Junqiang watched their subordinates from above. The hero thought that none of those who called themselves rulers were truly normal. The king of the giants was no exception. Seth was exactly the same. Horus said that now that they were alone, he felt much calmer. There was no need to worry too much. He added that he himself did not like the king's position. Horus asked if Li Junqiang was upset that his feelings were so easy to read. He replied that he was not. Horus admitted that he felt relieved and added that he was considering abolishing the title of king. Li Junqiang was surprised. Why make such extreme decisions? Horus explained that times had changed. In some cases, the life of a hunter was not endless. It was too dangerous to give them absolute power. Li Junqiang thought that right now, Horus was a good man with power. But if he changed, things could end up even worse than under Seth. The protagonist said it was a reasonable idea. Horus reported that Seth was still alive. He asked if Li Junqiang would hunt him down, since he himself could not leave Egypt. Li Junqiang replied that he was curious to find out who was behind Seth, and promised to contact Horus if he found that person. The passenger plane was landing at the international airport. Journalists and other members of the press were already waiting for him to land. As he left the airport building, questions were heard. What does the young man plan to do in the future? How much international aid does he plan to send to Egypt? The journalists were disappointed. He didn't say a word. It's hard to get used to this, even when it comes to hunters. Then representatives of North Korea appeared. The Dark Horse is a member of their association. The man who is called the next president of the Korean Association and head of the Major League Guild, Song Gu-yong, appeared at the door. Next, the hero of Egypt, the Dark Horse, emerged from the airport building. Song Gu-yong met his friend. Journalists reported that they met to discuss the assistance that the Korean Hunters Association would provide to Egypt. After exchanging impressions, Li Junqiang noted that Baldur had left for Korea too quickly. Then, everything made sense. Song Gu-yong admitted that this was precisely the reason, because he was the only one who had disappeared. The bald man added that a state of emergency had been declared in Asgard. Since Odin's influence was enormous, it would not be easy to fill the void left by his absence. Li Junqiang wondered, why did this happen now? Why did he disappear when the disaster was not yet over? If it had happened later, it could have been taken calmly. But in the midst of a disaster, it was a bad sign. Where did he go? Son Gu-yong noted that Odin was not someone who could be attacked or kidnapped. Moreover, the last place he was seen was his own Asgard. So wherever he went, he did so voluntarily. Li Junqiang wondered what Odin had in mind if he had disappeared on his own. Son Gu-yong said there was no need to worry too much. Even if he disappeared, it would not be a disaster, although it would not be easy. Li Junqiang admitted that this was a great relief. However, they had still lost their most important source of power. They needed to finish their business here and return home as soon as possible. The young man thought that Odin's disappearance was completely different from anything that had happened before. Surely it had something to do with him. If he hadn't been there, everything would have turned out differently. This thought made him feel uneasy. One of the hunters said that they regretted the incident that had occurred in Egypt. Takamagahara would send most of its heroes to rebuild the country. Li Junqiang thought that they simply wanted to establish control over Egypt by stationing their heroes there. The protagonist realized that Takamagahara was a secret organization in Japan. He had only heard about it before. One of the hunters stated that this incident had undermined the status of hunters around the world, and now compensation had to be paid. Lee Jun-kyung thought that every group here was acting like Japan. Now that the Nile had weakened, they were trying to take it over. He asked Baldman if Asgard was going to intervene. Song Gu-yeon replied that after discussion, they had decided not to interfere in Neil's affairs. Besides, they already had enough influence. There was a person who could do everything possible, and that was thanks to the hero of Egypt. Lee Jun-kyung said that Baldman shouldn't say that. Song Gu-yeon just smiled. It's the truth. Horus appeared on the podium. He declared that Egypt had already been saved, and therefore they would forever express their gratitude to the one who had done so. Horus announced that Egypt was now united with Asgard. To be more precise, it would work side by side with the Dark Horse. After this announcement, the protagonist noticed that everyone present was looking at them. Song Gu-yeon had expected this. But what should he do now? Disaster was approaching, and Odin was currently absent. They no longer had enough strength to even protect Korea. Song Gu-yeon rose from his seat and wanted to talk about the situation in Asgard. Lee Jun-kyung added that before they discussed further assistance to Egypt and cooperation with it, there was something else that needed to be said. Lee Jun-kyung also took the podium and said he wanted to talk about Seth, whom he had fought. At that moment, every hunter present was shocked. Was there really information about Seth? The hunters couldn't believe it. Was this young man really going to reveal valuable information about such a powerful hunter just like that? Lee Jun-kyung said that Seth had told him that something was coming. Something truly grand was about to happen. It was related to the special gates that had recently appeared. Everyone present also felt it. The density of magical power per unit volume was increasing. One of the hunters was not mistaken. This man really knows something. Lee Jun-kyung added that Seth said this was just one of the coming signs of disaster. Lee Jun-kyung reminded them that it had been some time since the gates and hunters had appeared. Did those present really think that such a change would not happen again? Seth told him about it. He said that a disaster was coming. Lee Jun-kyung added that Seth was trying to win him over to his side. That was why he had revealed such a secret. Seth said that someone with incredible power was seeking to conquer the world and rule it. And if he worked for this person, he would be able to join forces with him. Those were Seth's words. The representative of the Japan Association stood up and said that this was nonsense. Wasn't Lee Jun-kyung trying too hard to raise his own value? The Dark Horse was certainly strong, but not strong enough for Seth to try to recruit him. Lee Jun-kyung said that in that case, he wanted to ask one question. What is their goal? For everyone who is part of the organization, what is their ultimate goal? The Japanese man replied that his goal is to save humanity and bring peace to the world. Everything they do, even if it means sacrificing themselves, is for the prosperity of humanity and a bright future. Lee Jun-kyung said that their real goal was personal gain and the right to control the territory. Wasn't that so? The protagonist added that whatever their goal was, it didn't matter. The one who took control of Seth was already working to change everything. Isn't the fact that Seth warned them about the disaster important? Of course, the issue with Egypt is important. But if his goal is to rule the world, it means that none of their theories will ensure safety. Left alone, Sun Guyan asked what Lee Jun-kyung was thinking. Why is he telling them about the disaster? After this story, no one knows what will happen now. Sun Guyan added that these people are capable of turning the world upside down. They have the power to radically change everything. The protagonist replied that he was sure of only one thing. If they told them about the disaster, they could save many lives. Upon hearing about the impending disaster, they will surely try to do something. This alone will undoubtedly help them protect their countries. Compared to the past, this time, many people will be able to survive the catastrophe, as the necessary conclusions have already been drawn. Sun Guyan noted that since Odin was currently absent, Lee Jun-kyung had gathered new people to deal with the disaster. It was a very smart move. The protagonist suggested praying that everything would work out. The Japanese man never parted with his katanas. At that moment, he was standing on the shore of the pool, staring into the distance. He came here to help Egypt regain its strength, but he heard about the disaster, although it may all be a lie. Lee Jun-kyung had previously said that Seth had tried to win him over to his side. That was why he had revealed this secret. Recalling those words, the Japanese man assumed that the Dark Horse was not lying. The Japanese man asked the blindfolded girl what she thought about it. Hadn't she also predicted the impending danger? The girl replied, "Disaster is coming." The hunter thought that she had been saying this constantly over the past few weeks. In that case, it was necessary to meet with the Dark Horse again. The Japanese hunter went back to the association's headquarters and met his fellow hunters there. He asked them if they had all come here because of the disaster. The answer was yes. The Japanese man knew that they were connected to a secret American Masonic organization. One of the Americans remarked that if what the Dark Horse said was true, then they needed to discuss further details. If the disaster was a problem they had not yet encountered, it would be even more dangerous for them, because they had much more land. The Japanese man asked where the Dark Horse was in that case. The Freemason replied that he was currently talking to Horus. The patron of the Son of the Desert was watching them with his 2 incarnations. During the conversation, Gorus asked if his uncle had really said that. Gorus added that he hadn't heard anything that was said. Could Lee Jun-kyung tell him the truth? Lee Jun-kyung thought that since the Son of the Desert was watching them, it would be difficult to lie to Horus right now. The protagonist replied that it was not true. Lee Jun-kyung added that it wasn't a complete lie. Didn't Gorus know that someone was standing behind him? Lee Jun-kyung noted that the coming disasters were not lies either. Gorus wondered how Lee Jun-kyung knew this. Lee Jun-kyung wondered if the fallen angel could see through the eyes of the desert sun. Lee Jun-kyung thought that perhaps Gorus could become his reliable ally. He had no choice but to trust him. The protagonist promised to tell the whole truth if Gorus kept it all a secret. Gorus agreed. Lee Jun-kyung stated emphatically that he had come from the future. Gorus was naturally astonished. Lee Jun-kyung asked the American representatives why they had come here. Mason asked the Dark Horse to go with him to America. He promised that he would get everything he wanted. The protagonist, of course, did not anticipate this. Were they trying to recruit him this way? Mason said that there were too few hunters in America for the amount of land they had. Assuming that the Dark Horse was telling the truth, they would face serious danger. That is why they were inviting him to America and promising him anything he wanted. The other hunters thought, is America really going to lure away the Dark Horse? Is the Dark Horse really that valuable? A representative of the Philippine Association also welcomed the Dark Horse. The Australian representative also wanted to recruit him. A Japanese hunter invited our hero to visit his country. Lee Jun-kyung thought that the Japanese Yashin was intimidating everyone present with his powerful magical strength. Yashin said he would do whatever the Dark Horse wanted, within reason, of course. Suddenly, everything around them began to shake. Was it an earthquake? It turned out that the gates had collapsed. It was necessary to rescue the victims as quickly as possible. The monsters that had broken out began to rampage. The hunters were surprised. There had been no signs that this would happen. Why did the gate collapse so suddenly? Gorus acknowledged that there were no active gates nearby. The American Mason suggested that the gate collapse the moment it appeared. Lee Jun-kyung said that they did not have time to evacuate or prepare measures to deal with it. First, they needed to deal with the incident, and then they could talk calmly. At one point, In Chang reported that more than 100 people had died. Fortunately, the hunters and Neil were able to take quick action. However, the gate collapsed in a residential area. The gate really did collapse the moment it appeared. There was no way to prepare. Could this really be the disaster? Lee Jun-kyung said it was just a harbinger. We need to take everyone back to the capital and work with the White Tiger Group. In Chang asked what Lee Jun-kyung was going to do. The young man replied that right now, this place was their chance. Heroes from all over the world had gathered here and seen the harbinger of disaster with their own eyes. This would convince them to strengthen their defenses and save countless lives. The young man added that the same event that happened in China would happen in Korea. That is why Korea needs all the hunters they can get. However, right now, the president of the association is missing. Lee Jun-kyung said he would send everyone back through Bivrist. Right now, Korea needs their help. Lee Jun-kyung thought that they had no time to spare, and he did not know how things would turn out now. It was necessary to do everything possible to convince the others. Lee Jun-kyung told those present that there were 3 harbingers of disaster. He learned this from Seth. The first sign is the collapse of the gates. The gates appear and collapse at the same time, just like yesterday. The second sign is the strengthening of monsters. Usually, C-rank hunters can easily deal with monsters inside gates of the same level, but now even A-rank hunters may be needed to defeat them. The third sign is gatification. Lee Jun-kyung added that he doesn't know the details, but he thinks there will be big changes, similar to what happened in China. Similar to the gates, access to them will be closed, and they will be filled with concentrated magical power. This will lead to the deaths of many people. As in the second case, the monsters will become significantly stronger. One of the hunters asked if there was no way to stop this disaster. Lee Jun-kyung replied that he did not know. He did not know what could stop the disaster. Yashin said he wanted to ask one more question. What would happen to the world after all these omens appeared and the disaster began? Lee Jung-kyung thought that the disaster was that everything would change. The gates would be filled with even more magical power. Because of this, the monsters will become even stronger, and even more people will die. Suddenly, there would be more hunters. Their numbers would double. Just as the monsters were getting stronger, the hunters would also begin to grow stronger. Thanks to more powerful hunters, the world will be reborn. However, those who saved humanity will turn the rest into slaves. But that was not something the young man could say now. The protagonist declared that he needed to save people. Despite the approaching disaster, there are not enough hunters. They cannot appear out of nowhere, so it is necessary to take care of protecting ordinary people. Yashin said that everything was clear. This is what war is. Soldiers must protect people. Japanese hunter Yashin once again invited the Dark Horse to visit Japan, and promised to give the young man a position equal to his own. The other hunters thought Yashin had shown excessive initiative. How could he offer such a deal to a nameless newcomer? Goris couldn't believe it. Had the gate really collapsed? Besides, it was at least an S-rank gate. Lee Jun-kyung stated that he had provided all the information he had. He had no plans to move to another country. Lee Jun-kyung expressed his hope that the hunters would return to their countries soon, because something similar could happen even in their own homes. The huge monster that appeared from the gate began to claim the surrounding territory. The hunters said that these were not the trolls he knew. There were many more of them, and they moved faster. Lee Jun-kyung took the initiative and deactivated the monster. The hunter thanked the protagonist, saying that thanks to the young man, he was able to survive. Lee Jun-kyung said that they would stop the monsters. It was necessary to evacuate everyone else to a safe place. Our hero thought that these trolls were similar in size to the giants of Utgard. This was the level of monsters that came out of the S-rank gate. Lee Jun-kyung continued to defend himself, staying close to the gate. He thought that there was someone else who hadn't come here yet. He was referring to the boss of the S-rank gate. He was trying to break out. He had to be stopped. The Japanese man, Yashin, looked up at the sky and saw Lee Jun-kyung flying. He was like a diving bomber. Yashin remembered the words of the blindfolded assistant. She said that this young man would help him complete his mission. Yashin thought that this young man was connected to his destiny. At that moment, the monster boss really did approach the gate. The Japanese hunter felt his heart beat faster when he looked at the young man. Lee Jun-kyung seemed to draw him in. He had to catch up with him. At that moment, the monster boss appeared from the gate. The protagonist thought that this monster was simply enormous. Compared to it, all the buildings looked like toys. It was definitely a scarecrow. Before the monster passed through the gate, he had to destroy it. The solar flare skill was activated. The attack continued. The monster boss completely emerged from the gate. Lee Jun-kyung circled around it, flapping his demonic wings. Lee Jun-kyung used his unique abilities to get close enough to attack the monster's head. The attack was successful, resulting in a hole in the boss's head. Lee Jun-kyung shouted that he had defeated the monster. The monster lost its balance and began to fall backward. Lee Jun-kyung thought that this would not work. If this giant fell like this, the people below would be hurt. This could not be allowed to happen. At that moment, the Japanese hunter Yashin soared into the sky. With quick and precise movements of his sword, he cut the falling monster into many small pieces. As a result of this action, the monster scattered over the city like rain. The danger to civilians was averted. The young people looked into each other's eyes, standing in close proximity. Lee Jun-kyung thought it was impressive. Why did someone so skilled not become widely known in the future? Suddenly, the protagonist grabbed his head, lost his bearings, and began to fall like a bullet. The young man managed to pull himself together, regroup, and land smoothly on the ground. Yashin approached and asked if the Korean hunter was okay. Unexpectedly, the Japanese hunter's assistant, who had been moving around the city blindfolded, appeared at this spot. The Japanese man said he felt relieved when he realized that Lee Jun-kyung was all right. Lee Jun-kyung was surprised. What was going on here? As soon as this woman appeared, his head began to ache. Why was the fallen angel paying so much attention to her? Lee Jun-kyung thought that even though these were S-rank gates, they were quickly dealt with. Thanks to this meeting, heroes from all over the world gathered in Cairo. Song Gu-yeon said that the young man had done a good job. Goris also thanked Song Gu-yeon for his invaluable support. Goris suggested that the young people leave. Lee Jun-kyung said it was time for him to go, but he enjoyed working with Goris. Goris's rescue led to a fierce battle with Seth and his strengthening. Our hero realized that getting rid of variables would ultimately only lead to more of them. More importantly, the Desert Sun stops sponsoring Lee Jun-kyung and gives the young man permanent fiery power. Horace said that Neil wants to continue the cooperation, but they are not asking for help. Due to Seth's rebellion and the collapse of the gates, they suffered serious damage. However, one day Egypt will regain its strength. Lee Jun-kyung said that if they can overcome this disaster, Egypt will undoubtedly see the light again. Horus said that Lee Jun-kyung is the light of Egypt. Wherever he goes, he must remember this. Egypt will always be there to help. Horus said he wanted to ask for a favor. Due to a series of events, Egypt had suffered considerable damage. Therefore, he would not be able to leave the country for the time being. Since Lee Jun-kyung is also looking for Seth, if he manages to find him, will the Dark Horse be able to find the Eye of Osiris? The young man wondered how Horus could be so sure of this. Perhaps that is why he is so sure that Seth escaped with the Eye of Osiris. The protagonist felt a fragment of Osiris's energy emanating from him. Son Guyon had already said on the plane that dealing with Set and the power that supported him would be no easy task. Lee Jun-kyung noted that they could return in an instant with the help of Bifrost. But for some reason they were flying by plane. Son Guyon pointed out that the Bifrost was not an unlimited power. However, they had been using it constantly since the time of England. Lee Jun-kyung said that this time they used it to save people in Egypt. The rift has indeed been through a lot. Bald admitted that this time they were able to save quite a few people. Now they are almost back in Korea. Lee Jun-kyung asked how the investigation into Odin's sudden disappearance was progressing. Bald Guy replied that they were still trying to find him. Odin disappeared on his own territory. Nothing like this had ever happened before. One could only hope that nothing bad had happened. Lee Jun-kyung said that with disaster approaching, he needed Odin. What had really happened? The guild leader asked if the man behind Seth was the one mentioned earlier. Lee Jun-kyung suggested that it was indeed the man in black. He is someone who did not exist before, or someone about whom there was no information. Odin's disappearance is definitely connected to him. As the plane prepared to land, it was announced that a fire had broken out at Incheon Airport. The culprits were the flying monsters circling above the airport. They were wyverns. Lee Jun-kyung remembered that this was the second stage of the disaster. The young man left the plane and, using the dive bomber skill, aimed at the monsters. The protagonist immediately attacked the first one he saw and inflicted multiple stab wounds on it. Lee Jun-kyung thought that the patron of the desert sun had provided invaluable support just when he needed it. Lee Jun-kyung didn't want to believe it. Had the disaster already begun? Huge monsters were everywhere. One person really couldn't defeat them. However, in the course of the battle, our hero repeatedly leveled up and emerged victorious each time. Due to the disaster, his magical power increased. Because of this, the mana flow did not work. Our hero could not find any survivors. Suddenly, civilians appeared nearby, trying to escape the impending disaster. The bloodthirsty monster was already close, and it seemed that no one could save these people. Top-tier hunter Son Guyon came to the civilians' defense. He was, as always, calm and confident. The man thanked the guild leader and said that he had just saved his life. However, the hunters who had rescued them earlier were still there. This information caused Son Guyon concern. It would be difficult for an ordinary hunter to deal with monsters of this level. However, if he left these people alone and went to help the hunters, they would surely die. The bald man decided to go to them. At that moment, Lee Jun-kyung appeared nearby. The guild leader said that the young man had arrived just in time. Lee Jun-kyung said that he was going to the hunters, and Son Guyon would take these people to a safe place and then come to their aid. Lee Jun-kyung saw members of the White Tiger Group who had suffered dangerous injuries. But why was the White Tiger Group here? Lee Jun-kyung turned around and saw a man in dark clothes. The protagonist immediately turned around and headed in his direction. The spear detected demonic energy. The man in black had no intention of leaving and was ready to fight. At that moment, In Chang called out to Lee Jun-kyung and said that she would have brought everyone with her if she had known about the extent of the damage. The girl was not alone. She was accompanied by representatives of the White Tiger Group, who greeted Lee Jun-kyung. Lee Jun-kyung thanked them for coming to greet him, but told them they should return. In Chang said that they had saved most of the survivors, and now they could just go back with them. Lee Jun-kyung said that on the way back, they should meet with Hyun. They could go and help him. In Chang said that they would trust and wait. Lee Jun-kyung must return to them. After these words, the girl and the White Tiger Group set off to complete their mission. The protagonist thought that it was the man in black who was behind the events in Utgard, and probably behind Seth. There was no escaping him. But what if it wasn't him? Our hero decided that he needed to check, and preparing his spear, rushed towards the man in black. Our hero decided that he would finally remove the black cloak from the stranger's head. The White Tiger hunter said that Drake was ahead. In Chang declared that she would break through him. The hunter blocked the girl's path and said she couldn't. The hunters said they would take care of it themselves. In-chang thought that Drake alone was not enough to stop her. Exhausted, Jong In-chang fell to her knees. She had lost too much blood from her wound. The girl said that in that case, she was counting on the help of the White Tiger and asked them to fight alongside her. In-chang understood that she was getting stronger, although she had not yet reached the level of Lee Jun-kyung. Information emerged that the patron, beautiful Prince Ogre Siegfried, was sponsoring In-chang. The girl was overflowing with mana. Lee Jun-kyung thought that even when he used the power of madness, bloodlust, mana flow, and the heart of a dragon, this opponent easily blocked his attacks. What tremendous power! The man in the black robe easily blocked the protagonist's attack. Blocking the blow, the man in black threw his opponent aside, and Lee Jun-kyung, losing his balance, stumbled backward. The young man regrouped and prepared to attack again. Our hero was almost certain that this was the same man behind the actions of Utgard and Seth. Even if it was dangerous, he would have to take the risk and try to reveal his identity. Our hero thought once again that he must remove this black cloak. Demonic energy was eating away at our hero's body. The protagonist could no longer stop. Lee Jun-kyung noted that the man in black was only defending himself. Did he really have no intention of attacking and destroying his opponent? However, our hero was unable to even scratch his opponent, let alone remove the cloak. The demonic energy began to provoke madness. The dragon bloodstone resonated with the dragon's heart. Now the protagonist's attacks began to work. The man in the black cloak grabbed his hood and pulled it tighter over his eyes. He said it wasn't worth doing. In-chang told the hunters to step aside. She would take care of it. The hunters were surprised. What had happened? Had In-chang just accumulated an incredible amount of magical power? The girl said it was great. Now she had to try to use the power of her new sponsor. A huge monster appeared in front of In-chang. The monster began to approach, growling loudly. However, the girl didn't even blink. In the next moment, the monster was destroyed in the most unusual way. In-chang wondered who it could be. He instantly destroyed Drake. Son Gu-yeon, with a sword on his shoulder, said he had come to help as much as he could. Lee Jun-kyung told the man in black that he had been fooling everyone until that moment. The man replied that this was not true. The stranger said he had seen a new future. The protagonist's condition was deteriorating. At that moment, a crow landed on the shoulder of the man in black. The stranger suggested that Hyugen return. In-chang and Seong Gu-yeon looked at the results of their actions. Everything around them was destroyed. The stranger in black approached the protagonist lying on the ground. The man performed the necessary manipulations with his hand. Lee Jun-kyung moved through space, landing at In-chang's feet. The girl screamed in fear and rushed to the protagonist. Son Gu-yeon was surprised. Why was the man in black doing this? The stranger replied that this boy would still be useful. Song Gu-yeon asked the man in black if he was really renouncing Asgard. The man took off his hood. It was Odin. He told Heimdall to help Lee Jun-kyung, the man in the black robe. Even though the young man knew he couldn't defeat him, he ran forward anyway. The protagonist thought that with the strength and speed of his spear, he could at least tear off his cloak. Lee Jun-kyung planned to use Merlin's necklace, which gave him extra speed, and the reinforcement of mana flow to overcome the demonic energy. However, there was one problem. The demonic energy contained in the spear was stronger than expected. Added to this was madness. But then, for some unknown reason, Lee Jun-kyung was able to overcome it with the help of Odin. It turned out that the man in the black cloak he was chasing was Odin. No, this man couldn't be Odin. He was someone else. Lee Jun-kyung woke up lying in a hospital bed. Merlin's necklace rested on his chest. In-chang was in the room. She noticed that Lee Jun-kyung had regained consciousness. Lee Jun-kyung jumped out of bed and said that the man in the black robe was Odin. Sun Gu-yeon said that he had seen it too and could confirm it. Lee Jun-kyung was holding two small pieces of something in his hands. The young man noticed that they were left over from the battle with Seth, and that Odin had given them to him. Lee Jun-kyung noted that they seemed identical. It was just a feeling, but he believed that Odin was the man in black. Odin had received this robe from him. Song Gu-yeon asked what made the young man think so. Lee Jun-kyung replied that during the battle with Seth, Odin was surely in Asgard discussing the matter. The same was true when he went to China. Odin never left his place. Song Gu-yeon noted that this was possible with certain abilities, but they couldn't be sure. Lee Jun-kyung said that this could be true, but it seemed that Odin had sided with the man in black and, for some reason, had decided to stay with him for the time being. Song Gu-yeon said that in that case, he was insane and desperately wanted to know more. What convinced him to do so? Lee Jun-kyung said that despite losing the battle with Odin, he still saved him when the demonic energy began to consume his body. Son Gu-yeon noted that Odin did everything possible to prepare for the disaster. He had been warned in advance. In areas where there weren't enough hunters, he created new guild branches. The bald man added that they would continue to absorb other guilds and form alliances with hunters. That was the plan he had in mind. Li Junkyung said that Seongguyeon had already turned universities into shelters. Songuyeon noted that even here in Incheon, there is already a faint veil covering the area, just like in China. The guild leader added that they had lost contact with the rest of the country. It seemed that ratification was happening there too. Li Junkyung said that here in Incheon, where the gates were collapsing, he would go and deal with the ruler. The young man admitted that he did not know how to stop the disaster, but he knew how to mitigate the situation. When the disaster begins, the gates that are already open will begin to collapse. The gates will continue to collapse. It is necessary to eliminate the very reason why this is happening. The young man understood that this would not stop the disaster, but by fighting the rulers, he could buy some time. Sun Guyan asked if Li Junkyung had a plan. Why didn't he tell everyone in Nile about it? Li Junkyung replied that disasters unfold in different ways. The only outcome he knows is Korea. All our hero knew was the path the Demon King had taken. He only knows how to prevent the disaster from escalating in Korea. Li Junkyung repeated once again that he would go and take care of the ruler. He remembered that the Demon King's autobiography did not tell the whole story, but it did mention that he became even stronger after defeating the ruler. History could change, but it was necessary to do everything possible to follow the same path as the Demon King. Seth reported that a disaster had begun in Egypt. One said that disaster had also begun in Korea. He also met with the Dark Horse. Li Junkyung noted that everything had begun as predicted. One thought that no matter how much he looked at that face, he could not get used to it. Among the ruined houses was an elf. He said that children were dying and coming to him. The man kneeling before the elf, wrapped in leaves and tree branches, begged for help. The elf laughed and said that such was the fate of hunters. Interestingly, this place is called Earth. He added that here they would get rid of all their mistakes and restore their kingdom. There were no signs of life in the ruined city. Even from a bird's eye view, no living creatures were visible. The guards standing on the watchtower were on patrol and surveying the surroundings. One of them looked into the distance and said that he thought he saw survivors. Jong In-chong got off the bus with Gon on her shoulder and said they were back. The girl waved to Li Junkyun and Song Guyeon, who were standing on the roof of the neighboring building. They waved back at her. The protagonist said that judging by the number of buses, there must be at least 200 people here. Song Guyeon suggested that there was a reason why they were delayed. Li Junkyung remarked that this alarmed him, as the base would soon be overcrowded. The guild leader said that everything would be fine. They had already finished cleaning up the surrounding area. They needed to look for hunters among the survivors and invite them to join in order to expand their ranks. Li Junkyung noted that the search party must have received some new information and that it was necessary to contact them. Jong In-chang explained to the hunters in the audience that the situation outside was very serious. The number of monsters had decreased slightly. However, looking at a bird's-eye view photo, it was clear that the remaining monsters were gathering in one place. In-chang added that since all the monsters are heading for one building, it means there are still people who have managed to survive. The protagonist now understood where the ruler was. Rulers have the ability to control monsters. After defeating the ruler, if no new one appears after the disaster, it will mean victory for humanity. Li Junkyung thought that this was exactly what had happened in history. Sun Guyan noted that they had succeeded in communicating with the outside world. Fortunately, not the entire country is in this state. However, that's not all. Most of the country is in the same situation as Incheon. In areas where everything is still fine, hunters are evacuating civilians and planning to send aid to isolated areas. The protagonist thought that sooner or later the whole country and even the whole world would come to the same end. However, there is no need to inform other hunters about this. Right now, everyone needs hope. One for all. They will not spare any expense. Sun Guyan added that most countries are in a worse situation, but people will prevail. The potential that humanity has demonstrated so far is not weak at all. Now it's time to move on, to take the first step towards victory over the disaster. It is necessary to retake Incheon and move towards Seoul. Li Junkyung thought that the Demon King's book and history textbooks did not mention which ruler governed this territory. It was simply that after a difficult and exhausting struggle with the ruler, humanity had won. Our hero decided to crush the ruler of Incheon in order to follow in the footsteps of the Demon King. The fallen angel watched Li Junkyung. All the surrounding areas around the university, which had become a refuge for Li Junkyung's group, were restored. The monsters no longer appeared, and people began to rebuild the destroyed city. The survivors who were rescued made up less than 10% of Incheon's total population. But even in such despair, hope blossomed. When the gates opened, mana poured out. The sponsors' attention focused on the survivors. Ordinary citizens began to notice that they were turning into hunters. Those who had recently become hunters were offered special training to confirm their qualifications. After their training, everything began to fall into place. Lee Jun-kyung and Sun Gu-yeon agreed to go in search of the ruler in the near future. The protagonist noted that the ruler was growing stronger over time. This was still the beginning of the disaster, so he should not be extremely powerful. Song Gu-yeon said that in that case, it was a great relief. Lee Jun-kyung thought that Odin did not destroy him in that battle, and even helped him. But why did he leave him alive? The protagonist put these thoughts aside and said that now was the time to track down the ruler. Lee Jun-kyung couldn't believe that such a forest had appeared in the center of the city in less than a month. In-chang showed the direction of movement. Aggressive, heavily armed monsters were nearby. Jung In-chang, without hesitation, entered into battle with these monsters. Watching the girl, our hero thought that she had become strong. She had not yet fully realized her skill, but she was already on her way to becoming a true Siegfried. A monster in the form of a huge tree advanced toward the hunters. It was overflowing with mana. Lee Jun-kyung decided that it was time to show the greatness of the Lord of Fire. Lee Jun-kyung suggested that his comrades rest a little before continuing on their way. Song Gu-yeon supported the idea. During the break, the protagonist activated the status window and checked his tactical and technical characteristics. The indicators were normal. After that, the young man remembered the man in black, the one who was in Set's shadow, and the one who was possibly in the shadow of Utgard, the king of giants, the one who had even defeated Odin. From the very beginning, our hero thought that the man in black might be somewhere nearby all this time. The protagonist couldn't shake the thought that the man in black was the demonic king. If the man in black is the demon king, will he have the same type of status window? The Book of the Demon King stated that when one reaches 100 points in attributes, significant changes occur. The same applies to levels. However, levels gave our hero power that was incomparable to attributes. It was not just growth, it was evolution. Lee Jun-kyung thought that it would only be a short time before he reached level 100. Due to the disaster, his growth rate had accelerated significantly. In addition, the skeleton that collected souls would soon be activated. The power of the Demon King, which once forced all the powerful hunters in the world to submit, was about to awaken. The hunters looked up and wondered, what was this overwhelming mana that had appeared in the atmosphere? What were they facing? Lee Jun-kyung told Baldman that he could do it. He and the ruler were a perfect match. Sun Gu-yeon replied that he would trust Lee Jun-kyung. Lee Jun-kyung declared that they would immediately go to where the ruler was. If anyone wanted to turn back, it would be better to do so now, because hell awaited them ahead. The man who called himself the ruler couldn't remember how long it had been since he last ate so well. Indeed, hunters taste completely different. The ruler's assistant stood obediently nearby with her head bowed. The ruler told her to catch more of them. It seemed that some of them had already reached these lands. The ruler ordered Rubiel to use all means necessary. The hunters, led by Lee Jun-kyung and Song Gu-yeon, approached the hot zone. They had seen many S-rank hunters, but had never before encountered such a powerful skill covering such a vast area. The protagonist thought that the path to the ruler might be easier than previously expected. In addition, our hero's growth was in full swing. A monster tree blocked the road. It was clearly aggressive and was swinging its branches in all directions. In-chang said there was not much left. She would take care of it. The girl approached the tree and saw a man hanging from the branches. The man saw the hunter and asked her for help. This came as a complete surprise to In-chang. At that moment, Rubiel jumped out from behind cover and attacked In-chang with her sword. However, the girl managed to put her sword forward and block her opponent's blow. In-chang immediately realized that she was facing a very skilled monster. To support his comrade, Lee Jun-kyung joined the fight. The young man used his unique abilities. Rubiel was forced to retreat and settled on a large branch of the monster tree. Lee Jun-kyung thought she was a very experienced opponent because, when attacking, he assumed she would not be able to dodge his blow. The hostage was freed from the tree and ended up in the arms of Song Gu-yeon. In-chang told her rival that she was just a pathetic coward. She used the hostage and jumped out of ambush. But what would she do now that the hostage was gone? In-chang understood that this monster girl was quite experienced. A proposal was made to meet face to face. Rubiel made it clear that she was not opposed. However, after that, more hunters appeared on the branches of the tree, also asking to be saved. The people watching their torment thought it was just awful. Rubiel, in response, only smiled and clearly demonstrated her superiority. Lee Junkyung told his partner that he suggested retreating. Song Guyon agreed and gave the appropriate order. The hunters turned around and began to retreat. In Chang became angry and cursed loudly. The ruler of Incheon had the opportunity to observe this situation, and it interested him. The governor found it strange. Those who possessed great power were retreating to protect the insignificant members of their race. The ruler believed that those with power should move forward toward their goal, regardless of whether members of their own race died or not. Although the ruler, whose name was known throughout Alfheim, had become too weak after spending countless years trapped in an interdimensional rift, he believed that if he absorbed them, he would be able to regain his former strength. The elf shouted for the soldiers to corner these people. They needed to use humans as shields and spears. By absorbing them, he hoped to become the god of this place. Lee Junkyung, Jong In-chong, and the ogre Gonza, who had returned to his normal size, had no intention of leaving this territory just like that. They needed to gather more information. The girl wondered who the one called the ruler really was. She had a feeling that this ruler had begun hunting them. The prisoner of the tree woke up, and everyone approached him to get the necessary information. Lee Junkyung asked what had happened to this man. The frightened hunter said that it was a monster, a real devil. It eats people. After saying this, the hunter lost consciousness again. In Chang cursed loudly once more. Sun Guyeon was shocked by what he had heard. Lee Junkyung said they had to go back. Song Guyeon agreed with this idea. They couldn't continue like this. The monsters were using people as shields to attack them. Even now, the monsters were carrying out their attack. If this continued, all humans would be in danger. Lee Junkyung said that they would not return empty-handed. In Chang perked up and asked what the young man was planning. The protagonist activated his spear, filled it with mana, and enhanced it with fire magic. He prepared to attack the monsters. The fiery spear attack reached the ruler, but he managed to block it. As a result of this attack, the ruler's arm was injured. The elf wondered with surprise if he had been looking down on these people too much. The ruler thought that pain was a feeling he had not experienced in a long time. How long had it been since he was last wounded? This man dared to wound Ereva, the king of Alfheim. The reward would follow immediately. Erev added that as a reward, this hunter would become the king's dinner. The guards on the watchtower noted that the expedition had already returned. Our heroes had indeed reached their temporary location. In Chang was surprised. Didn't they already know where they were? Lee Junkyung replied that they could already figure it out. Song Guyan asked what Lee Junkyung meant. The young man explained that he was sure the monsters would come here. A full-scale attack was to begin that very evening. The comrades changed their location and ended up on the roof of a neighboring building to increase their visibility. Song Guyan asked if Lee Junkyung was going to leave right now. The young man confirmed this. In Chang said that she had already prepared everything. After all, Lee Junkyung was not the type to leave things to chance. The protagonist replied that what had been received must be returned. Lee Junkyung added that Sun Guyan would stay here. As everyone had seen, their enemies during the day were not ordinary monsters. It would be wrong to compare them to mindless creatures. They would definitely attack. Song Guyan noted that there were enough hunters here. Lee Junkyung said that the guild leader should not underestimate their strength. In the event of a disaster, those who have the Bifrost must stay. Lee Junkyung added that success must be achieved. There are still many people in the hands of the monsters. The more time passes, the greater the losses will be. The protagonist added that they would finish everything and return. In Chang added that they would manage quickly. Song Guyan said that in that case, they should not worry about anything and just go on the mission. Lee Junkyung said that their plan for today was destruction. A multitude of monsters, accompanied by a monster tree, were moving towards the location of the people. In Chang saw how many monsters there were and asked if they should turn back. Lee Junkyung replied that they were ready. In Chang pointed out that they didn't know how many there were. After all, there were countless monsters. Lee Junkyung said that they needed to trust each other. They needed to focus on their task. They would focus on theirs. The young man said that they needed to hurry. It seemed that the ruler had already noticed them. Lee Junkyung added that the ruler was too confident. He deliberately let all his soldiers go and was calling them to him. Our heroes did not object and headed towards the ruler's residence. The monster woman Rubiel blocked their path. Rubiel drew her sword and prepared to attack. Jong In-chang also activated her two-handed sword and prepared to resist. Lee Junkyung thought that this monster was too strong for In-chang. She needed help. The girl told Lee Junkyung to leave and let her handle it. Lee Junkyung said that this was no ordinary elf. It would not be easy for In-chang to defeat her. In-chang replied that there was something the young man didn't know. Our hero noticed how the wound on In Chang's arm was healing in real time. In Chang announced that she had finished creating the dragon bloodstone. After arriving in this country, she hunted like a madwoman. Lee Jun-kyung realized that he was standing before a great historical hero who had destroyed the dragon, the king of demons, the one whose name was known throughout the world. Now it was Siegfried, the dragon slayer. At that moment, a great hero was born. Moving forward, the protagonist thought that although In Chang had not yet reached perfection, she already had the technique to destroy the dragon, the king of demons. In Chang had definitely grown. She had exceeded all expectations, becoming stronger and much faster. The girl could be trusted to continue the mission. Lee Jun-kyung arrived at a huge building and realized that the ruler of Incheon was inside. The skeleton that collects souls was activated, and it happened just in time. Now all that remained was to give it a name and awaken it. Lee Jun-kyung felt the ruler's presence nearby. A cruel, oppressive mana descended upon him. The ruler of Erive greeted the hunter and invited him in, calling him a warrior from another world. Lee Jun-kyung was surprised. What did these words mean? Was this mana a test? Our hero decided to play along with his opponent. He slowly approached the ruler and asked why he was so surprised. Did the ruler really think he would fail such a trivial test? Erev asked loudly who this hunter was. The ruler gave his name. He was Erev, king of Alfheim, the Forest Kingdom, and again demanded to know who stood before him. Lee Jun-kyung wondered whether he should anger and provoke the ruler. Erev said that, according to information obtained from the memories of captured hunters, there was no such person as this young man among the warriors of this world. He was very similar to them. Lee Jun-kyung was surprised. What did the ruler mean by that? He didn't understand a word. Erev stated that his kingdom had been destroyed by them and had disappeared. Could the young man be one of them? With these words, Erev activated his energy spear, preparing to attack. Meanwhile, the disaster in the capital had changed almost nothing. Ordinary people began to evacuate. Hunters held back the monsters that appeared as the gates were destroyed and prepared to reclaim the isolated lands. In the Hunters Association, in the chairman's office, Baldur declared to the hunters that Asgard would try to resolve this incident. Now that Odin could not be contacted and they were left without Heimdall, Baldur would take charge. Most of the hunters of Asgard, though powerful, were surprised that Baldur was taking charge. Many were unhappy. However, no one else possessed the leadership qualities necessary to get everyone to follow him, so no complaints followed. Baldur stated that Odin had foreseen such cases. Everything turned out to be much more serious than expected. It was necessary to act quickly. One of the hunters told Baldur to give orders and lead them into battle. After all, the only thing they knew how to do was fight. Baldur wondered with surprise how Odin could even work with such narrow-minded fighters. Deciding to change the subject, he asked where Chivu was. Although the hunter Chivu did not belong to Asgard, he was considered the country's most powerful weapon. He had left the capital on Odin's orders. The hunters said that Chivu only carried out the most secret missions, and Odin trusted him too much, despite the fact that he was not a member of Asgard, and his actions were not recorded. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open. The hunters were surprised. Who was it? They weren't expecting anyone. Who dared to interrupt the meeting of the best fighters? Baldur saw the newcomer and said that he had finally arrived. A man in dark clothes with a hood hiding his face entered the room. He said that Baldur was doing well. The man took off his hood, and everyone saw that it was Odin standing before them. He called Baldur his son. Those present were surprised. Was it really Odin? His aura became dark and ominous. What was going on here? Everyone was shocked by the fact that Baldur was Odin's son. Left alone, Baldur thought that Lord Odin had returned, revealing a secret that, according to him, they were supposed to keep forever. Why did he try so hard? Ever since he became an unrecognized child, abandoned to the mercy of fate, Baldur had tried with all his might to earn the recognition of his father, who had always ignored him. No matter what he did, Odin never praised him. Baldur did not want things to turn out this way. Baldur heard a knock at the door, but did not feel anyone approaching from outside. The door opened, and Odin appeared on the threshold. He called Baldur his son again. Baldur asked if Odin really intended to acknowledge him in this way. He would not want that. Odin said he understood his son's sadness and suffering. Although the young man had not lived up to his expectations, he had never felt any animosity towards him. Baldur thought, this warm voice and kind hands, he was sure they belonged to Odin. However, it was difficult to believe. The young man said he could not understand the hidden motives of the association's president. Odin replied that he had no hidden motives. He simply wanted to recognize Baldur as his son. Moreover, he intended to declare him his heir if he proved himself worthy. Baldur was surprised. Hadn't the heir already been chosen? Although that was exactly what he had always dreamed of. One said that in connection with this, he would like to ask Baldur for a favor. It was necessary to make up for the missing abilities and become his ruler. Baldur did not understand what was happening, and said that he needed time to think it over. Odin hugged his son and said that he needed an answer right now. He needed Baldur. Odin added that he needed this sacrifice. Baldur was taken aback. Dr. Manhwa and the hunters of the White Tiger Guild tested the barrier for strength. There should be no other place that could contain the disaster as well as the capital. Once these people left the city, they might never return to safe Seoul. If anyone wanted to stay, they were free to do so. The hunters were surprised. What was the doctor talking about? Even if these weren't their families, they were their friends' families. Of course, they had to help. If it weren't for Lee Jun-kyung, they wouldn't be alive. They couldn't just sit idly by. Fenrir said they needed to find Lee Jun-kyung. Hyunmoo said he had to go to his master. Youngyo said that everyone agreed. Wonhwa thought that they were truly loyal people. They were willing to face danger head-on to protect what was dear to them. Wonhwa announced that in that case, they would move forward, and he manipulated the barrier to make a passage through it. The barrier was overcome. However, after that, Wonhwa noticed that the barrier in the center of Seoul was beginning to crumble. The ruler of Eriv asked his opponent again if he was on the same side as these black creatures. Lee Jun-kyung caught the arrow fired at him by the ruler of Erive with his hand and easily broke it. Erev realized he was wrong. Even though this man possessed their energy, he was not one of them. Lee Jung-kyung asked if they were talking about patrons. Erivi was surprised. Did this man call them patrons? The rulers of certain regions who appeared during the disaster. Only the Demon King could destroy them. But why only him? The protagonist thought he needed more information and asked Eriv if he was a patron. Erev laughed and fired a volley of arrows in response. Was the young man asking if he was one of them? The Dark Ones? Erev replied that he was not one of them, and yet he almost became one of them. Erev laughed and added that if he ate this man now, he could become one of them. Lee Jun-kyung was surprised. Could this ruler really become a patron if he ate him? Besides, he said that he almost became one of them before. Lee Jun-kyung decided that he needed to focus on the battle first. He couldn't dodge all the arrows, so he created a fire barrier. Erev thought that his arrows couldn't pierce this fire barrier. It didn't work that way. The protagonist pondered the personalities of the patrons and rulers that only the Demon King could destroy. He needed more information. The young man asked the elf if he had met other hunters. Erev replied that he had eaten so-called hunters many times, although it was difficult to call it an encounter. Lee Jun-kyung was surprised. Did Erev really think he was different from other hunters? Erev replied that this young man was not like the ordinary warriors of this world. Armed monsters began to appear out of nowhere and also headed towards our hero. Erev acknowledged that this man held the same position as he did, the ruler of a powerful forest kingdom. The monsters behind him were growing in number. Lee Jun-kyung was surprised. Were there really so many warriors here now? Eriv told the young man that he was also a king. Then Lee Jun-kyung gave him a name, Hell. At that moment, the skull on our hero's bracelet activated. Hell grew to incredible proportions and let out a loud cry. After a bloody battle, Rubiel was destroyed and lay in a pool of blood. In Chang emerged from the battle unscathed and thought that she had become much stronger. The girl thought, to have power means to be able to defend yourself with your own hands. The patron, the Prince Charming, looked at In Chang with a warm expression on his face. The girl looked ahead and thought that Lee Jun-kyung's battle had already begun. At that moment, Jong In Chang was illuminated by a beam of light falling vertically from above. In Chang understood what was happening. It was Siegfried. All her wounds from the battle were healed. Thanks to this, the gap between her and Lee Jun-kyung should have narrowed significantly. She needed to help this guy immediately. The girl heard the sounds of battle and decided to hurry. As she got closer, In Chang was surprised. What was all this commotion? Monsters and ghosts were fighting each other. The battle was fierce. The girl had never seen anything like this before. In Chang thought it looked like hell on earth, a battle between elves and ghosts. But where was Lee Jun-kyung? What had happened to him? At that moment, the protagonist continued his confrontation with the ruler Eriv. The girl realized that she was still far from this guy and didn't even dare to intervene in the battle. Lee Jun-kyung thought that his opponent's attacks were becoming more powerful and faster. To win, he needed to put more fire into his spear. However, if he did so, the spear's demonic energy could consume him, as it had during his battle with Odin. A spear that had become demonic always sought to consume him. Erev thought again that his opponent was too slow. What is this guy thinking standing here? Lee Jun-kyung was wounded by an arrow and forced to kneel. Erev laughed and said that now he could afford to absorb this hunter. Lee Junkyung wondered who would devour him, the demonic spear or the ruler who devoured people. However, there was no point in thinking about it anymore. The decision had been made. The demonic spear began to devour the young man. Erev was immediately attacked and wounded in the arm. He was surprised. What was this overwhelming, sinister force? How dare a human harm him again? The elf shouted that he would eat the hunter to the bone. But Lee Junkyung, thanks to his spear, continued to attack the ruler intensely. In Chang was surprised at how the ruler's sinister powers were manifesting. But she felt that if this continued, they might lose Lee Junkyung. The young man's gaze was now even more determined than during his solo battle with Odin. Lee Junkyung called on Hell for help. A heart-rending cry rang out, and the hero's appearance returned to normal. In Chang noted that his gaze had returned to normal. The protagonist thought that the ghost's loud cry had cleared his mind. Erev noted that his opponent had the form of a flame, but it was very cold. The ruler fired another shot from his bow. Lee Junkyung stopped the arrow with his gaze and the power of his mind, using cold flame. Erev was surprised. The blue flame blocked his arrow. What was going on here? The hero decided that there was still a chance to secure victory. He had to keep attacking. The blue flames reached the ruler. The elf was outraged. How dare this man do such a thing? How could he wound him? Erev noticed that his body had stopped healing. Was this the result of the blue flame's harmful effects? Erev said that this was extremely humiliating, and he could not forgive the young man. The ruler screamed loudly, and the scream did not stop for a long time. In Chang warned that the ruler's mana was increasing. He must be destroyed immediately, otherwise he would accumulate even more power. Lee Junkyung said that it was impossible to attack right now. If the accumulated mana exploded, the entire Incheon would be in danger. It was necessary to wait until he was at his weakest and then destroy him. In Chang noted that all the mana of the elven soldiers was being directed toward the ruler. Did Lee Junkyung really think he could win? Erev laughed again. A blade appeared before him, and he felt better. Lee Junkyung noted that the Fire Monarch, who had been unable to grow stronger after reaching the master level, had unexpectedly improved. Now, someone's blood would be spilled. After another attack, the ruler was wounded. His chest was pierced by a spear. Erev's strength began to leave him. He said he was the king of Alfheim. Lee Junkyung thought it was a disgrace. If he had been alone, he would not have been able to stop the ruler. Even the power of the king of a great kingdom could not overcome the wrath of those he had destroyed. In the end, Erev was destroyed because of karma. Erev said that once they came and looked for him, Lee Junkyung noted that the ruler's gaze had changed. By saying, "they," did the ruler mean his patrons? Erev added that Alfheim was united under his rule after a long war and subsequent period of peace. Lee Junkyung thought that it was similar to the history of Earth. One might think that peace reigned in Eden, but inside, everything was rotten. Erev said that they had come to a world suffering from excessive tranquility and were no different from saviors. They created a new enemy, a connection to other dimensions. Lee Junkyung asked what Erev meant by connection with other dimensions. The ruler did not answer. The protagonist realized that Erev was dead. The fallen angel demanded a sacrifice. Was the player ready to make it? The protagonist thought that this referred to the king of Alfheim. Lee Junkyung shouted loudly to the sky that they had to wait. The next moment, a ghost appeared before the young man. Hell. In Chang was frightened when she learned of the young man's connection to the ghost. Lee Junkyung was surprised. In Chang had just seen ghosts in battle, so why was she afraid now? This was his newly acquired servant. Lee Junkyung asked Hell if he had everything he needed, his body and strength. The ghost Hell approached Erev and said that the deed was done, the sacrifice had been made. The hero found himself holding the very blade that the ruler had reproduced. Lee Junkyung thought that this was the weapon that King Alfheim had used in his last attack, and that it needed to be placed in the inventory. The fallen angel smiled contentedly, baring his blood-stained teeth. Lee Junkyung asked Hell how long it would take. Hell replied, "Since the soul clings to many things, it will take quite a long time." Lee Junkyung said that it didn't matter how long it took. The memories had to be extracted without losing anything. In Chang looked around. There was destruction all around, and the girl said her nerves were on edge. Lee Junkyung asked why she felt that way, since she had seen spirits during the battle. In Chang replied that the situation had been too tense at the time. Lee Junkyung thought that the demonic king and Erev probably knew about the real existence of the patrons. They just didn't write it down, or pretended not to know. It is highly likely that the hunters who fought against the rulers knew the secret of the patrons. Lee Junkyung suggested returning. Although they had not achieved complete victory, he was still worried. Upon their return, the young people were met by the bald guild leader. Lee Junkyung noticed that Song Guyon looked unwell. The guild leader replied that the dark horse didn't look any better. The protagonist asked if they had defeated the ruler and received an affirmative answer. The protagonist stated that monsters would still appear and that they must not let their guard down. Song Guyon noted that they would not be in such great danger now. Song Guyon showed a glowing ball and said it was a message from outside. Lee Junkyung asked if it was good news. The guild leader reported that disaster had also begun in Seoul. Lee Junkyung thought that everything was happening too quickly. Song Guyon said they needed to contact them in a quiet place. Lee Junkyung was surprised. What did he mean, Seoul was burning? He noted that there were many hunters protecting the city, and there were also the heroes of Asgard. But why was there so much destruction? Song Guyon replied that Asgard's strongest hunters had disappeared. The guild leader added that the sudden riots, the influx of monsters, and the disappearance of the leadership left the remaining hunters trying to contain the situation. The news that Seoul was burning was related to this sudden situation. Lee Junkyung said that the hunters of Asgard are at least some consolation. Even without Asgard, the guilds of Korea are strong. As long as they are there, Seoul will not fall so easily. Song Guyon added that there was more bad news for Incheon. All members of the White Tiger had disappeared. Incheon began to revive. The hunters gradually pushed back the monsters, and the concentration of magic in the air decreased. After the death of the ruler of Incheon, the city began to regain its vitality. People returned to their lives, and everyday life began to return to normal. Lee Junkyung asked if there was any news. Song Guyon reported that communication with Seoul had been completely cut off. Thanks to this, it was sometimes possible to establish communication with other regions